and dense. We are back, and we're currently... Oh, there we are. I thought the screen was a little bit stuck there for a second, but we are here. And we are here for the Week 2 qualification of Road to Wololo. Myriad, we've got a stacked top 4 here.
Now we do another day where another contender will be determined to join Marine Lord, who, well, few surprises there, was the first one to make it last week to the main event in London, or Londinium as it's been known back in the day. And the namesake of the event, of course. But today there'll be another one to join alongside him. And as you mentioned, the names speak for themselves at this point. Papipo up against Anatand is the first half of our semi-final. And Wham and Beastie on the other side of that semi-final. And either of these winners of these two sets will meet, of course, in the finals. And the winner will move on. And everyone else is gone and tries again next week.
Well, you have to keep in mind, these guys have played already last week. Papipo and Anatand faced off against one another, and Papipo took down Anatand 3-0. So, for Anatand, this is a hill to climb. But honestly, if there's anyone who can do it, and after seeing that performance from this week, I believe in the Anno Chad. If he can conquer the puppy, that's exactly what we need here for him to reign supreme. But on the other side as well, we have Wham and Beastie. Same thing. Last week, Beastie beat Wham 3-1. So both of these guys, they are currently faced in a matchup where there's going to need to be a lot of work done to get out on top.
Exactly right. Past history between the way players are matched up can play a significant factor, not only in how you would predict them to go, but also on the player's mental. You know, you can't help but check every once in a while your statistics in the head-to-head against the fellow player that you're going to be playing against and see how you stack up exactly historically. And it can be a double-edged sword, of course. You might like what you see, but then you might also very much dislike what you see. And we can see the head-to-head at this very moment indeed. Papipo, a bit of a lead there, 58.8% win rate, 10 series to Anatand's 7. The game count, of course, reflects that, only to 55.7%. But this is pretty close, Whammond, right? I mean, this is not really... This doesn't mean that this is just automatically a Papipo win, actually. We see their last encounters there. Anatand has a good win there in the Masters of Steel. That was a memorable one indeed. So it's not like most recently Papipo has been winning or Anatand has been winning recently, but not historically. It's all mixed.
Now, this is something that I think for a lot of players, you have to be in the right headspace of. Because, of course, with these two, they're pretty evenly matched. But Papipo, as we can see, one of those results is missing here from that last week's performance. So, Anatand performing a little better live. But we all know that this man, the Papipo, is the law. And we'll see what he says about that law being brought in today. Now, we do have the draft in front of us, but the game is almost about to begin on Kawasan, getting a little bit of that tuck luck, and I am so excited to see that, because tuck luck keeps getting sniped in all these maps, but when you have a choice between tuck luck and Zushi, I can definitely understand why he rather lets tuck luck through.
Yeah, Jushu on this map is not something you ever want to face or be the victim of, really. The timing is just so potent, using the meditation guns in the center. It's been a downfall of many, many players to the point now where it's very well respected. Jushi, for a lot of these water maps and hybrid maps, it's essentially like Ottoman is for land. But then again, Ottoman's also really good on these hybrid maps, so who can really know? Well, did you hear that right, Whammon? I think the game is ready.
It's time! Ladies and gents, let's roll in and see our beautiful little Kawasan spawn. We have both on more or less the same side. And this is the interesting part about Kawasan, right? So this map can spawn in a few different varieties. And usually when you scout, you have to keep track of this because it's not always that mirrored spawn that we usually see with the horizontal mirror coming through. But here we have a, little bit more of a diagonal situation for ourselves. And that means that most likely, both players will make a play on that first same pond if they decide both to go for water. But I do see a little yellow dot coming out there. And as far as I can see on this UI, we do not... the Khan spots it, and he decides rather he's going to go for the other lake. And this is the problem with Kawasan. In the early game, when you spawn like this, very often those early fights will be on the same pond. But up against Delhi and Taklak, that's not something you want to fight, because those fishing ships are of the spicy variety.
I am a little bit surprised, though, to see this shift all the way to the other pond here by Anatan. You're completely right, the fishing ships, that's one of the big strengths of the Tughlaq and Delhi historically here on these kind of maps. The fishing ships being able to shoot means you can often just deny a dock entirely from the opponent, but Anatan's timing was fine. The fishing ship was not going to deny the dock, and you could, in theory, use the fishing ships to harass the opponent's fishing ships, but the damage is very minimal. The dock healing in the background is going to prevent any real kill on any of those fishing ships at the end of the day, and if you're shooting the fishing ships with your own, then it means you're not gathering fish, so it's not really an optimal thing to do. So I'm a bit surprised to see this sort of hesitation from Anatan in that regard, but he might have something else on his mind. Mongols is a quite interesting pick here on Kawasan and other water maps historically. They have been one of the best, if we're looking at all time, the way they have performed. So many great bonuses. They're historically one of the best Dark Age civilizations, courtesy of that stone Uvu double production in Dark Age, of course. Allow you to get so many spears out if necessary. Not much of a concern here, with the fishing ships being able to shoot, but once you do age up to that feudal age, that stone grants you easy access to arrow slits, and fighting into arrow slits is the bane of any ship.
Now, I love to see the fact that we do get a barracks in the end here. Papipo going for that second dock. He doesn't mind playing the water on both sides here. Now, with that barracks, you of course have the ability to get those spears out. You're going to be able to start putting a little bit of pressure. But usually with the Mongols, that's what they go for first. This delayed dock is an interesting choice to me here. And why would you say this might just work, Myriad? With those spears, you go up against the Tughlaq, and like I mentioned, the fishing ships shoot, but damage is minimal. It should be still enough for a spearman or two to be deterred from attacking. So why is this a decision that Anatan makes at this point?
It can always be useful to prevent further docking from Papipo's villagers. The villager often stands next to the dock fishing after it has been built, but the presence of spears, and as you mentioned, the fishing ships, although they do damage, it's pretty minimal, and a couple of fishing ships will not deter a few spearmen from even giving their lives if necessary to make sure the villager is dead and can build no further. Speaking of, the Khan has spotted the target and already worked plenty of its health down, and I think the spearman will be here just in time. We might even have the Khan signal arrow to give the movement speed, but opts against it instead, moves around the wood line. The charge comes through, the first one connects, and the second one as well. Now, the spearmen do lose movement speed at this point, so the question is critical as to whether this villager will get back. Body blocking does commence. One more hit will for sure connect from the spears. Make that a second, and that's enough. The Khan will finish it off as well, and that's a big loss for Papipo early.
And it has paid off. Myriad, 2 spears investment. It's already done its job. This must feel so good for Anatan here. Now, getting Tughlaq a little bit behind, economically at least. You have to wonder now if Papipo on this double lake situation you put him on, if he's going to be able to sustain this. But he's going to be the first guy aging up. And usually this gives that momentum, of course, because you can get the first military ship out, you idle out the fishing economy, even if just for a few extra seconds, it definitely helps out. And look at those 2 feisty spears. They are securing that gold mine pretty quickly, which just means that the Dome of the Faith is not going to be producing scholars as... Wait, this is not the same Dome of the Faith. Oh my goodness, I just realized we're here with the Tughlaq dynasty. I see this, and every single time my brain goes to Delhi, scholars, gold. But in the end, it's all fake. We just need to win water here.
Oh, don't you worry. There are scholars coming out of this landmark, but they're not alone, that's for sure. They have a partner and an elephant to ride on, so yeah, that's definitely a bit different, but still very potent indeed. And this open is quite interesting here from Anatan. A conscious choice has been made, hasn't it? We delayed ourselves intentionally here for these 2 spears, for potentially the profit of killing a villager, but the delay is significant, and right now, actually, there's nothing building Anatan's landmark. What's going on?
I think
Zero on the distos. Is this a misclick? He doesn't realize. Oh, this is a terrible misclick from Anatan. This is actually massive. And... well, speaking of delay, it turns out the delay is way more significant than we anticipated because of this. He has to notice that soon, he must, because there's already a Bagla on the right Kawasan pond here, and the villager himself is under threat soon enough, and the fishing boats are already idle. Only now he has noticed, but this is critical delay.
This just means his response will be so late. And the problem is Puppy Paw will have that momentum on the water already. You see, Puppy Paw, even after all of this, he's just like, I'm gonna build more fishing ships, actually. I don't need to worry about just pumping out military. And that's exactly what happens here. Look at those little spicy fishing ships just pushing off that vill from the pond. Now, they may not be farming, but they're definitely getting their value. And another villager falls. The spearmen are on top. He's desperate for this gold. But Anatan is on fire on this little wood line and on the gold. But at the same time, the water is getting a little hairy. Let's see what Anatan responds with. We do see him already doing a little bit of research there, getting all of those docks reinforced because Puppy Paw, he says, the law is enforced on this water and it is now mine.
You'd have to be extremely careful in this position, even as the Mongols, although you can get the arrow slits very easily, that's further delay on your military ship production. As of course, researching the arrow slits takes a fair amount of time as well, and although they'll be useful defensively, by the time your arrow slit finish, your opponent might already have the tri-ship combination, which now Pato looks to utilize as he scratches away at the galley, but is met by his own demo behind. Doesn't quite have the damage to do it in one hit, but the arrow slits may finish it off, but no, it's out of range at this point. Poppy detonates his own demo, but again, the passive reparations from the dock as well as the fishing ship ensure that it stays alive for now. Another demo though. Poppy, there's no good angle here for Anatan to engage with the demo without losing it. He detonates his demo defensively to chip the demo coming from Puppy Paw in turn to destroy his own springboard ship. It's just demo on demo.
Now, Puppy Paw has to keep in mind that there's going to be land follow-up here. You're still playing against the Mongols. Right now, he's investing into a significant amount of archers, but Anatan already has his eyes on the Keshiks. So, Keshik's just going to make this a little bit harder for him to constantly just be out on the resources, especially because that wood line is already a little bit opened up for anyone who dares to come inside and raid. But one of the healer elephants have been queued up, and all of a sudden, this is not going to be as scary anymore. Two Keshiks, they can charge in, but that healer elephant should be able to do quite a bit of work here. Demo ship gets a beautiful connection, and Puppy Paw's law has just expired on that little pond.
That's a big recovery there for Anatan on that right pond, but it is an absolute necessity at this stage as Puppy Paw finds the villagers force building the dock on this left-hand pond, but Anatan pays a price for it. Loses one of the villagers and significant idle time on these villagers as well. The most important detail though, what really is crippling right now for Anatan is he has secured that right dock, but this is a classic situation you never want to find yourself in on Kawasan, where you're fighting tooth and nail for one of these ponds to finally have access to fishing, which now Anatan has started. But this entire time, Puppy Paw has been fishing uncontested on that left pond, which even now Anatan has attempted to contest. Researching his own arrow slits here. I'm doubtful, well, as I say that, I was going to say I'm doubtful that we'll see any fishing ship commitment here, or fighting ship for that matter, but a demo is coming out. Probably just to delay this dock's downfall for the short while. He's going to be able to pick off that springboard ship if he's not careful. Puppy Paw, bring the fishing ships. He's going to try to... Yo, the body block on the fishing ship. Very clutch when he needs it most. But is it enough, though? Yes. The springboard hit as well as the fishing ships finishing off just in time.
And this is absolute beautiful play here by Puppy Paw. He knows how important it is to keep this lake under control. With that healer elephant, feeling a little bit more confident to move out here and stomp on it, making sure that that siege damage does the work. Now, this is a pretty good investment here from Anatan. Getting that dock down, you already have the stone, so you've forced your opponent to spend a significant amount of time here, which gives you that little bit of breathing room to decide what is next for you. Anatan says that's going to be getting another demo ship here just to cause a little bit more havoc. But now the spears are being built again. And you have to ask yourself, is this a little bit risky with all the archers that Puppy Paw has made already?
In theory, Anatan's archers should be better because of the Khan's Hunter. The extra range is not to be underestimated, but the issue we're faced with here is Puppy Paw already has such a large count on the field already. The healing from the healer elephants is significant as well to cancel out some of that range advantage that Anatan will have. And there's just a big delay in general on the investment into land military now from Anatan because of the position of him being so behind from the get-go. Naturally, we have the little hiccup on the age up, but as we mentioned, the delay on the fishing is significant here as well. significant move out onto the gold as well as Keshik production resumes. Upgrades will soon be on the menu, most likely too. Papipo already having his wheelbarrow, Anatan has his broadaxe, but most significantly, Papipo has all of his significant blacksmith upgrades, range damage and armor, and is now poised to move directly towards Anatan's base.
Now, the military count can be a little bit deceiving as we take a quick look at it. We see that Taklak looking like he's got 27, but those fishing ships also count as a bit of military here. So the army value is a little bit skewed here, and you can see Anatan, he's feeling still confident enough to move out and do the raiding damage, which is exactly what he needs now. The Red Army, though, you just cannot underestimate this. We do see him getting +1 ranged armor now. He knows how important this is going to be, and that wood line is a little bit under siege. Usually Mongols is the one who does the work on the wood line, but this time you can see Taklak is very confidently doing so, but losing quite a few archers here under the TC. And every single unit he bleeds here is going to make this more and more dangerous, because those spears, there's only a handful of them, and the Keshik numbers are steadily increasing.
Fight coming up now as the archers and the spears connect together to keep themselves safe from the incoming massive Anatan. Keshiks take a charge but take a beating for it in turn, and the healer elephant leads the fight here at the beginning, body blocking, dealing damage all throughout this fight while healing behind this as well. The archers topping off the health bar the elephant is, as the trade out is just not worth it here for Anatan at all. He kills the spears but loses his own Keshiks in turn for it, and now is at a disadvantage when it comes to the archer mass. Some Space Guard looking for a flank there, but in such a low count for Anatan, they're not going to make much of an impact here.
You can see he's focused on just getting those spears because he knows how important these Keshiks are going to be to the fight. Those Keshiks against the archers are going to perform pretty well now that they've got their +1 range armor, and here the connection comes. Now the archers are going to be in a little bit of duress. We see the healing coming through, but that healing is not enough. Spears are not in a spot to actually contest this, and there's just not enough of them here.
Well, the second healer elephant especially is not enough here for Anatan, as well as the first raider elephant hitting the field, which people still have mixed opinions about the strength of this unit, but make no mistake, it is tanky, it can be healed, and it does AoE damage with the Stampede. What can you really complain about if you have this unit available? Let's look at it. Alongside the healer elephants, it's challenging the Keshiks pretty much directly here, but the archer mass is looking very healthy again for Anatan, so he's able to actually pick off one of the healer elephants. That's a big loss but for Papipo, but he does pick up the Khan in turn. Anatan doing his best to hold him, doing a great job of it, but the pressure is mounting at a rapid pace. Reinforcements now arriving from Papipo as well.
Oh, and this is right under the woodline here, so villagers are going to eventually be in danger as well, but these elephants are taking so much damage before going down. The second healer elephant finally going to be biting the dust, but you can see those little raiders are doing the work. Keshik numbers are non-existent, but you can see he just doesn't care. He's going straight for the archers. Anatan knows he needs to shut down this archer mass to really make this work. Now with one Keshik, he's trying to push this back, and it looks like the elephant will be backing off with this archer mass. And behind this, Papipo has got to ask himself, how do I keep this pressure up? With that, he's getting more healer elephants because he knows this is how he keeps his army alive, and with the right numbers, even TC fire is not going to hit hard enough.
Raider elephants now, a pair of them even, meeting this first Keshik as Anatan makes another stand on his woodline, which is getting thinner and thinner by the minute, and as it gets thinner, it becomes more exposed as well. Keshik falls, and the Raider elephant that he was fighting gets away just in time, but the second one dies instead. Another double-produced batch of Keshiks come in to again give Anatan the edge in this fight. Raider elephant meets to frontline for the archers, but it dies very swiftly, and a third Keshik joins at this point. There's very little space here for Papipo, only one now finally joins the front line here, and only one healer elephant as well. This can be very scary for Papipo if he's not careful. He marches forward with the healer elephant to go directly onto the archers, but the damage is so minimal. It's mainly the healing you're looking for here. The archers struggling to decide on to focus between the Keshiks or the archers. They finally decide on the Keshiks, but they're not dying fast enough, and in turn, now Anatan has a commanding lead in the archer mass, but still, the Keshiks have fallen, and the healer elephant is still alive and kicking as another raider elephant joins the fray.
And now, the problem for Anatan is he's not been able to move out of his base for any of those outside food sources because the pressure has been on him. Papipo at 1,300 food per minute while Anatan's stuck on 600. So Papipo might be losing a little bit more, but he's getting more resources to do this with. That's the beauty of the Taklak dynasty. They do have a little nice way of moving around the map with those elephants so easily. But you have to ask yourself, where... Ooh, and I can see where the problem is here. Anatant is also already started to overfish. So this eco is not going to be balanced for long. He's going to need to think about, where do I get more food? There's a deer pack very close to his base. So he should be able to get there now that the pressure is off that wood line. But this army from Papipo is still looking scary. He's doubling down on the archers and now going for the House of Learning. Now, guys, this is a Taklak dynasty House of Learning, not a Delhi. So he's not going to wait for 2-3 minutes to get his upgrades to really come on through. He's ready with them within 5 seconds. And that Castle Age timing can be devastating. But Anatant, it seems like he's also banking quite a bit of resources here.
I can tell you from experience that seeing that age up notification for your opponent in this situation is one of the worst things you can possibly see happen. Worse than getting hit by a brutal raid, because you know that you are now in one of the most dire circumstances you possibly can be. As the House of Learning is almost finished, whilst at the same time Papipo has the military advantage as well on top of this. 4 healer elephants, 4 raider elephants, a big archer mass which is getting upgraded instantaneously, as well as the raider elephants which will soak up so much arrow fire. Anatant is in dire straits right now, and all of this is courtesy of the Tukulak strength on these hybrid maps. Fantastic economy with those fishing ships and elephant economics, and on top of that, a very scary army as well.
Oh, and Anatant can feel that pressure coming out directly towards them, and Papipo getting that 5-second +2 range defense as well. This is going to be a tough one for Anatant, just to pick off a single unit. You can see those villagers are in shambles there at the back. Archers can still pick off other archers, but for how long? Those raider elephants just don't want to die. Papipo is still with a healthy food income too. Anatant, he's trying to bank more and more resources, thinking about Castle himself, but is this going to be safe enough? The archer pick-off is pretty well done from Anatant, though. He's doing an amazing job at doing that, but +2 is definitely starting to show with these elephants getting right on top. But the archer mass, they're perfectly cooked here.
Yes, trading the archers out for archers is the best thing Anatant can hope for in this case, because the real problem, those elephants, they would just not die at all. At this point, the raider elephants can handle the Keshiks without any real issues due to their veterancy. You can see these healer elephants, they're just not dying no matter how many arrows are coming at this point. I do wonder if Papipo has the increased healing upgrade at this rate. We can check in the Dome of Faith quickly. I don't think so, but he may perhaps do. Because the damage is just not there. He does not have it, no. It's the level 2 undermesh. Now he has level 2 ranged attack as well, though the archer numbers are minimal. It's just so much. These elephants will cause permanent idle time. They're not dying.
And the reinforcements are going to follow pretty shortly. We do see them pouring into the base. And Anatant desperately clicked up a bunch of Keshiks. He just needs to get the mass for himself, but he realizes this is enough, and he's not going to be able to take down this elephant mass inside his base. And now we see why Taklak gets banned every single time.
Indeed. A clinic displayed here by Papipo, showing exactly the strength of this civilization. Such a fantastic economy, early safety with those fishing ships that shoot arrows as well, and it's all manifested in these graphs right here. You see, as we mentioned, having access to an early pond on lockdown so early is an insurmountable nearly advantage on Kawasan. The economic count for Papipo was skyrocketed very early. It took so long for Anatant to catch up, and even when he does catch up, his economy is weaker by default anyway. So it's kind of, you're finding a losing battle from the very beginning unless you're able to get a significant lead, which Anatant has done a great effort in attempting. This villager pick at the beginning was so good, as well as the delay on the gold, but unfortunately that hiccup on the age up cost him so dearly, and on top of that it's difficult even in an even position against the Tukulak. Fantastic effort nonetheless, but it's a very difficult hill to overcome.
Now, 2 civilizations that slipped through. We can see this on our upcoming match. We see Japan and Ottomans made it through to the draft for Papipo. So, Papipo getting Ottomans, and I think this is one of the first time we actually get to see Ottomans being played, because everyone keeps sniping it out. People are constantly saying, Ottomans is too strong, we're not going to want to face this. So, with the Ottomans now going to be on Socotra, I must say, I'm really excited to see what this would actually mean. The thing is, Socotra is not a usual one-on-one map. Ottomans is not going to show that same type of power on Socotra as they would on a different map, most likely. And they can't go for the ball, so no sneaky ball plays. At the same time, we saw French on this map yesterday, and French looked okay. Not as you would expect the usual French to be, but they do still find those openings, depending on how open that gold spawns at the back.
Yeah, that's what's interesting. A lot of these more quirky maps, like Socotra, we had Mountain Clearing in the past, Front Range now as well. The design of the map often leaves very clear indication as to what civs are theoretically good there. But at the end of the day, counters are very important, right? And matchups are very important, even on maps where some civs might not feel most comfortable. We saw it yesterday, right, with French up against Macedonians. Socotra, not typically a great map for the French, whereas it can be, well, I mean, Macedonians is good everywhere, let's be honest, except for water, but these things can really muddy how effective a civ is in what matchup and on what map, and can lead to some very intriguing matchups, as we see right here in front of us, with Puppy Paw shockingly allowed to play Ottomans in the color red, against Anatan's French in the color yellow, and yeah, Puppy Paw is not risking anything. If there's a possibility of a boar, he's going to look to prevent it, and very smartly doesn't fully complete the barracks here. Well, as I said, that he completes it. But initially the idea there is, well, if he doesn't go on board, then I don't really need this barracks yet, and that wood may come in handy, but looks like he just commits to it anyway.
So with him not spotting that mill on the berries, he's just not going to have that information, plays it safe, pushes out. Now, what we saw a little bit on Socotra yesterday is that the spawn isn't always even. If we look at the gold spawns, here we can see that the gold is definitely going to be covered by the TC. And on the other side, you see that is a pretty nice spot. But this one, you do get to run around it quite a bit without being hit. So for Puppy Paw, this means that French will probably find a good opening to raid if he's not careful with those spears. But he only makes one spear for now, and it doesn't look like he's got any more on wood to keep producing. That one spear, it has a job to do here. It has a job to go and scout, see what your opponent's doing, but the job will not include being able to find any damage today. So with this, he can push some deer, at least try, because this nerf hit those deer pushes so hard. But at least there is that little bit of a presence. And when you're up against the French, you know knights are coming, so that spear will be useful eventually.
Does make you wonder why Puppy Paw did not opt for the military school opening instead here. I mean, of course, the risk of the boar or the deer is always there, and you want to have the adequate number of space to deal with that. But it's very easy for Ottomans to pivot into barracks after the military schools if they so choose it. And this could have potentially yielded Puppy Paw a slightly more economic age up in that regard, already having one of the military schools active with space being produced from it. But, as we mentioned, wants to make sure there is no room here for Anatan to breathe at all in terms of food, which is going to be the significant factor in this matchup. Historically, this matchup is a bit scary in the early parts of the feudal age for the Ottomans, and then it gets progressively easier and easier as they have this school set up, as they begin pumping Sipahi as well as spears to counter the French's knights and archers. It becomes so difficult for the French from a unit control perspective, because not only does your micro have to be on point against the full melee composition, but on top of it, you know, the Mechter alongside the Sipahi and Spearmen makes them such a fearful composition, which on a map like this, with less room for archers to kite and easier choke points for the spears and Sipahi to fall into with the knights and archers, it can be even scarier than normal, which is why this matchup can be a recipe for fireworks.
Now, Puppy Paw is already addressing one of those major issues that Ottomans or any civilization on this map will have, and that is being able to have the food. The Twin Minaret Madriz is just going to allow him to out-sustain that French aggression that we might see here from Anatan, because of course, French, they need so much to keep that knight spam going. And with this map, you need to get control of it pretty quickly. Now, usually with the knight civilization, that is quite easy to do, but Ottomans is not one of the easiest opponents to do that against. But like you said, that is usually with the military schools. This one barracks, it's going to be able to produce spears, but we've seen a lot of players opt for not going for any of those military schools early on. They're saying, hey, let's just invest in making units directly. And I can't wait to see if Papipo does exactly that. But the first knight is in queue, and Anatan, with that wheelbarrow, the villagers are not running too slowly around. They're having a pretty great time here. And it looks like he's just going to keep pumping out some knights to ensure that those spearmen need to be produced non-stop.
Socotra, a map often determined by that central boar, and I imagine in this matchup especially, it'll be no different today. All the fighting will revolve around that plentiful food bounty in the form of that boar, and Anatan looks to claim it as soon as he possibly can, and looks to be in a great position to do so. Only 2 spears on the field for Papipo. Sure, they'll beat the knight, but alongside the villagers here is not the case. Looks like Scout will be sacrificed, however, to make this possible. And Papipo has to be so careful here. He does manage to get good hits on the knight, but already one of the spears is trapped by the villager and will fall instantly. So the imams later on, they will not heal it, but he might exchange a villager for it as well, as a scout and the wolf are against Anatan in this position. Overall, that's a very interesting trade. I'd say it's worth it for Anatan. Even losing the villager, the boar is secured.
Getting the boar is just going to ensure that Anatan has the ability to keep pumping those knights. But we do see Tsipahis as our next follow-up. That now from a military school. So Papipo, he does believe in free units and isn't just going to pump everything out from real production buildings. He wants to make sure that there's a constant trickle of these units. Tsipahis, they do make life a lot more difficult, and they do deal with knights okay when the numbers are low, especially when mixed in with a handful of these spears. But that tower being built, that is just a little bit of idle time that also comes on out. It secures the boar, sure, but let's see how Papipo actually punishes this. Because the number of spears, they are getting quite scary, and that first Sipahi is being manually made as well. Archer follow-up now coming out from Anatan, and he's going to need a lot of them to handle those spears, but at the same time, the Sipahis will have something to say about that.
And with the imams down the field as well, Papipo can start looking for very aggressive trades as long as he does not sacrifice any of his units further from now on out, without it being absolutely necessary, of course. French's discount on the economic upgrades coming in very handy here for Anatan, because he already has his wheelbarrow and his double broadaxe, now getting his specialized pick as well. Survival techniques undoubtedly in by this point too, due to him having secured that ball. There's that Papipo. Even before Undermesh, he's going to look to at least cause a bit of idle time here. Prudent choice indeed. He shouldn't be in any real danger with his imams if he doesn't extend too far. Although, the focus fire from the archer as well as the outpost does cost one of the spears their lives. And I don't think Papipo quite has the burn power to commit to this yet. 2 spears down already. The knight has to be really careful. Sipahi didn't turn around to kill it. Instead pinches the scout instead. And it's a stalemate yet again. But the scout for 2 spears there, I'm not sure it's worth it, the idle time. Every military unit counts at this point, and Papipo has the lead for now, being the Ottomans, but 3 knights on the field already. The archers now mounting too. It's gonna get trickier and trickier with that boar.
It is definitely going to be tricky to keep gathering from it. That idle time feels like it did the damage Papipo wanted it to do. 2 spears being sacrificed, and again, taking down that second scout from Anatan. Anatan has manually remade this thing, and Papipo just says, you will not have vision on this. Now, the tower luckily provides the scouting needed for that middle ground, but the tower is now getting reinforced, and now things are going to become harder and harder. The problem is just the archer numbers are not there yet to pick these off quick enough, but the Sipahis, they need to be careful. Because these knights just want to charge them. But you see those trades with the knights. The knights are already... They're getting a little bit low. And a Sipahi turn could be very fruitful here for Papipo. He just needs to be careful with this handful of archers. But now the tower is going to be something that reminds us a little bit of these games from yesterday. So for all of you who watched that Tower of Wham, that thing stayed alive for so long. And it feels like Papipo is now faced against that same type of tower that is guarding this middle of the map, just to ensure that that ball keeps on producing. Another scout being made by Anatan too. The man respects the need for vision.
Yes, information. There's nothing more important in Age of Empires 4 than information. Knowing what your opponent is doing, what they're building, what they're producing, and where they're going with their economy. This is all what you need to know to give yourself the best chances of winning, especially on a map like this. Notice the Baki raid goes on the gold, but is discovered straight away as the villages are pulled back. And that fortification in the center on the boar outpost is absolutely crucial there for Anatan. The perfect timing as well, using the knights to delay the torch just enough for it to come through, because that timing with the Mechter, Undermesh and Imams was very scary indeed, and that's not a fight Anatan could ever win directly there. So the fortification makes it possible, and he will extend that boar. But look at this, Mareka. Behind this puppy boar finds the gold to go Castle Age as well.
And going Castle Age for the Ottomans is usually a little bit of a vulnerability point for them against civilizations like the French. I say with that beautiful connection, one of the spears going down, he wants to thin out these numbers as much as possible, but he has to be careful. Losing one of these could be tragic. Now, people, back to the man going castle. This feels good for Ottoman. You go castle, you get that extra military school, you start getting some siege as well, which is going to make that middle presence a little bit easier over time. But French usually has the ability to actually do some real damage, and we can see something sneaky there in the queue for Anatan. He's actually looking to deny a little bit of gold there from his opponent, getting himself a galley. Now that galley is going to sit right on top of the gold of Papipo, and the way the map has spawned just now, there's no safe gold. Oh, except for the one the knight just ran by, but that's it. No more safe gold. So once he's pushed off there, he's going to need to be very careful of these waters. Buys, though, ooh, they need to be a little bit more slippery for these guys, because if the knights start picking them off, things get very, very hairy for him.
Galley's a very intelligent play here by Anatan, and a staple of this map, as we've seen a bunch of times by now. The gold always unsafe from the seas to any kind of military ship, and Anatan's going to look to employ that fully, although Oddball has committed to the age up, but that means that Anatan, who has been fully committing to units, now has the military advantage, which is crucial in this position, because although most of the day are taken, the villagers are now forced to run back and idle, and a couple of spears falling here. Imam might lose his life as well if Papipo is not careful. They are running for their lives. The age up is going to finish just in the nick of time, only losing a couple of villagers to make that 2-3 now at this point. Could have been way worse there for Papipo. The timing was almost perfect. And Anatan looks to dive.
The issue is now, that is a pretty tough dive to get into if you are up against a bunch of spears. And Anatan respects this. He's making more knights, though, and getting that chivalry in finally. But the tower on the gold is doing the work he needs it to do. Papipo, seeing that this could be a threat, putting that tower down, makes it a little bit easier. You can see those villagers trying to get a little bit more gold, and all they are going to need to do is be able to put another mining camp right next to the tower. Then their lives should be safe, but that bit of idle time is giving Anatan a little bit more breathing room to move out onto the map. He knows he's got the pressure, he's got the numbers, he gets to dictate the food on the rest of the map. Imams, though, them staying alive, that's pretty massive here.
It's true. Any damage that Papipo has taken can be completely healed with those imams. And Anatan throwing up some prudent wards there on the left side, securing one of the angles of entry into his base. But the right side is still open, and Papipo is looking to take full advantage of that. There's plenty of vision here for Anatan to see, but is he paying attention is the question, and he is not. 42 gets activated. It's going to be an absolute massacre here on the gold line. Already 3 have fallen, make that 4. 5 at this stage. The Sipahi range as well as the attack speed is absolutely not to be underestimated.
That gets a bit of idle time there too. In the meantime, the knights have managed to pick off one of those imams. So the second one, standing a little bit far forward, those knights know exactly what they want to kill. And with these numbers, they should be able to dive to get the imam. One of the knights does become a kebab. Oh, never mind. Oh, never mind. He's dead. He's dead. I called it and uncalled it and cursed that poor knight to his own death. But he is being a little bit careful here around that TC. That TC, it did give me hints of crossbow fire. Can we take a quick look at the... Oh, we can't with this overlay with the vizier points, but it did. Yes, there we go. That TC is doing some good work. We do see field work that came out. And, of course, just ensuring that that base is a little bit safer.
Yeah, you've read my mind there. Pivotal pickup there by Puppy Paw. To extend his lifeline in his base makes it way harder for Anatan to dive, although if he's on the outskirts of his base, then there's no real need to dive, as plenty of units kind of getting thrown away here by Puppy Paw. The mech there dies, plenty of spears die as well, and all the villagers on the berries are exposed, some losing their lives in turn, although the knights now from Puppy Paw are hitting the field, and of course Anatan has the knight advantage, but these knights from Puppy Paw are indeed way stronger, being Castle Age at this point, and Anatan's still fully investing at this stage, not really able to age up. It's very dangerous to do so in this case because, well, you just don't have the economy for it, and if you stall military production, then suddenly people may exceed the knight count, which is when the game becomes very difficult indeed. So for now, Anatan will keep prowling like a shark, discovers the woodline again as an outpost is attempted to be built, but people quick on the reactions. Although without the imams now, all these knights that take damage can no longer be healed by Puppy, which is a very significant detail, as Anatan's knights can always still heal with that chivalry.
Ooh, but 2 knights pay the price. That TC is going through them like they're made of paper. 2 villagers did fall there under the towers. We can see with Puppy Paw now having to move out for a bit of food as well. The Lancers, though, they face the knights, and the knights of the French, they're still just good enough to face off against these. He's got to be careful under the TC, but Anatan, he's feeling pretty confident about where he is right now. The thing about playing against French, you just need to be able to handle knights diving your base. The base is doing a really good job at deterring them, but at the same time, with those numbers, he's just going to keep putting up that pressure, and Puppy Paw is nowhere near finding an answer to that food situation he's got going on, while Anatan still has quite a bit of food on the rest of the map that he gets to snack on.
Yes, the Twin Mirror Madress is only able to do so much for Puppy Paw here. It's a fantastic landmark for food, but at this point in time, you can only do so much when you want to actively produce knights in the Castle Age. Anatan has now the space he needs. The walls are up, the damage has been dealt, and the food is secured, which means Guildhall now halfway to completion. And a big wraparound from the knights here by Anatan. Very good move there to try to trap Puppy Paw's cavalry up against the wall. It is noticed in time, though. Only one of them goes down.
Now, with all of these horses just running around trying to find some damage, you know, Puppy Paw wants to keep the Knights of Anatan busy. He realizes the longer the game goes, the better it may be for him just to get that economy going. But you see the very opportunistic villagers all the way out there trying to get a bit of gold, but it does get shut down by a little boat now from the Puppy Paw, ensuring that Anatan's not the only one controlling land from water. Now, 2 mangonels. That feels pretty good to have.
Indeed it does. That's going to be what Puppy Paw needs to deal with this backline from Anatan. It will even discount crossbows, arbaletrie, if Anatan decides to go into them. Third one is on its way by now as well. And a big trap though by Anatan. Fantastic move yet again. More knights are being bled by Puppy Paw, and again, look at those health bars. These knights cannot heal unless Puppy Paw invests into imams yet again, which at this point he doesn't really have the economy to do. Still behind in economic upgrades he is, and Anatan, they're leaving a clinic here as the French against the Ottomans.
And this is where the French really shines. We've now had a position where he's just constantly getting a few extra villagers. It's starting to take. Ottoman keeps up with this by having those military schools. We'll see if that's going to be enough, because right now the Janissaries are out, so they deal pretty well with knights, but in bigger numbers. Right now you see these knights feeling very, very happy about just going to fight a bunch of villagers, and they will get some victims falling like flies. 3 villagers down, just like that. And Anatan is attacking in more than one position as well. The mangonels, though, they are ready to defend, but they are in a risky position out there too.
Yes, it has been clicked. The Vizier point has been clicked. The Janissaries are on the field, and this is what Puppy Paw might need for potentially a game-ending push that he, with the disadvantage that he finds himself under, will likely want to go for. Being significantly behind in economy by this point, and the guild hall, as we know, is now ticking. The food is accruing faster and faster. Most likely food, I say, at least. That's typically the option to go for. Springboard ship here by Anatan, Hulk I should say, finds damage on the berries, picks off the villagers. Puppy Paw does not react there, focused on other matters entirely instead. But with these mangonels, Janissaries, It's definitely a very strong army for Poppypaw, but the mass is the concern here, isn't it? So much more on the field here for Anatan, so many more archers and knights, and they are now veterans as well in this castle age, whereas having most of his maps secured, Anatan has as well. It's a great position to be in, although playing it safe against Ottomans is always a very scary thing to do.
Now, Poppypaw is investing a little bit more onto the water, trying to get a bit of control from there. He knows that the Gauls are so close to the shorelines, so he's trying to make sure that the water is in his hands, and he will be able to take down quite a few of these ships. We do see this poor Spriggle ship getting chased down, and finally, for the first time in history, an arrow ship beats a Spriggle ship. And now we'll be moving towards that goal to try and shut down Anatan, because Anatan's damage has been insane. He's picked up so many villagers from the sides, but you can see Poppypaw here is about to find a big group of villagers right above him there on the berries.
You're exactly right. So many of the villagers are there, and this could be a very big discovery. Although, Anatan's knights are circling around the back. It does notice, okay, the galley does get a few shots off there, but not quite enough to get any kill. You know, Anatan was looking for the wraparound with the knights, but has to be very careful not to get trapped in here. Those Janissaries will absolutely melt through them like butter if they get the good connections. Poppypaw again with another galley discovering the gold here for Anatan, and this is significant idle time at this stage, the gold. There's not much of it in the bank for Anatan, actually investing now into Gallius as well, just to fully secure those waters.
And this tower feels like it's paid off so much already. Just hitting the units from over that wall as well while they're trying to burn it down. Do you see Anatan? He got the idle time, right? His villagers have been running around, but at the same time, this fallback. He's going to the wood. He's feeling pretty confident about this, especially with those knight numbers. Now, Poppypaw's base feels quite secure at this point. The problem is just he's going to need to move out. We can see the gold per minute showing us a very clear story of both of these people just struggling for resources. And the water now is mostly controlled here by Poppypaw. Now, Anatan, though, he's invested in, I would say, what is that ship, Myriad?
That is a galleass. French, alongside Ottomans, I believe, are the only two civilizations in the game, well, JD as well, I guess, with access to a cannon ship in the Castle Age. Now, it's not quite a Carrack or a Bouchard, it's not as strong, but it's still very strong. It's just a stronger Springboard ship with pretty effective use against buildings as well. So that's going to tear through any ship Poppypaw can make. Of course, demos will deal with it very effectively if Poppypaw does look to invest into one. But it looks like he'd rather invest into just killing Anatan instead. Easier said than done, considering the Massey as the Mangonels fire off immediately, 4 of them on the field, boosted by the attack speed of the mech there. We can see just how Anatan's mass swallows up Poppypaw whole here. The archers are melting through the Janissaries. There's just not enough meat on the field here. Anatan breaking through, getting on top of the Mangonel so they can't even shoot, and the damage has been done. Poppypaw cannot keep up with the amount of units. GG is cold, and neck in neck these two find themselves.
And just like that, one of the strongest civilizations in the game is now deleted for Poppypaw. The man got Ottomans through, but Anatan had a plan for it, and his French looked solid. Beautiful play here by Anatan. We can see that economy count just always being a little bit ahead. Now, of course, you have to keep in mind the military schools, but those raids, every single dip we see was a knight that found a victim. So let's go see what that next draft looks like to see if Poppypaw can get that game 3 on his side, and it's going to be on Frisian Marshes. Now, Myriad, I love a good Frisian Marshes, but when I look at these picks, I'm feeling very positive for Anatan. Aeobits has been looking so good on Frisian. And Sengoku, they don't get as much airtime, but we'll see what Poppypaw believes they can do out here.
It could be a very exciting matchup indeed. As you mentioned, Aeobid, kind of a classic pick on Frisian by now. With so many little ponds full of fish, that half-price discount on the docks becomes extra fruitful here when you are justified to make so many of them. And that can be a massive advantage for a civilization like the Aeobids, of course. Sengoku, however, not to be underestimated either. They have 0 bonuses for fishing. However, they do indeed have the Yatai, which do count shoreline fish as well, very fruitfully indeed. So getting a lot of food on them is not difficult by any means, and they will absolutely tear through the Iobids in a feudal on feudal fight, which is quite often what Frisian does devolve into, doesn't it? Challenging that fishing back and forth. And when it comes to cavalry in the feudal age, not many outdo the Sengoku daimyo, that's for sure. But it's not always just about feudal, right? When it comes to that castle age, things can open up a lot. Fantastic knights Sengoku has access to, but Iobids as well, with the camel lancers, can always find fantastic damage.
Now, that's one thing that I had a discussion about on stream yesterday as well. When I asked Beastie about the matchup and how do you even deal with Aeobids, he was like, Yari. I'm like, okay, but what if they make Yari? I'm like, what about Yari? And apparently you just make more Yari and you'll be good. Now, that's the interesting part about this. With Sengoku, they just have a little bit of more food with those yatais. So Yari will definitely be a pretty good answer to what is out here. But you also have to consider that with the archers that you can just mass because they are so much cheaper, it feels like Aeobids is going to need to find a good way to do devastating damage to a civ like Sengoku. At the same time, their docks are cheap. They get to dictate a little bit of that pace of how much do I invest on water, how much is there going to be on land. But before we get into just this game, I just want to take a quick look at what we have banned in front of us. Because as we get to the top 4, we see constantly different civilizations getting banned against other players. So Ottomans and Sengoku, pretty standard here. I think most people getting rid of Ottomans early on. Sengoku has been something that is a little bit back and forth, but Byzantines in that mix like as well. We fixed. Don't worry. Guys, Discord just died on us. No, it was still luckily on stream. Stream didn't miss me, but Discord, poor guy died. Quick. But we're back. What about Papi Paul's draft? How do you feel about his bans and priorities out here?
It's looking quite standard, right? It's getting to the point now, at the beginning of the qualifiers for Road to Red Bull Wololo, everything was still up in arms. No one was quite sure how strong civs are, how they match up with the new ones. In the map pool as well, it's always very difficult in such a short turnaround time. But now we're starting to see some patterns arise here, right? Of course, Japanese by now a staple, and Malians, Chinese banned out. Anatan has lost Ottomans and Sengoku in turn. And then we see the classics, right? Tughlaq for the hybrid. Lancaster is always really solid. Delhi and Jushi. Jushi very flexible. Can do well on land and on hybrid. Usually on hybrid nowadays, though. And of course, Anatan, Macedonians is just looking better and better every time we see them in action, it feels like. Iobids naturally. Golden Horde. People sleep on Golden Horde, I'm telling you. This civilization is actually kind of insane.
Now, Golden Horde has found a lot of homes. We've seen it on Hill and Dale. We've seen it on Balldland as well. So I'm excited to see where Anatan might pull this one out. But we can see he's really excited to show us what Macedonians can do. And with the maps that we see it being sniped on, he's still got two very viable choices. They don't do too bad on Dry Arabia. They don't do bad on Balldland. So he's got a pretty strong civilization in his pocket every single time. And alongside it, one of the civs that is also prioritized as ban very often is Malians. So it's going to get to a point where Papi Paul's like, which one of these evils do I need to face instead? Papi Paul, on the other hand, he's got Japan. Japan, it has shown us time and time again that it can adapt to anything. But guys, it looks like it's time for us to go see what Aeobids and Sengoku can do on Frisian Marshes. Let's go see what this hybrid map is going to offer us.
Neck and neck these two find themselves, and that tie will be broken here on Frisian Marshes as Papi Paul, with the Sengoku daimyo spawning in the north side of the map, facing Anatan in the color yellow, as the Aeobids, opting for a dock opener here as well as a mill, so full greed here for Anatan. Papi Paul on the other hand, of course, with the Matsuri towards the wood line, Yatai very soon to come out as well. And you might be wondering, well, why not go for docks instead of Yatai? The Yatai are just very much more cost efficient at this rate than fishing ships, way easier to get out. I believe Sengoku daimyo does still have the fishing ship discount that Japanese have, but it's kind of small for a map like this, right? It's gonna add up, but your main investment is docks as opposed to fishing ships, really, having to build so many of them, which you don't really save many costs there. I think most people would rather take Iobid's discount over Sengoku's on this kind of a map any day of the week. So that is definitely an advantage, but Iobid does not have the Yatai, and as we mentioned, when it comes to having to use mobility to your advantage, which definitely is the case often on this map, Sengoku does it exceptionally well with some of the fastest horsemen in the game, and some of the best horsemen in the game on top of it. Makes it so difficult for the Iobids to do anything other than try to fast castle, but that is often how you open yourself up to pressure, and with pretty vulnerable gold spawns, Anatand might be in a tricky situation because of that.
Yes, getting control of one gold will very easily mean getting control of the other. So Anatan definitely needs to keep this game in his hands. Now, with the Sengoku bonuses, we have to talk about those yatais, not just because they are going to provide the food, of course, they work out a little bit more cost efficient, but what this means for the long-term investment. So with these yatai being out here and not getting contested early on, because of course Aobids is now working their way onto the water, they're trying to get that fish bonus as much as they can, that's going to mean that the yatai get to tick for longer without getting contested. Which just means you get that bonus on your Matsuri so much quicker without being contested. And I think this is also why it's such an important thing for Sengoku to focus on, to ensure that your yatai come out instead of you just going out and going for fishing. So you do open yourself up to having a little bit of access to the ponds later on too. But Anatand, he's going to need to find a way to shut those down, because once the bonus kicks in, things get very difficult for any matchup that needs to play against them.
Oh, those central boars as well. Important detail is the yatai pacifies the boar around it, so that boar, even one villager can take it in theory. It will take him a day to cut down that boar, but he will get it done eventually. So gaining control of the center here for Sengoku can be vital towards their efforts to win a game. That Papipo is actually going to go even greedier than we originally anticipated, likely committing to all three yatai here. And actually, speaking of villagers, looks like Papipo has something spicy planned, because a villager gets spotted mid-map by Anatan's scout. And where is he headed? He could look to try to counter-dock, but I mean, I was going to say, Anatan just has to pull his villager to prevent it, but his own villager has taken a bit of a slapping from Papipo's scout, so that's not going to be an option. Is he just counter-docking? This is bizarre.
Now, we do see the spears are the ones coming to join this party too. Anatan joining that spear army. Both of them will be having a spear off early on, and he knows he needs to do this because gold is going to get under siege. Just like you said, with a double gold spawn on the same side, you get control of the one, you get control of the other. And Papipo, being a greedy goose here, going for a dock himself after getting triple yatai into a barracks and spears, he is hoping to get every bit of advantage he can. Those yatais might be done ticking before the next age has begun.
This Dark Age investment from two civilizations that virtually never played Dark Ages, I would not have predicted this, I can tell you that for sure. This is quite radical, but it makes sense really. I mean, I guess neither of them want to risk losing the tempo on the map, getting harassed on the fishing, so they're just gonna try to prevent it entirely. Anatan, though, finds the gold needed for the fast age up. Culturing advancement on the way is going to come in pretty quickly for him here, which is pretty pivotal in this spear fight, because once the hardened upgrade is in, his spears are just completely better, and he will be able to not only start pushing away these yatai, but also take Papipo off of gold. Although Papipo not far behind himself either, banking up quite a bit of gold. He might even look to buy some food with that gold if he wishes.
And with him being out here on the map, it already feels so good. Papipo has this economy set up. He's got the barracks ready, so he can pull back in that moment. But the spears from Anatan are going to be a little bit of a worry as they get to move out and try to shut down these yatai. And this is usually where things spiral out of control. When you get us around, but instead he gets us around with the spears, but it's 5 against 5, and these are Dark Age of each. We'll see the micro going down for Anatan, losing the first spear. Papipo instantly backing off. He does not want to risk more. He loses one, but these are getting low. Reinforcements are arriving. Not full HP though, so he does need to be careful. 20 seconds until that age up arrives.
Goka Township now for Poppypaw on the way as well. Very, very good on this map indeed. You can see plenty of stealth forests to use to your advantage, both on the flanks towards the ponds, but also directly in the center, where often a lot of the action happens later in the game on this map. Scout spots Poppypaw's villager yet again, who looks to build another dock. That would be Poppypaw's second dock at this point in time. But the age up is through now for Anatan, and he does have his upgrade on the way, but by the time he gets across the map, I'm not sure it's going to make too big of an impact for him, as Poppypaw is not far behind either, and he's going to be able to have the Shinobi to help on the defense if needed, which would definitely cancel out the hardened upgrade.
Oof, and we can see that Yatai getting that surround. That's exactly what I was talking about. People very often underestimate how easy it is to get that surround and to body block. Poppypaw does not want to take any risks. Will lose this Yatai, but some of the spears might be in a bit of danger as the stealth forest is right there and the Shinobis will be in position to spawn here. Yatai coming out with... Never mind. The man will go down. Shinobis spawn and the spears will be falling here pretty quickly with that debuff being thrown right on top of them. Now, these Dark Age spearmen are putting up a pretty good fight, but the Shinobis are just too good.
I'm a little surprised by Poppypaw there. I feel like he definitely could have looked to save that Yatai completely. It's such an expensive loss this early on. Sure, he might have taken some inadequate trades on the spears, but I feel like saving the Yatai for 1 or 2 spears should be worth it there. Could have maybe sped up the landmark a little bit as well for the Shinobi to get them through, but so many things to focus on at this stage. It's hard to always do the right thing in all the right circumstances. Anatan, though, with the archers already on the field and plenty of them indeed, looking to go across the map yet again to challenge Poppypaw. But it's a scary position because if Poppypaw does go into those Yari, then these archers are prone to being picked off, which is going to be on the menu, as well as by now a second archery range for Poppypaw. And the Yuumi, well, the Yuumi are arguably the best archers in the feudal age.
Now, at the start, they're not as great without that damage buff, especially with the numbers are so much lower. Anatan has invested quite a bit, but they will very quickly pick up. With 2 archery ranges, it is not going to be a difficult transition for him at all. Now, what I love to see here is Poppypaw understands how important keeping this fishing is going to be, because it's going to keep these units busy for as long as he needs to do this little bit of a Yari switch that is going to deal with the archers of Anatan. So he does get his fishing boat's protected by getting a galley out there, and Poppypaw, he is gonna need to be careful, because now you are the one with less units. Your opponent has completely invested, and Anatan is not stopping. Now getting horsemen as well. The man wants to be aggressive here. The Yuumis, though, are standing in position and ready to start sniping.
Antan has to be so careful. He has the military lead, but stepping up with full infantry against cavalry is always very, very difficult, even if it's only... Well, to be fair, it's only 1 Yari, let's be honest. It's not that threatening yet. But a second Yari now joins the fray. Hello. And now the spears come to meet to defend the archers. But this is how you can prevent the Yuumi from getting out of hand. As you correctly mentioned, Mareka, they are very strong, but initially not so much. We don't even have Steeled Arrow in yet for Poppypaw. And of course, the Oda clan Daimyo is still very far away, including the upgrade for the +1 damage as well. Very expensive indeed. These are all luxuries right now for Poppypaw. Luxuries he is in no position to afford, as he now is forced heavily on the defensive. And anytime one of these Yuumis gets picked off favorably here for Anatan, it gets worse and worse for Poppypaw. This is what he needs, though. The Yari now looking to raid, and they're so effective at this, picking off reinforcements and raiding. The extra 2 damage against cavalry helps them immensely as well.
Now, I would like to take a look at that Matsuri just to see what the bonus is at currently, because that bad boy is... Yeah, just click him. Just click him. Let us see. 15%. That feels pretty good. These villagers are just working that a bit harder to ensure that there is so many more units coming out of Poppypaw. The Poppypaw's numbers are starting to look scary. But you have to ask yourself, how much is Anatan going to invest before going to a castle himself and then getting some units that can handle this pretty well? He is floating a lot of food, trying to spend it on as many horses as possible. But at the same time, your production buildings limit you for how many you're going to pump out there. So the resources stacking up does beg the question, is he considering his options as well?
Actually, it does look like Anatan is trending towards that castle slowly. The food is banked up, but as he gets charged on, there's a bit of a reinvestment now all of a sudden. Doesn't want to pull this trigger too early. It gets very scary against Sengoku with their superior food income. Even now, despite Anatan's advantage in docks, you can see the food income still in favor of Poppypaw here, who looks to punish this overextension potentially by Anatan, but with the horseman present from Anatan as well, it gets a bit trickier here on the micro for Poppypaw. He has to be so careful about this engagement. Those spears have to die. Shinobi should be called in quite soon as well, but it's a bit difficult because the stealth forests are quite far, although the one on the left could be very accessible here for Poppypaw. Another thing to evoke, so it makes it very difficult, but the Yari are on top of the archers now, and there's so many of them falling. There is a galley in production, but there's a question whether maybe a demo here would be better to trap right as these Yari come to the shore, but galley is still some ways out. By that point, all the archers will be dead.
This was such an expensive loss here for Anatan. Anatan losing every single archer he was poking with. And now Poppypaw is in that spot where you do not want to let Sengoku get to. He is just going to keep pumping horses, keep pumping these archers for the cheapest of prices. And like you said, they're great. Best archer in the game, but especially if there's nothing to snipe them out. And that's exactly what is happening here. Anatan now opts for that demo ship, but a little bit too late with the horses now getting on top and trying to torch this down.
Not the fight and engagement Anatan was looking for at that point. Slightly overextended against such a strong force of Yumi and Yari cavalry spells doom, and that's exactly what occurred there. He still has plenty of units in reserve still, but he's forced a little bit on the defensive. As I say that though, the horsemen are still marching around and has to be so careful to keep track of them because these losses are mounting up. This horseman almost killed instantly upon running into those Yari, only a couple of hit points on it left. Now Poppypaw looking to challenge the center of the map as well. Wheelbarrow coming in for Anatan now, and he has so many docks at this point that his food income is looking great, but Castle Age, which is where he really wants to go, is quite far away still, and getting there in a good position is easier said than done.
Anatan is trying to use these low HP horses to go down, especially because he hasn't spotted that first Daimo yet. The first Daimo has been built, as far as I know. Yeah, there we go, in queue. Right now, he's going to get his first one, ensuring that these horses, they are just going to be attacking a little bit harder. And soon enough, if he decides to go for the upgrade, they're going to be running away pretty quickly. Anatan is not going to be able to say anything against that. Poppypaw getting the +2 attack for them as well. This is going to make sure that these things feel extra slippery. But he's about to click up to castle. He's got the resources in the bank. He's got the bonus behind his base, and the sake brewery is placed down. This is going to be some really safe gold for the man.
And it's looking a bit... It's looking more and more dire for Anatan here, if we're being completely honest, right? The age up here for Poppypaw, I mean, being ahead in terms of the age up start, as most civs compared to Ayubit, is generally a horrible position for Ayubit to be in, and it's definitely no different here because Sengoku, an absolute powerhouse in that castle age with access to the mounted samurai as well as plenty of bonuses like the sake brewery that we mentioned, so much great gold, and advancement has been used, so there's no fast age up here for Anatan. He has clicked his up now. It's going to be Mastersmiths here, interestingly enough. He might sense that he's behind in the timing and could need this to actually survive the initial push from Poppypaw. Higo Yumi coming in as well, additional +1 damage on these Yumi when they are under the influence of a daimyo.
And with the archers that he's got, he's probably thinking to himself, I need +2 damage as quickly as I can get it because I'm about to get flooded with whatever he decides to bring. And Mastersmith is still a minute and a bit out, which means that Poppypaw is going to start making those mounted samurai with nothing from Anatan's side to actually answer to that. But that Daimo already getting its value. We see 3 total dead villagers. Now, keep in mind, some of those were fishing ships, but more are taking damage and falling. Another one almost paying the price here, but he does get it out. Now, the villagers from Poppypaw, we do see him now out on the map and slowly going to be needing to get out to get some food. But this goes for both of them. Especially with the docks now going to be the ones in danger. The daimyo is surrounded and the villagers try to fight back, but 8 villagers have fallen total. And you ask yourself, is there anything Anatan can do to get control of this again?
Very little, frankly, right? I mean, Ayubid, they're known for being such a strong, rapid, tempo-based civilization. They always like to be, and definitely normally are, one step ahead of their opponent, whether it's with an age up, a compositional switch, or just in the right place at the right time. Sadly for Anatan, none of those cases are true here for him. There's the difficulty, as we mentioned, in contesting that feudal age against a stronger feudal civilization like the Sengoku is so tough. It's so difficult to play from then on, and sure, you want to go castle age, but you're so vulnerable in the feudal age if you go so naked on this kind of a map. And, you know, if you don't get to castle age in an advantageous position, a civilization like Sengoku can quickly run away with the game. Only now Anatan finishes his age up, has 4 camo lances in queue, but there's already 9 mounted samurai on the field for Papipo. The numbers tell a very clear tale here, and Anatan is gonna have to make a miraculous defense here.
Now, he's got +2 on every single one of his units here, so those Yumis are not going to be hitting as hard as they'd want, but they need to wait for the veterancy on these archers. Papipo knows there's a timing here, and he's attacking into it. This is a little bit of a choke point here, and the archers are firing right through. Now with the veterancy kicking in, they're going to start hurting a lot more. And he does need to be careful, but the camel lances are in the mix. The mounted samurais, though, these things are hitting like trucks, and it just doesn't feel like Anatan's damage is going to be enough for these.
No, definitely not. As we mentioned, the Master Smith was more of a necessity than a choice there for Anatan, but it seems like even that might not be enough for him to survive in this position. Even the Shinobi come into the fray. Less damage dealt by all of Anatan's units is crippling in this position as the Mounted Samurai carve through the camels like butter and are soon to jump onto the backline of archers before this, and the villagers are next on the chopping block. This game is over for Anatan.
Now with these archers, he's doing a pretty good job at trying to clean these up, but every single one of those shinobis took away a whole shot of arrows that could have been used to take down Papipo's army. Now Papipo has lost a significant amount, but it does not matter. More and more are coming, and I don't care about the DC fire. He knows he's got this. Anatan taps out, and Papipo takes game number 3 in a pretty convincing fashion. It feels like Papipo knew exactly what the limitations are of Sengoku, when to attack or when to pull back, and he just got to that mass where it's pretty difficult to find an answer to. So Anatan, he took a loss against Sengoku, and that shouldn't feel too tough, but this is match point. This is his life in this week, so he needs to pull out all the stops to try and make this come back. But the next map is his choice, and we'll see what he decides to go for.
It's true, it is match point, and as you mentioned, losing to Sengoku isn't much of a shame. Frankly, the civilization is also just fantastic. It is even more potent than Japan on these land maps. Japan's main strength comes from its flexibility. It can even play water maps, and it's often less limited in certain matchups because of the safety of something like the Kura storehouse. But in these kind of situations, Sengoku does what Japan does even better. And that is where they can really shine, as showcased here by Papipo. And it's a tough one for Anatan from the get-go. I mean, Ayubid, a fantastic civilization, but against these really dive-prone, aggressive feudal civilizations that can push the issue with good economies behind them. Something like Macedonian is another good example of this. It would be kind of a similar-looking game almost if it was Macedonian instead of Sengoku. I think it's very difficult for them, because they don't want to stay and fight in the feudal age, but they often can't survive if they go to the castle age in these positions. So it makes it very difficult for you in terms of game plan. What do you even do? What are you fighting for in the feudal age, if not just to buy yourself space to even be in an even position with your opponent? And it results in this if you can't make it materialize, which is so difficult to do. But as you mentioned, he has the map pick, and we already have it confirmed. Anatan looks to lean on one of his best, the Malians, up against Papipo's Delhi, and this is a classic matchup by now, isn't it? And it feels like every time we see it, someone else wins.
That is the issue, I think, between these civilizations. We had a clear counter between these. I remember a few seasons ago, you would go on ladder, you'd be like, oh, big Malians, oh no, Delhi, they're going to destroy me. Then all of a sudden, things flipped. But now we're getting into that weird position where with the sofas, a lot of what they can do, it feels a lot more slippery than the Ghazis do because they just hit so much harder when they get on your eco. But that's why I feel like Dry Arabia is a bit of a safer pick when you're up against the Malians anyway. But what I love to see is the fact that Anatan was just like, no Japanese for you. We know what this can do. I just felt your Sengoku. I'm not going to give you the parent civilization. At the same time, Papipo also doesn't want to face off against that China and would rather go up against the Malians, which China has been one of the civs that we also don't know exactly where to place, because a lot of players are banning it. Some just leave it out completely, but it doesn't feel like it's one of those first pick civilizations all the time. It is very, very situational. And Papipo tells us Malians is the one I will shut down instead. Now, with the meta on Malians, where do you think we land with that, with the food situation going up against someone like the Delhi?
It's a difficult one to call, because at the end of the day, again, it becomes a matter of survival, doesn't it? That's what Anatan's going to have to do. He's going to have to survive until he has those cows necessary to really exceed Papipo's income by a significant margin. Papipo who looks to the Delhi to secure him the victory in the semi-final. Anatan makes Malians his stand here to look to recover and tie up this series yet again. And Dry Arabia is the map of choice. So Anatan looking to lean on the classic here, the most staple of all maps, wanting to simply outplay Papipo on an even ground with no shenanigans. Although plenty of shenanigans on offer here with these two civilizations for sure.
Now, Papipo is going for a nice little interesting scouting pattern here. And I absolutely love to see what these players do on Dry Arabia. Because with Dry Arabia, the sheep, sometimes these boys just cluster. But Papipo, he's going to go straight to see what is cooking here. 5 sheep on his scout. And I would love to see what the other one does. But he does spot that gold, so he knows exactly where he needs to hit later on. And Papipo on the other side. Let's go see what Anatan found with his, double gold, as well as our observers pointing out on the opposite side here. Now, I want to take a second to also look at that mini-map the moment we're done with the scouts. Look, yeah, there we go. We don't have the same gold situation here for Papipo. Now, luckily for him, he's playing the Delhi. But if this was a Malian spawn, you would be in a pretty tough spot as far as this goes, because they are very exposed. Now, Anatan, though, he's got a pretty good spot for the Malians and getting the gold up in a safe manner, especially when the Delhi aggression comes out here.
Aggression is going to be the name of the game here for Papipo. You have to put pressure on those Malians and lead the matchup through map control with those sacred sites, with those raids using the Ghazi Raiders, the mass that you can exceed on the sofa initially. It can get very tricky later on, but if you're able to get that lead from the get-go with the Delhi, then you look to run away with that lead later on, either with a castle timing and then a death push, or potentially even stalling out the game up to way beyond the Fulani even matters into that Imperial Age. Either is an option depending on the game state here for Papi, but initially, of course, it's going to be the Dome of the Faith, matched against the Mansa Quarry here from Anatan's Malians.
Now, with Mansa Quarry, you have your pretty standard age up, and you got a lot of answers to switch through. When your gold gets under pressure, you still have that solid trickle of gold, even when it gets a little bit heavy. But what I wanted to talk about for a second here is yesterday, we saw Malians play a little bit differently. One of our players yesterday decided not to opt for a cow boom, but rather just go for pure units and focus everything into that, especially with civilizations that are used to you just sitting back and doing your Malian eco things. So I would love to see how Anatan adapts to the fact that we're going to be up against some pretty aggressive Ghazis early on. So he probably does not want to give Papipo that breathing room to just capture all the sacred sites and get further ahead. Now the wood lines here are pretty nice for him, so he won't be in too much danger when those raids do happen. But at the same time, what is he going to prioritize here? Because a lot of people, they go for that stable early on, even when up against the Ghazis. But at the same time, you want to get your Donzos out to handle the Ghazis when they do get a little bit close.
Yeah, that's the difficulty with the Sofa, right? Although they are stronger, pound for pound, than the Ghazi Raider, the issue becomes the speed as well as the healing. If you want to raid with those Sofas, you better be damn well aware of where those Ghazi raiders are, because one Sofa peeled off to the gold is suddenly surrounded by 3 Ghazis, and Sofa is like, snuff, snuff, guess I'm dead, and it's all over from then on. And you have to be so careful with those trades, because you lose a Sofa here, a Sofa there, and before long, you're so behind in military count that you can no longer survive the dive.
Now, this is a pretty solid loot here for Anatan as he goes and delivers the food to all the hungry villagers just ready to gather. But we do see that stable instantly coming down for Puppy Paw. As is standard, the man is going to be pumping out those Ghazis, just getting out here, ensuring that Mr. Marlian's Anatan does not boom too much with all those pit mines. But we do see the villager already building on top of that second pit mine for Anatan, so he is ready to capitalize off of all of this. And he needs to get every bit of gold that he can, because once the Ghazis come, his responses are going to need to be perfect. We do see the barracks being the first choice here, and it makes a lot of sense. You're playing it safe, and you're going to have an answer to most of what's coming to your base.
Second pit mine here is really early by Anatan. He's looking to get as much of it up as he can before those first Ghazi raiders look to interrupt it completely. A greedy opening, but one that can pay fruit later on. Double Broadaxe has also been prioritized by Anatan, so looking to go for his economic upgrades instead of any early cows, which is always an interesting choice, I find. It's going to be the Donzo opener as well, so no Sofa reliance here by Anatan, at least initially. You might just look for these Donzo to secure his secondary pit mine, and then he can look to go into that cavalry if he chooses. I know Anatan is one of the types of Malian players who does love to go for that full melee composition. The Donzo alongside the Sofa can be very prudent up against Archer Ghazi, but oftentimes the Delhi will have no issues mixing in spears, and that's when it gets quite a bit more complicated for the Malians. Because then, with the tri-composition, with Scholars mixed in for the Delhi, that's a tough fight for you as the Malians, very tough indeed, especially with the Sacred Side gold ticking behind us the whole time, as it's so easy for the Delhi to just directly buy wood, buy food if they need to, keep remassing endlessly and take good fight after good fight.
And I love how quickly Puppy Paw is pivoting here to archers. He's making sure that when these Donzos do arrive, he's going to find a quick solution to them. Blacksmith also coming out early on here. And with the Donzos, they got some good hits on the Ghazis, but Puppy Paw is playing it safe. He pulls the Ghazis back instantly. Doesn't want to overcommit, get one too low, because with those scholars, you want to get them researching for as long as possible before you start moving out. But it's getting to that point where he's gonna start moving out. The capture of the Sacred Site is imminent, but Sofas are in the composition already. Anatan is ready for that archer switch, and these archers are going to need to be so careful. But what you said earlier about those Sofas, they don't heal up like we see with the Ghazis, and very quickly, if the Sofa gets targeted, he falls or just gets to a point where you can easily snipe him out, and your Ghazis just get to go back and heal back up.
These are the situations where the extra 2 damage against heavy units for the Ghazi Raiders comes in so handy. That mace cracking through that plate armor that they have very easily indeed. And it's going to make it very difficult to find good fights here for Anatan. He needs a decisive fight whenever one occurs. He cannot let these Ghazis disengage and heal up, as that is when the value will be accrued and the fights will start getting harder and harder for him. But that is the difficult thing to do here as the Malians. The first Sacred Site capture is on the way. Puppy Paw opts for the far right one instead of going for the center, perhaps realizing that the center one is actually skewed a bit closer towards Anatan's base than his, so that might make it tricky for him to capture it. This is what we mean, the Sofa. 2 of them look to cancel that side, but are met by so many Ghazi Raiders, and they are already getting chipped away.
Now, these Ghazis are very happily trading here. As we see, they just run out a little bit faster. Gets in, gets a hit off, and turns back. Snarf, snarf, they go far away, running for their lives. But they know they're just going to go heal up and take this fight yet again. The Sofas, though, they need to be looking at a different plan here. What are we going to do? Because if we hit, we have to kill something. We can't just keep taking these trades.
Exactly right. One of the Ghazis now pulls back to be healed, hopefully. And Puppy Paw, that's what we're talking about, right? He has to be so careful because he has the advantage over long drawn out engagements. He can peel the units back and heal them, but in a direct head-on fight, well, that composition is very scary for Anatan indeed. We speak about this dynamic constantly. Full melee, spears alongside cavalry against cavalry archers. It's so difficult for the cavalry archer player from a micro perspective. It's so much harder to control and micro to kite effectively, screen for your archers with the cavalry, whereas realistically, all the melee player has to do is just has to make sure that he goes past your cavalry with his cavalry on top of your archers. It's, you know, it's not exactly difficult, frankly, but that's what makes it so effective. It allows you to focus on other things, and that is why it's such a great composition to go for. And Papipo recognizes this, which is why spears are now on the way as well.
Now, Anatan is floating quite a bit of gold in the bank, and this speaks volumes about what Papipo is doing to the poor man. He's spreading him into every single corner, attacking on multiple fronts, because that's the problem when you're fighting up against Delhi. You need to be everywhere. So Anatan he was on one cow, but he has since eaten said cow, and the poor man he's got no cow economy pumping in. So this is not the same Malians pressure we usually see out of people. This is a very starving, hungry Malians who is going to need to move out onto the map pretty soon if he wants to keep making these units constantly. But he does give some pretty good pickups here, so Papipo needs to be careful.
Despite the lack of cows, it's not like Anatan cannot afford them. Almost 1,000 gold has been banked up by this stage. Actually spends a lot of it right now instantaneously. I think some cows probably did get queued up finally. And he definitely has the gold to do so. And that is what's going to start really propelling his food income slowly and steadily. He has been eating them for a while now. We see those carcasses underneath that town center. Actually, the layout of his base isn't very accommodating for a Fulani corral down the line, which is... well, a concern for a later day, let's say. Well, not day, but later minute in the game. As Papipo now keeps remassing constantly, he has actually halted space for now, which is a bit curious and actually pushes it out quite boldly despite that. He has to be very careful here not to get collapsed upon as the sofa. Now, match with the Donzos to go onto the mass, and as we said, there's very little space here, and there's not enough Ghazis here either to stem this tide. This is exactly the kind of engagement Anatan wants. These archers cannot get away. There's just no space.
And this switch just speaks volumes about the front line and how important it is to have said front line. The archers are just not enough to pick off those Donzos. So with the archer numbers dwindling, with the spear numbers dwindling, this is becoming more and more difficult. Papipo doesn't have access to food everywhere all the time. He is going to be dealing with an opponent who is just getting more and more as the time goes on, with 4 cows, as he snacks on yet another one. And Pro Scouts very happily bringing back some deer, but will now be shut down because, of course, you are now under the influence of Malians.
Papipo did wrap away all the way around to look for a raid behind this, but Anatan smells it a mile off. There's Donzos and Sofa there to meet the Ghazi. Singular Sofa peels off towards that corner berries, but is met by many Ghazis in turn. That Sofa will not last long. But Papipo is now forced in his base, confined in the feudal age, which is exactly the opposite spot he wants to be in. He should normally be the one as a Delhi to dictate the tempo in this feudal age. But now, with this newfound space, Anatan is able to start fully ranching those cows, already 3 in by this point in time. And if you can keep massing, this is going to get harder and harder for Papipo. Papipo will need a very, very good fight and engagement to retain some semblance of control in this game, because if Anatan can now just keep the map to himself and boom behind this, then he's a ticking time bomb.
Now we see a very scary Malian army that has no signs of slowing down. Papipo, though, he says, I'm going to keep producing too, but the resources is telling us these boys might be having other thoughts in mind. Anatan, again, floating a lot of gold here, and it just speaks volumes to how much is going on the map. Because Anatan is not the kind of guy who makes a mistake like this. Now, we do see some of the villagers already snacking on the cows in a position where the Fulani is supposed to be sitting. So this is going to mean that those villagers need to finish snacking on those cows before they are going to be let free. But you see how quick Anatan is. Even with all the chaos, he pulls these villagers back, and no villager has paid the price just yet. And as the caster, I may have just given them the curse. Never mind. They're still alive, Myriad. We keep them safe. No villagers will die today.
For now. It's quite surprising indeed for how long no villagers have fallen. A good game to be a villager, at least for now, until the very first starts to fall. And like chess, once the center is built up, after the first piece falls, well, it's a massacre from then on. But the House of Learning is on the way for Papipo. But the Kulani Corral is on the way for Anatan as well, with already half Lani at this stage, but by the time it's finished, it will mostly be full. And the armies, Papipo has remassed behind this as well, now adding in plenty of spears, but mostly confined to his base he still is. He has what looks like to be a nice run-by, coming from all the way in the south, looking to wrap around on that wood line, whilst mobilizing in the north as well. But this forces in position here from Anatan, there's not going to be much damage found.
It feels so tough to just look at these poor cows trying to get a little bit of food trickle in there. The Ghazis, they're waiting pretty silently behind here. The problem for them is there's a bunch of donzos that are just waiting to snipe, but they do get pulled back, and Papipo is in a perfect spot here to just snack on a few villagers if he so wishes. Now he will spot these vills coming to build out, and they are in prime position to get sniped. The charge comes on in, and the villager will finally pay the price, and we have the first kill of the game. But the Donzos, they will take some victims alongside them.
Meanwhile, Anatan looking to deny the relics from Papipo and get his own raid going, as first blood economically is drawn, like you had mentioned. Wololo comes in here from Papipo as he spots the sulfur. That's going to be enough to buy time for the spears to protect the scholar. But the raid is yet mostly unchecked here. Couple of spears look to be the sulfur, but four sulfur against two spears, well, we know how that goes, as we saw right there. And the Kulani is definitely a bit of a problem here. There's so much necessary infrastructure in the way, this can't really be filled effectively. Even some chopped trees are still in the way at this point. Heavy stone mining underway here by Papipo. He might look to get a keep up here, or maybe some emplacements, but he's not in a position to do so, as the Sulfur are just carving through these archers. Meanwhile, Anatan has his veterancy, and by now, only now has Papipo started his archer veterancy. It's a long way off still.
And Anatan has replaceability here. We see the villagers being this far forward. They're desperately trying to get a glimpse of stone. 2 villagers falling on each side total, which just means the raids are plentiful. They're just not landing as hard as they need for Mr. Papipo. He needs to find more damage right now, because Malians with an even villager count is not an even match. You have Malians with unlimited food and unlimited replaceability, while you're the one who's going to be lagging behind at this point. But he is switching to men-at-arms, hoping that this is the answer, because right now what Anatan has in his army is not really an answer to men-at-arms.
It definitely is not. However, there's bigger issues here on the cards for Papipo, really, because the Donzos now, with a few sulfurs alongside them, look to even idle the TC out entirely. A lot of stone has been gathered by Papipo, but to what end? He might have been looking for a keep, but he just isn't able to actually find the breathing room to get that keep, and he knows, with the Fulani online, if he's retained to his base in early castle age, then there's no hope for later on, as GG is called, and once again they are neck and neck, taking us to a game 5 here.
And this is such an amazing performance from Anatan. Last week, Anatan went down 3-0 against Papipo, and this time he's ready for a fight, and he's showing us exactly that. Now, both of these guys still had some pretty great civilizations in their arsenal. But we can see in this game, it was just military value lead for the Malians the moment that age 3 kicked in and the food started ticking. Even with a half Lani, it was enough for him to get ahead and still just make every unit he could ever dream of.
Even a scuffed Lani, even at that point, right? It was quite bizarre to watch that layout, but that's how it goes. You're more concerned about getting what you need in right timing than really making sure the placement is perfect when you first build it. Understandable. But it is game 5, and Balldland is the map where it will all be determined. And what a matchup to determine it. We've seen this yesterday already. It's going to be House of Lancaster for Papipo up against the Macedonians from Anatan. And yeah, as we mentioned, we saw this yesterday. It was Vortex up against Wham. Vortex was behind the Lancaster, and Wham played the Macedonians. And it was an action-packed game from beginning to finish. So much blood has been spilled that game, and it looked very, very close with Wham just edging out the victory near the end there using the Macedonians. But it's a different map now. It's no longer Dry Arabia. So I wonder how much that will play into effect here with how open it is. It could, in theory, be advantageous to both sides, as they both do love going for that cavalry in the early game, which, I mean, let's be honest, pretty much every civ does. And that's going to be significant here as well, because with the small wood lines, there's big raiding potential.
This is a matchup that I'm really excited to face, or just to see these two greats pulling off. Because looking at Papipo and Anatand, we know that they're pretty evenly matched here. We saw the civs yesterday, like you said, and it, again, looked pretty evenly matched. So to get our answer, because I think a lot of Twitch chat might be like, oh, is House of Lancaster still broken? We'll find out. No. But it looked like it was a back and forth constantly, with a little bit of an overinvestment a lot of the times, which did result in a lot of pushback from Wham's side. So this now, I would like to see what Macedonians does, even if they get pressured early on, because the early pressure seemed to work yesterday. I just don't know if he's going to be able to pressure hard enough to shut down Anatand. Anatand, he is someone who can defend when he needs to, and he's really, really good at that. The problem is just the kings, or the lords at least, they are pretty chunky. And we haven't really found an answer to them until you get to a specific mass. But the problem with all of this is you have your natural counter. You're like, okay, he's going lords, I'm going to go archers. My archers debuff you, that's great. However, now you're switching into hobblars, and all of a sudden the hobblars are just going to destroy the archers. So that it feels like a pretty heavy back and forth. And Lancaster always seems to come out ahead in it. Macedonians, though, they do have a little bit more of an answer to that composition. So with the early Varangians too, they already have something a little bit beefier to handle what comes through. And most importantly, if they can get to the Radari stage of the game in feudal, it becomes a lot easier with that champion on your side.
It's true. The Radari champion in feudal age is just, yeah, it's disgusting. Let's be completely honest here. It's absolutely insane, that unit. It's stronger than a Castle Age Radari. It's in the feudal age. It will absolutely decimate anything that Papipo can make. He needs just a ridiculous amount of space to deal with that one unit, frankly, and obviously the unit can just then run away and heal for some reason. So that's also a reality. But really, I think when we think about it, the matchup is somewhat simple in the essence. My prediction really is that if Papipo is able to deal a lot of damage and ideally kill Anatan in the feudal age, then he's golden. Maybe with the Castle Age timing if necessary. But if this goes to Castle Age on even grounds, the Macedonian, Radari, and the upgrades, it's going to be too much. It's going to be too much. Lancaster no longer has that punch of the old manners that carries through the length of the game. It falls off very quickly now. If they aren't able to get a significant lead in that feudal age, they sort of fizzle out rather unceremoniously.
And with the Macedonians, I feel like the mobility is their key to shutting down a lot of what Lancaster does. But guys, let's hop on in, look a little bit at those spawns and understand exactly what this type of aggression is going to show us. Here we go with the barracks opening. Myriad, we're back. There's action. Hell yeah.
That's right, and barracks opening from Papipo's Lancaster here in the color red to shut down Anatan's gold gathering immediately. And I think more and more players are discovering that this is the way against this civ. You just have to get them off gold. No gold means no silver, which means no upgrades. And that is how you deal with it, right? If Macedonians are just able to get as much gold as they can possibly need, that is how they can keep getting that upgrade advantage. So why not get started in the Dark Age with that denial? And Lancaster, the perfect civilization poised to retain that aggression and make sure that Anatan doesn't get a lick more gold than absolutely necessary.
Now, I think for a lot of people, you see this and you're like, hey, okay, how am I supposed to handle this? This map, it already has a little bit of a natural handling, and we can't see the game's paused, guys. Hold on, just want to get you the best quality. It just needs a second or two to buffer there. But what we know about this is we can easily go backwards to a gold there. So Anadant is in a position where he can pivot if he eventually needs to. But with House of Lancaster getting those spears out, you're already responding to the first thing that Macedonians gets for free, horses. So definitely going to be putting it in a much better position to have it that way. So, and we're back.
We're back again, as if nothing had even happened yet. Because Puppy Paw is investing into his second spear at this point in time. And that's probably where he's going to stop. 2 spears, well, as I said, he might stop at 1, it looks like, as he cancels the first one. But 2 is really all you need to deny the gold effectively, unless the opponent pulls like upwards of 6 villagers to try to fight your spears, then you don't really need any more. And if he does that, then you can still stop at 2 and just be happy with the immense idle time that you had caused. But the question is, what's going to be the follow-up for Puppy Paw? It pretty much has to be units, realistically, doesn't it? You can't... There's no more your castle shenanigans for Lancaster. You could, in theory, but I just don't see how there can be much of a timing here, really. Macedonian has good answers to Castle Age units. They have their own Varangians, which can even beat Castle Age Varangians, if they... Castle Age Men-at-Arms, if they're well upgraded enough, but... Besides that, the archers with enough damage can also do fantastic work.
Now you have to wonder, with these thin little wood lines, is Anatan going to get enough before the pressure keeps arriving? Now we do see the Hippodrome coming out, and ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're ready for a lot of horsing around, because with the Macedonians, it's almost for free. Now, with no gold, this does make the Macedonians a little bit less potent, initially at least, but your biggest concern is going to be how much wood do you get to gather before House of Lancaster is just going to comfortably come onto your woodlines with their lords and not even break a sweat. So Puppy Paw is going to be a little bit delayed compared to Mr. Anatand, and he knows this. Only aging up with 1 for now, and he hasn't changed this yet. Is this man... Oh, he's just going for 1. He says, I don't need the Lord. I don't need presence. The man has already reacted. He's already preparing for more spears. But more spears will not be the name of the game. Oh my goodness, Maria. What is this? Is this a fat... No, it can't be a fast castle.
Has to be, right? There's no other reason why you would age up this way, except to go for a fast castle. Which it makes perfect sense for. I mean, of course, only 1 villager building the landmark means optimal efficiency on the rest, as they can be working instead of building at the same time, since, I mean, what do you get from the Abbey? Well, it's just a Lord. The Lord's going to come anyway. You don't plan on moving out with that Lord, so it's just, you know, it's going to sit on the defensive just fine. And this is an interesting theory here by Puppy Paw. He's definitely throwing a spanner in the mix here, because with this fast castle play, which, I mean, is the only thing that makes sense, really, as we said, then he might be able to undercut the timing of the Macedonians. And because of this Golden Isle, it's all because of this Golden Isle that this strategy is even thought of here by Puppy Paw, I'm sure. But, of course, the Golden Horn Tower is a very real possibility. So just like the English can often barely survive a castle timing because of the White Tower, the Macedonians can survive in a very similar fashion because of the Golden Horn Tower. So I'm very curious as to how this timing works out here for Puppy Paw exactly. And as we mentioned, it's not like Anatan's going to have no units on the field. By the time the White Tower for Puppy Paw is finished, he's going to have the Hippodrome Scout, the Hippodrome Horseman. All of these are actually decent units that can hold those 3 initial Earl's Guard. This is... yeah, I mean, this is wild. No mana either.
This is very, very risky for Puppy Paw, because you actually need to find a spot to put that White Tower. And right now, with the units on their way, they are not going to let you leave your base. So I love seeing that Anatan is rallying his units all the way forward to shut down and get some level of presence on the map. He doesn't have the gold for this just yet, and now he's forced off of gold completely. The other gold to the south is definitely not going to be accessible with the extra horsemen already in queue. Mariette, I think he's stuck.
I think we have... you know, I don't want to be premature about this, but I think we have a severe blunder on our hands here, unfortunately. You know, the lack of a tower is a real concern, because you can't even gather gold anymore. And besides that, even if you had a tower, the Hippodrome Scout, that's gonna allow Anatan to very easily torch that tower if there was one in the first place. Notable detail here, however, on Balldland, right, is we have that central gold, but we also have a very sneaky, safer gold towards the right there, which, I mean, enough villagers will get the white tower up, make no mistake, but at what price potentially here? Because Anatan keeps investing. Even Anatan seems just a little confused about what's going on, because now he's going into space as well, even though it's not necessary. And I don't blame him, because what are we even seeing here, right? We could, in theory, sell the food to get the gold needed here, but what are we really playing for?
Now, what Puppy Paw has decided to do is instead going for the handful of lords, goes for the tower. He realizes, hey, maybe the tower was necessary. But Anatan doesn't care. He's just making more and more units. He knows the power of the horses, and he knows the power of just having that presence. But the problem is, Puppy Paw cancelled the lords completely. He had 2 in queue, and he's like, nah, we are going castle. I'm going exactly to where I wanted to be. Thing is, you don't have a lot of gold, Chief. This is going to be a lot harder to actually get something out of that castle age. So what do you get with this? Are you going to be able to just white tower the gold in front of your base and then have access to it? It seems like that could be the plan.
It seems increasingly that might be the only plan here. I mean, what turned from potentially being a castle timing is more of a castle survival at this point is looking like for Puppy. It's just, I mean, it was an interesting test of timing, but now we know at least that it just doesn't really align, does it? Look at the food. Only now has the gold finally come in, and where are we placing this? We can't even actually effectively secure either gold here, I would say, without a lot of idle time or even sacrificing a couple of villagers. Yeah, this is what I mean. He places it on the front, but straight away it gets immediately punished by Anatan, who now dives underneath. First villager kill, bites the dust. And even more on the way, because there's archers who can shoot from outside the TC range. This is getting worse and worse for Puppy.
Puppy Paw looks like that little kid who's on the meme who's drowning. And he's not the skeleton underwater just yet, but right now he's drowning in a sea of units. Villagers being pulled back from that gold. Problem is, they're being pulled back from gold. But what gold are you going for after that? Those archers are just going to pepper your little villagers as they dare touch the gold that is just so slightly forward. Villagers again forced off. He's feeling confident. He's all the way under that TC. There's not enough space for the villagers, and they start falling like flies. One by one, those horses are making their way through them. And Anatan says, get out of my game. Anatan's the law. I'm going to be going to the finals.
Yeah, it's a disaster here from Puppy Paw. An experiment that has backfired worse than Frankenstein here for him, because so many villagers have fallen here for Puppy Paw, and this white tower is still nowhere near getting up, and it will not go up. The 4 archers can just sit there and kill this lord as well if they so choose, and keep harassing those villagers, keep causing idle time. This is very unfortunate here for Puppy Paw, but it's the price we pay sometimes for experimentation. I understand the appeal. I'm not sure if this is practiced or not, but sometimes you just get an idea and it seems really good on paper, and in theory it might work very, very well. The potential is there, but the timing, it's always the timing. It's always down to just a few seconds or a tower or something missing, which can ultimately make it backfire so painfully.
Now, there are 3 Earls Guards, but these Earls Guards, they are going to need to do a lot of work to really make up for all of the differences that we saw in Puppy Paw's base. And another Earls Guard in queue. Puppy Paw says, maybe this is my way in. I know you don't necessarily have an answer to my types of units, so let's just see if I can land a similar attack. And theoretically, he possibly could, but you can see these archers, they are standing at the ready, and these guys debuff. So those Earls Guards aren't going to be as powerful as they need to be. Now we just see the Radari champion on the field, and this is where things get even hairier for Puppy Paw, because those Earls Guards, they might be great, but are they going to be great enough against that Radari champion?
Yeah, I think the Radari champion will be a very harsh reality check here for Poppypaw, is the truth. This unit is just absolutely on another level. He can kill all 4 of them by himself, I guarantee it. That is the harsh reality of what's going on in this moment. And Anatan behind this, he's already starting to bank, right? The food is there, the gold is soon to follow. He has complete free reign on the map. I'm surprised he didn't even try to take that boar, potentially. Instead just opting for the central deer there. But yeah, this Radari champion is just going to absolutely massacre any unit he comes across. And if he ever gets too low, he can just go back and then heal. You can see just how much time he is buying Anatan here. And of course, we have the Golden Horn Tower. It's not like the age up is that much of a moment of vulnerability here for Anatan. He can just age up. And then he's completely safe and all of a sudden has the better economy, the bigger army, and the more comfortable position as well.
You can see with those Earl's Guards, he really tried to make this happen. A little bit of focus onto the champion, hoping that it falls, but it does not. And now the Lords are being made. We see Knights from Poppypaw, but this man is struggling to make any unit here because, of course, his resources are getting thinner and thinner. With only 380 food per minute, this is not the economy you need if you want to face off against this killer Macedonian army. And right now, we can see that fight is taking place, but behind this, Anatan is not too worried. He's thinking about castle, he's still making units as this is happening, and winning the fights between all of this.
Yeah, Poppypaw looking to go into Knights now as well, but it seems like it's a too little too late, really. Castle Age is just around the corner here for Anatan, and he's still pushing Poppypaw all the way back to his base. Behind this, only now is Wheelbarrow on the way for Poppypaw. Still, no mana boosting any of his economy. At this point, his economy is just as baseline level as Anatan's on the Macedonian here, but without Anatan's economic upgrades, as both Macedonians just have a completely stock standard economy, as we know, outside of the war camp, which gives them a little tax rebate, you could call it, I guess. But it's a unit rebate. And it's getting increasingly tougher to see the avenues to victory here for our people. There's just not really... There's nothing there, is there?
Now, Poppypaw has to ask himself, how am I going to handle once the Radari arrives? Because now, once he hits castle, that tower is going to protect the little wood line, his little gold, his base in general. And the units can start going towards Poppypaw and taking out all those villagers that are slowly chopping away at the wood lines, at the gold, and easily pick off what they need to do. Poppypaw goes for something, at least, trying to find a bit of damage with his units, as he knows that he's going to need them to defend pretty soon. And we see a Radari already in queue. Anatan knows what's good. And what's good is horses. And these horses, with all of their champions, are ready to take the fight back to Poppypaw's base, no matter where that white tower may be.
Anatan is going to lose this forward stronghold. That was a little safety net for his there, but it's a small price to pay for a little raid at the same time. He picks up another villager. And the beauty or the horrible thing about Macedonians, depending on your perspective, is that really from this point on, all Anatan has to do is sit back and do nothing. He just has to wait to get as much silver as he possibly can, get crossbows for free, get upgrades for free with that silver, and eventually his units will become so potently strong, those Radari as well as the range units, when he gets to the 3rd tier upgrades, that he can just run over any army Poppypaw can make. Poppypaw's hope relies now on getting an immense amount of damage through raids, but the amount of damage he has to find is almost inconceivable. Meanwhile, at the same time, he's still struggling to deal with his own economy being raided due to the sheer tempo that Anatan now possesses. Finally, we have the first mana now on the way, alongside that deer and the berries, but we'll need a lot more than that.
Poppypaw is desperately trying to claw his way out of his base for food. Anatan is getting those Radari numbers up and up and up, and one Radari at a time can raid every single red dot we see there on the map. And now Poppypaw is trying to force him to stay in his base. He knows where he cannot attack, but he needs to find a place where he could. And right now, it just doesn't feel like there's any vulnerability there for Anatan. Anatan, again, we can see one Radari at a time going to find a little bit of food villagers to try and just get himself even further ahead. Another villager falling, 12 total now, 13th on his way, and the Radari champion walking his way forward, trying to lead the army to a victory there. And with the numbers increasing, we're almost at 10 Radari, and Papipo does not have a single counter to this.
No, he does not. Even just the free crossbowmen created by the Gold One Hao were just obviously the excellent answer to everything Papipo has been making so far. The Lords, the Osgard, as well as the Knights. So far, Papipo has been relegated to just on the defense the entire game so far, just always forced to deal with these raids. And what makes it even more painful is that he needs so much more to answer these raids than what Vanatan's expending. These Radari are going to make very quick work of these Knights if they just stop and fight. I mean, there's an HP advantage now, so maybe not anymore, but beforehand. And they can just run away because, for some reason, Mareka, they're also faster.
Radaris are just the horse we dream of, and there's another group about to raid more villages at the top. And you can see he's not scared to sacrifice a single one of these. He's like, I'll just make more. I've got this. And we can see this with the resources. Now his gold running out, so he does need to think about that secondary gold. But he's got the control of the map. He could go anywhere he wants. Papipo is the one who's just backing off and trying to respond to all these raids. Now, with all of the horses guarding the gold here, he's not having a single worry on his mind. He's asking himself, what unit do I go into next? And apparently that's just getting his heroes back on the field so that his army can be even more inspired and just make those raids even smoother. But this is getting to that scary amount where Papipo, he's got a bunch of knights, he's got some Ul's guards, and with the upgrades coming in, we see the level 3 upgrades coming in, which means those horses are going to be even beefier. Not much is going to be able to kill them.
And when the Radari count starts exceeding the knight count of Papipo, that's when the news starts getting really, really dire indeed. Papipo has expanded to his second manor by now, but in theory his economy is better as the House of Lancaster. When those manors do get up and are surrounded by villages, the generation can look very healthy indeed. But if we look at the numbers right now, that's not really the tale we're seeing, is it? I mean, Anatan has been on those better food sources earlier. He had that there, and he has had his economic upgrades going for a long, long time now. And these Radari are just running rampant, unchecked. Papipo cannot contain them. Wherever the Radari go, they can go. Wherever they please, they will go. And that will not really stop for this point in time. The army numbers continue to swell for both players, but Anatan's is just swelling so much faster. And as we mentioned, time is not on Papipo's side at all. The silver just keeps coming in, and the more silver comes, the more upgrades. The more upgrades, the better the units, as if they weren't good enough already. Papipo now, I think, recognizes this and thinks to himself that the only way to actually win this at this point is to ensure that the game goes for about 20 or 25 more minutes.
And getting that second TC, it feels like a desperation move here to just claw his way back through with all those villager losses that he knows he suffered. Radari's just coming in, picking off 2 villagers, getting back out. And that is going to be the reality for Papipo. Getting that second TC out there, it feels okay, but your wood line is barely going to last you a few minutes. This is a tough spot all around because the Radari, if they just find their way onto the TC, they can kill anything that dares live under there too. And right now, it feels like that TC is just a big tower for villagers to hide in once the raids land.
Anatan, looking to secure these berries here, has plenty of Radari on the lookout to make sure that happens without any real hiccups. Well, there's plenty of idle time on Papipo's own berries in turn. There's units here to meet them, but if we're being honest, Anatan could actually take that fight without any real issues at all. Although the knights might change that.
And we see Anatan, I would say, playing it safe behind all of this, ensuring that he doesn't split his units up, resulting in a handful of losses. But Papipo, he knows where the strength is. He needs to find a way to keep this army as thin as possible. Now, usually at this point of the game, Anatan's the kind of guy who sends a bunch of raiding groups at the same time, but him keeping these together shows you he doesn't want to risk anything. He knows what he's done. He knows where he's at. And Papipo is hoping for that bit of breathing room. Now with his spearman switch, he is going to try to find an answer to this, but the Radari the numbers are still just so scary, but it looks like he's thinking about committing here, but he's scared off very, very quickly. The spearmen are quite intimidating here, but the villagers slowly tapping out those berry bushes too.
Yeah, there's no real need for Anatan to commit here. He can bide his time and just keep waiting to get further and further ahead in military and silver here to keep getting those upgrades. Boy is scaling the 2TC now, however. He still finds himself quite behind in villages, but theoretically, if this does go long enough, then Poppy Paw is not in a terrible position. Lancaster still very much to be feared in the late game. The Yeoman's still a powerhouse of a unit. The value eked out by the Wingard Palace, if he does opt for it, is also not to be underestimated. And the more and more manas are added, again, the economy is going to look healthier and healthier. We see just that one mana alone generating over 150 resources a minute. So, Poppy Paw, if he gets himself the necessary space, he can potentially survive this long enough, but I feel like Anatan is just going to keep taking more and more of the map to himself now. Relic Gathering is now underway. It has been delayed for both players, but now it has commenced. And Anatan is likely going to take the sacred sites as well as the whole map for himself. And then he has a choice to make. He can either look to actually commit into Poppy Paw, raid from all angles, deal an immense amount of damage, or slow down a little bit and look to set up his own economy slightly more solidly as well, maybe with a second town center, or look for a full sacred side hold instead.
Now this army looks like it's ready to fight, and Poppy's Paw is definitely not. So backing off right now, but he's trying to hit where it hurts, and that's going to be on the villagers. The problem is the reinforcements are standing at the back, and Anatan, with his transition into getting those Bogmajirs, he's trying to find a way to deal with the spears. But even with those numbers, the knight numbers are pretty scary. The crossbow makes this a little bit simpler for him, but he is getting to a point where he still needs to be the one doing damage. Oh, and he snipes a villager just like that, throwing some weapons right at those faces, completely splitting in half and ensuring that the villager count doesn't go too far ahead. But at this point, Poppy Paw has caught up, and with those manners, he's kind of matching the income here, if not outdoing the income for him. But like you said, these upgrades are critical, and they are usually the game changer. But now Poppy Paw is the one moving out, and with most of his army moving to the other side of the map, he may hit hard, but does Anatan hit harder?
That might be the case here, because although Poppy Paw is moving forward with his knights now to trying to find some damage, at the same time, Anatan is moving in directly behind Poppy Paw's base and looks to challenge his army, and most of Poppy Paw's knights are out of position. He's trying to go back now to try to address this death push that's coming into his base, but is he going to be there in time? Villagers are already falling like flies. That little advantage Poppy Paw had accrued with the second TC is now gone.
Now, with all of these units here, they can start burning down manors if they so please. They can get the second TC. All he's got right now is a lot of idle time on his opponent, and this must feel good. Anatan realizes, hey, he could have caught up by now. He sees that second TC, understands I need to most likely do something about this anyway. But Poppy Paw, he lost a significant portion of that army that is going to be hard to replicate in a while. Anatan doing that farm transition and just keeping himself a little bit safer here. Poppy Paw's idle time on that TC still, villagers completely shaken up, and the relics are looking great for the Anochad.
Exactly. Poppy Paw, with a surge of confidence now, looking to move out. He might potentially be sniffing that Anatan could go for something like an Imperial behind this and look to punish it, but yeah, it looks like it's a different idea entirely, as he looks to go directly underneath the Golden Horn Tower, and everything pretty much is now pulled to try to snipe this. We've seen Poppy Paw do this before. Great damage being dealt, to be fair, but I don't think there's enough here to address the issue. The Golden Horn Tower is gonna go down, but everything Poppy Paw has is getting massacred. The units are trapped as well, so even if they did successfully torch this landmark, which they hadn't, then they would be unable to move on to the next one. And with the last Hail Mary, Poppy Paw makes a grand exit this week, and Anatan secures himself in the finals.
Now that was quite the bang. The boys were pulled. The boys were just not enough. And it makes a lot of sense. You're up against the landmark of death. Anatan taking his place in the finals and taking down Puppy Paw from last week, which this must feel pretty good. Anatan on a roll right now, going to be watching very closely to understand whether Wham or Beastie is going to be his next victim.
Indeed. He gets a little bit of respite now to watch the upcoming series and dissect it in his mind as he watches it to see exactly what he's likely to go up against next. It's a bit of an advantage for sure, being on this side of the bracket. That way you get a little bit of rest before going into the final. But then again, some people do prefer being on the second side and going into the final straight away, carrying through that tempo and that adrenaline almost into the series that matters most.
What I love to see about this is the fact that we got a different variety of civilizations making its way through, like the Ottomans, for example. Now, the French is still reigning supreme. We got to see a little bit more action here on Balldland with civs that aren't knight-heavy. Now, you can argue that Macedonians, they are kind of a pseudo-knight civilization, having that champion in feudal. It does take a while to get there. So definitely seeing a bit different of a lineup from what we saw yesterday. And I think this is the critical part. What we see in the top 16 is definitely not what we see here in the top 4. And what determines the meta, I guess, only these top players will know. Because the rest of us dance on ladder, we just don't get this type of variety as well. But also, with these players, both of them opting for a lot more blue on the maps. A lot of the players in the top 16 also aiming at getting land maps. And these guys being very comfortable with getting into that hybrid situation as well. But guys, it's time for the interview. Let's go hear what Anatan has to say about his performance.
Indeed, we're joined by the one and only Anatan of Team VS, no less. No biases there at all whatsoever. Anatan, big congratulations on what a stunning series.
Yeah, like... Yeah, I don't know, I gambled hard with my draft, I think you saw it, right? So, like, I gambled and I won.
Yeah.
It's good to have
that
revenge.
is something I was gonna... Yeah, go ahead, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, it's good to have revenge versus Papi, like, last time I lost to him without any chance, and now it was pretty even serious, so I feel like I can win versus anyone in this tournament. I mean, it's for a while, right? I'm in really good shape. We'll see how it goes, yeah.
I think as well, and I agree with you completely, right? It does feel good to get revenge. I understand your perspective completely, and I'm sure you'd agree, right? Just because of the result last time, it's not the way it goes, right? Like days play a big impact on how we feel and how we perform. From one day, we'll have a completely different level compared to the next day, right? I mean, he won 3-0 last time, but if you played again the day after that day, you could have easily 3-0'd him. And now it's a 3-2 today, right? It's always very interesting to see how like consistency is one of the big struggles at this level of competition, I think. I wonder if you agree with that.
Yeah, and it's like best of 5, right? So like you can be a bit unlucky, lost one game and then you're out, right? So yeah. I mean, Papi played incredibly well, but I think I gambled so hard with my draft. Like he get 2 free wins, right? Basically at hybrid maps. I feel like Mongol to Clark is that matchup, and I beat Sengoku as well. But my land matchups, I know them pretty well, and I think I execute every my win pretty clear.
That is what I was wondering about as well, because yeah, the hybrid maps are very interesting because there's very specific civilizations and matchups on them that have really varying dynamics in the way they play out. And as you mentioned, Tughlaq and Mongols, it's tough, isn't it? I mean, Tughlaq's economy is just so potent. They're safe on their docks in the Dark Age. It's very hard for you to find any kind of significant damage or timing here to do anything right. So that's the way it manifests.
Yeah.
But then, surprisingly, as you mentioned in the draft, you let Ottomans through, which is crazy, right?
I saw Papi played Ottoman yesterday, and like I watched his build order, his execution, even though it was a short game, and I thought like I can deal with it. So yeah. But yeah, to be honest, if I lost Socotra game, it will be like 0-3, right? So like it's super random. But yeah, my gamble was good today.
It worked out very well around that fights on the ball. I mean, once you got the ball and then your excellent control with the knights, getting so much value out of them, picking off units here and there, getting rid of the imams quite early. The healing factor is always very important to remove. It all paid off very, very well in the long run indeed. Sengoku Ayubids, on the other hand, on Frisian Marshes. Now, I went into this with the preconception that this is typically pretty hard for Ayubids, especially on this kind of a map. It's very tough to fight in the feudal age, and then if you want to go castle, it's tough to survive getting to castle in the first place, right?
Yeah. But the problem is, I think it's the only one game where I played bad. Like my macro was not on point. Like I'm playing full feudal age, and at some point I have like 700 food. Like if you play in bad matchup, you can't play like that. So yeah, it's the only game in this best of 5 where I like ashamed of my play.
It can happen, right? Keeping it all throughout the best of 5 series, it's not easy, but it's important to keep cool after those games and keep going, which you definitely did, because in Delhi against Malians, another really close matchup. We've seen it go back and forth for what feels like over a year now. And I did know in the past that you are one of those players with Malians that loves to go for this Sofa Donzo combination into the Archer Ghazi from Delhi, which, if you full commit to it with the way you did, without cows initially, it seems to do amazing work, and you can take away the map control that Delhi typically has, right?
Yeah, I think I overmade Donzos, but besides that, it was totally fine. I wonder if he didn't die, like, he was a bit confident, right, with his army, and he overstepped at the middle of the map. I wonder if he didn't die, how this game went. But I still, it will be still good for me.
Oh, maybe in an alternate universe we can find out how that would have went, but that was well played in the end, and it all came to fruition here in game number 5, and a very interesting matchup, I gotta say. Macedonian against Lancaster. We saw this yesterday. I'm not sure if you saw the game or not, but it was Vortex up against Wham, and that was a bloodbath of a game indeed. Back and forth repeatedly. But in the end, Macedonians reign supreme, as they have here as well. Pavima went for a very interesting strat, though. Going directly for a naked castle, it feels... I think maybe there's a timing there, but this feels very tough to pull off, right?
Yeah, and I controlled gold pretty bad, right? I gave him enough time to get gold, so it was pretty meh. But overall, I think it was still. I controlled the game like every minute, I think. Also, I was like super lucky. I'm a bit worried for my internet, but hopefully it will be not a problem at final, right?
Yeah, now at least you get some time for the IP provider to hopefully deal with that. I do want just a quick input.
Yell at them. Yeah, I'll just scream and try to do anything.
It does work well normally. It does work well normally, because that way they can, they feel like, oh, we don't want to lose a customer, and let's make sure we give him what he wants, right? But yeah, how you feel about this upcoming matchup though? Beastie up against Wham. That's going to be an interesting one, no? Any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think it's really interesting. Like Beastie won like 10 previous sets, but actually, Wham beat Beastie at last Red Bull Wololo. So like, he also have a win streak versus Beastie at Red Bulls. Yeah.
It's true. That was a very interesting statistic to see. I remember it perfectly. So yeah, it could go either way. Hoping for a very tight.
I don't know.
Series
I think
game.
there is
no series.
Yeah. I think there is no favorite. Like either Wham or Beastie can easily win, and like score can be super random, like 3-0, 3-0 to other side, and yara. So we'll see. We'll watch.
I agree completely. Well, Anatan, it's been a pleasure. Thank you so much. Well played yet again, my fellow teammate. Have a bit of rest and good luck in the finals.
Thank you, my friend.
And now this means we're going to take a quick look at our bracket into a short break, and then we will see who's going to take that final spot against the Anno Chad. And yesterday I posed a question to you guys, is this going to be a Canadian face-off, or are we going to see the two Slavic brothers battling it out in the finals? So welcome to my first Slavic brother for the finals, and for the second one we will have to see, yeah. But Wham and Beastie facing it off for the next one. So between these two, both of them could take it. There's been a little bit of an imbalance here in the last few win rates, but like Anna Chad just said, Wham did take Beastie down and lost Red Bull Wololo, so this is going to be a tight one. So guys, don't go anywhere. We're gonna be right back with that last or second last series of the day. So go get your popcorn, get ready. We're gonna have a long one.
And I hope you're all ready, because I think the players are as well, with the draft already underway here between Wham and Beastie in the second semi-final for us today. And this will determine which of these two players will meet Anochad, who has secured his spot in this week's finals and looks poised for a ripe chance at being the next player to secure that second spot at the LAN in London.
And what a map to kick this off with. Balldland, and this time we get a little bit of French on Balldland. So something that has been feared for a long time, but you know, Aeobits, they don't do too badly in this situation. So 20 seconds before we get into it, but we know that these two civs are, I would say, pillars for both of them. Wham, as most people, can play Aeobits insanely well. He knows his timings, he's very accurate, he doesn't make mistakes with this. Beastie on the French, though, very recently, I would be quite worried if I was Wham, especially with those 10 little woodlines.
Yeah, it's a very interesting matchup here, because Aeobits traditionally considered one of those counter civilizations to the French, but it's not as easy as that, is it? You know, when it comes to a counter in Age of Empires 4, one civilization countering another, yeah, in theory that's true, but you damn well play it correctly, otherwise it won't even feel like it, right? And that is the case here as well, as we load into Balldland with Wham in the color purple as the Aeobids spawning towards the eastern corner, facing Beastie in the color yellow as the French. One of his signature civilizations, I would say. I'm curious if you agree with that, Wham, and historically, you know, this is one of the civilizations that he used to great effect when he took down Marine Lord in that coveted finals. Which tournament was it now? I can't even remember. Which EGC was it?
Beastie definitely has shown his teeth on French, even against the likes of Marine Lord. And I always like to make the joke that Marine Lord, when he plays French, he's on home civilization. The Beastie feels like he needs to pick that away from him. But there's a thing. Beastie loves French, no matter his opponent. He loves the civilization because he knows with the micro that comes out of this, he can do that swimmingly. Now, we have to keep in mind, French plays a little bit differently when you're up against a European opponent compared to an opponent that is based on the side of the US all the way out there. The knight charges are so easy to misfire into spears, and that is something that Beastie needs to be very careful of. So definitely not going to be an easy one for either of these guys, but yes, now I think for Beastie, this is a matchup that he needs to win, knowing how highly he values French.
We just double check, it was the EGC Masters Winter where Beastie took down Marine Lord 5-2, drafting both JD and French and winning with both of them there. I would say that finals was one of the first sort of indications then, 2025, of a sort of heavy knight meta starting to sort of unfold. That was during the peak of Pro Scouts as well. Since then, it's only been more and more prominent, and it's exactly what we're going to be seeing in this game as well. Logistics is on the way here for Wham. He's likely going to try to make a pass for Castle Age as fast as he possibly can, maybe making a pit stop for a few Desert Raiders along the way, because for those who aren't aware, Desert Raiders eat knights for breakfast.
Now, Desert Raiders are going to be necessary to keep him under control, but we need to notice Beastie is stacking up a little bit high here on the gold. So even if he goes for the logistics, this is going to mean that he's going to need to be everywhere. And we do see him going on wood already. Wham, making sure he gets that wood needed for any production building that may be deemed necessary with the School of Cavalry coming out. Beastie floating a ton of gold. And ladies and gentlemen, we all know what this means. So the man is going to go out there, pro scout as hard as is needed, and make sure that the knights that he makes, they hit properly. Now, I'm wondering if he values getting that first knight out first before going for the pro scouts. Because a lot of players, they either go for 1 knight, 2 knight, a 0 knight pro scout. There's always that bit of a balance that they like to strike in between. But when you know your opponent is going for dervishes, that knight just doesn't feel as potent as you could imagine, because it's just going to be able to heal up any units that he dares get a charge on.
We'd have a little bit of a slip up, I have to say, on this little opening build order here from Beastie. There's a bit of an overflow of gold compared to the timing of the age up, which results in a slight slowdown here. The landmark coming down around 5 seconds at least later than it should. Gives Wham a bit of extra time here to set up. Shouldn't make too big of a difference in the long run, but these little openers do matter. Something one player has to be very, very careful about here. But the School of Cavalry, French on this map is very dominant indeed. The small woodlines, the highly open nature of the map, as well as the contestable premium food with most of the deer very central, as well as the boars on either flank, means that a knight civilization like the French here in the feudal age can shine very, very well indeed. On top of that, the central gold there, which is always central or close to central here on Balldlands, is a ripe place to strike for Beastie. The only concern is that secondary gold, which is indeed way more defensible, but also way farther away from the safety of the town center.
Now with that extra gold, he did opt to go for the mining pick, which makes sense. If you are already over mining on something, you want to make sure you get the most value out of it. But also including that double broadaxe is telling me we might not be dealing with pro scouts here at all, as Wham is committing to a handful of desert raiders already to handle these knights that are coming on out. And of course, when you have the dervishes right there behind you, you don't mind taking a pretty good trade here. Survival techniques also coming in, but we see that knight looking for a little bit of damage already, and the dervish is going to be able to keep itself alive, run away safely. The knight needs to back out before the camels start arriving and take down the HP that will take a long time to be able to heal.
Having faced Beastie myself multiple times, I know that he is not the type of player to shine away from going pure knight only with French if the duty calls for it. Which, considering that second stable already being placed down before a range, I think is exactly what he's cooking here. As a dervish is going to heal up the Desert Raider, who is one hit from death, but the debuff comes in clutch as that sword strikes down upon him, and just barely enough blood left in him to survive.
Now he did get one little victim there on the gold, because if the dervishes are this far forward, it means the other knights have a pretty safe place to land. But keep in mind, Beastie doesn't have unlimited food here. This is one of those awkward spots where you're making a lot of knights. You need to do a lot of damage to make this worth it as well. The dervish numbers are still constant, but your camels, he's not investing in any more. With that gold, having a tower as well, you're putting yourself in a spot where that castle age should not be too scary. Beastie going for horticulture now too. So definitely not looking like he's too scared of going out there for the berries and moving out on the map. He has two very safe berry packs there at the back, but you have to keep in mind, Wham has mobility, so you still can't just move out without taking a risk. But I see a lot of villagers moving to the north, and all of a sudden it feels like this man might be going for a very ballsy play onto the boar, and that's exactly what he's doing. He needs a lot of food to make this work, and that's exactly what he's going to be doing.
Just recognizing the fact that Wham, really his main option here, only option really in this matchup, is to get to that castle age as fast as he possibly can, as long as he can survive. Beastie of course knows this, and is going to leverage that to his advantage to try to get as much of the premium food on the map under his belt as he can. And it starts with that boar. Actually though, he goes past it onto the deer instead, interestingly enough. Maybe he doesn't have a knight in position to tank the boar, so he just goes for the safer option in this case. And this pure knight committal from Beastie, it's a double-edged sword, right? It's going to be fantastic for control, great for raiding, mobility, even diving. But the Desert Raiders, which now Wham is fully committing to with the military wing reinforcement, will always beat these knights, especially with the healing behind them. So it's a bit of a concerning reality here for Beastie, one that he could potentially address through sheer better control here, with some raids, with some better micro. But other than that, the odds are stacked against him from a composition perspective.
Now, with that chivalry, these knights are gonna love doing these dives to just heal back up, but the Desert Raiders, they are pretty fast as well. You can't just go in without getting properly punished for it. Reinforcement wing is going to take a while, but Beastie getting that tower up on the deer just makes sure that he has a little bit more breathing room between all of this. Wham He's got the resources, though, that even when he hits Castle Age, he's going to quickly be able to put in a few camel lances if he's so pleased. But we can see now, Beastie knows he needs to shut down this gold, and he needs it quickly. Goes in quite deep here, and the Desert Raiders are peppering away at these knights, but they do have +1 ranged armor, so it's going to take a lot of those little shots to actually make them go down.
Exactly right. Desert Raiders won't do too much damage in range form to the knights, but when it comes to melee, that huge base melee armor alongside the damage and the debuff is going to be instrumental to them. But the mass is a problem here, right? It is a fast castle at the end of the day. Beastie has already made him bleed. One villager had fallen earlier on the berries, and now is idle time on the wood line as well. Beastie might look to fully commit to this gold. That could be an option for him as the charge comes through. Great connections on the Desert Raider, but not enough to kill it. The Desert Raider healing is always going to be a nuisance. And the count favors Beastie for now. 11 knights, soon to be 12. 12 now to Wham's 5 Desert Raiders. But suddenly, that's 8. And Veterancy is going to be in the queue immediately, I assume. And soon enough, he's going to have another 3. Every 2 minutes, there's going to be another 3 Desert Raiders that Wham gets from that House of Wisdom immediately in his military value.
And Beastie is tripling down on the knights. We can see with that 3rd stable coming down now, he is going to be a very happy camper in just focusing on exactly that. But this can be so risky. The knights do get the connection, and the camels don't have their upgrades yet, but the sheer numbers are making that difference. No villager falls, but a knight may pay the price, and he does get one of them, and that is so expensive. Beastie has access to so much food on the map for now, and he does get a villager behind this.
Yes, he sacrifices a knight, but causes plenty of idle time, and looks like might be even 2 villages, maybe? Oh, it was very close. I think it's only a matter of just a few HP for that villager to live there. At the same time, at the front gold, more idle time is caused. And the pressure definitely is mounting on top of Wham right now. There's a lot of raids and a lot of back and forth, but he's not under too much pressure, realistically speaking. The Desert Raiders will keep coming. The gold access is still there. Now the back berries is getting secured. That would be a great place for Beastie to strike, and that seems to be exactly what he's thinking. He can't contest the gold effectively, but he may be able to limit the food.
Now the food is where it usually hits hardest. As we see with the berries, you do need to move out quite a far way from the safe parts of your base. And these berries, there's a wall between them, but the villagers are going to be constantly trying to respond here. The camels now, if they follow him upwards, they might just find the rest of the deer that are killed out there too. So this is not a spot Beastie wants to drag him to, unless he wants to use that tower for a little bit of a power play. But Beastie himself is thinking about castle now, and he's gotten 3 villager kills. But is this going to make up for the fact that Wham is just being let pick up every relic he dreams of? And with those, he's going to be able to soon enough see where Beastie is getting his food from. And he's going to have a Wololo, but the Beastie is quickly trying to build up this tower. Beastie, is he looking? He does, but the villagers are dead.
Yeah, this is exactly what Wham needed to find. This is how it all starts going wrong for Beastie, I think, in this game. That tower not being up in time, being discovered by the dervish, is crippling. The villagers will fall. One has already died. He doesn't even need to chase them. He could just switch to rage and they'd end up dying even quicker if Wham so chooses. Meanwhile, he could even potentially look to trap the knights in that northern corner after this from either side. Beastie has to be really careful with his movements now. He's going to look for a wide flank around to go onto the berries, it looks like, potentially. That may potentially go unspotted, but he has more villagers here. There is a tower, but that just means that there's a spot additionally there for Wham to strike. Another raid comes through, though. Looks like Wham is not paying attention. Focus on the northern micro, and he's going to pay the price for it as well, as another 4 villagers go down. Beastie taking a firm economic lead at this point, and his own Royal Institute is coming up, but he's taking the fight before that Institute is finished, and that's exactly what he doesn't want to do. Looks like a knight had fallen, as well as a dervish and a Desert Raider, so considering he's behind an age encountered, that was as good of a trade as he possibly could have hoped for.
But those villagers are sitting ducks as the camel numbers are just increasing. Now we have 7 camel lances and honestly 11 at the end of this is going to be crazy. When you're getting to these night numbers, Royal Institute is not what you want to have, as they're just falling like flies right now. Beastie doesn't have access to too many resources here behind this either. His gold has been tapped out. He's out there on the side, and Wham can easily rotate to try and trap this. But we do see there's purple dots everywhere. The army matters here. Beastie may have gotten some kills, but Wham has gotten exactly what he needs to keep him under control. And these knights, they may have their upgrades, but the camels will reign supreme. We see the villagers desperately trying to get back to the TC, but this is just a massacre.
There's nothing left here for Beastie. With the addition of the Camel Lancers means that Wham can now dive under TCs with impunity as well. The one weakness of Desert Raiders is now cancelled out by the presence of those Camel Lancers, and Beastie can never hope to ever engage this mass at this rate. Even with Bloodlines, it wouldn't make any difference really. It's just too many camels on the field. Quadruple outpost on the gold will buy him some time, but plenty of time is what he needs, and without the guild hall either ticking behind it, it's not like an Imperial Age within 10 minutes is going to be a bailout option for him. The idle time is just crippling. He's looking to find damage besides this on the flanks, Beastie, but whatever damage he finds, it's very minimal in the grand scale of things here. Looks like more idle time has been caused on the day there by Wham, but Beastie gets a few nice pickups at that point. However, he's suffering his own losses in turn.
Now, these camels might be falling, but as they're falling, more are coming out, and Wham is looking like an absolute monster on these Aeobids. Now, these towers are firing pretty hard, and the Desert Raiders, they are quite susceptible to this, but the Camel Lancers are providing a little bit of a front line to ensure that the villagers are the ones really paying the price here. Royal Bloodline's almost in now, but Wham, it doesn't look like he's breaking a sweat. That fourth relic is on the way back to the base, and Beastie, he needs to find a way to clean this up or do some counter damage quickly. Now, we do see the army value. It is starting to get a little bit closer with the night numbers, and Royal Bloodlines is a real power spike. This is the opportunity he's going to have to try and make this work. And is it going to be enough?
Is it going to be enough? The healing from the chivalry for these knights is instrumental in making this possible for Beastie in the long run. Food is a struggle for Wham at this point, compared to earlier, so some of the production has slowed down for Wham. And my concern for Wham actually is the sheer investment into these Camel Lancers. Now, Camel Lancers, they are camels at the end of the day, so they will debuff horse cavalry, so that's always somewhat of a counter. But from a stat point, they are weaker in virtually every way compared to the knight, especially Royal Bloodlines French knights. When it comes to a direct engagement, just A move on A move, the French knights will win, without a doubt. And that is a concerning reality for Wham that he has to be wary of. That is why potentially more Desert Raiders may be the key for him in this situation. But, of course, with more Desert Raiders, he loses some raiding potential behind it.
And it looks like Wham is just fully committed to this Camel Lancer composition. Now, of course, they're armored units. They do love diving a little bit more. But you investing this much into it can be devastating. Beastie now extending a little bit too far here with the Knights and losing one at that. But you can see the raids are continuing. Wham, though, he's killed a significant amount of villagers. And the raids will keep on coming. Beastie now looking for a little bit of his own damage, going for the tower as well. One of the knights going a little bit deeper in, and another villager falls, but the camels are at the ready. He does need to back out.
Well, these distractions, though, for Beastie are instrumental. He needs to buy himself as much time as he possibly can for that economic scaling, for those upgrade scaling, which he still has a firm lead of. And he can keep chipping away with charges this way against the Lancers and the Desert Raiders. Healing is on his side. Wham did lose one of his dervishes. He still has one on the field and has that boosted healing if necessary. And he even looks like he might even pull a relic for a fight here, which is actually a very smart choice. It's gonna allow him to pick at least one fight completely on his terms, which is gonna be instrumental. Now looking to secure those southern berries, and a bit of a scuffed spawn on those berries. They spawned lengthways, looks like.
Oh, with a few deer there, this is definitely going to matter. We see those charges coming in, and Beastie is really hoping to make this work. Those camels, though, they have a pretty good charge in them as well, and they do make a connection there to the knight, but not enough to take him down. And these guys, they will heal. So usually this does feel all right for them. But we do see that Dervish trying to be the backup here, and the towers doing work against these camel lances, but they are beefy, and the towers, they're just not hitting hard enough. Beastie is getting a few charges here as we see a few dead camels along the way. But now the knights are running towards the TC, and he's hoping that the TC creates a little bit of a safe haven behind this. The other group of knights, though, they're still keeping the food at arm's length. And unfortunately for Wham, this is starting to get out of control. He does have a little bit of a farming eco setup. Beastie is the one who's still very comfortably out here on the map on those external food sources.
Yeah, Beastie has just been magnificent with these raids so far. He's buying himself so much space and so much time. He shouldn't have even really, in theory, survived this long in this gameplay state. But as we mentioned earlier, his only real hope of comeback was to simply outplay Wham on most turns here, which in many ways he is doing with these raids. But this is what it comes down to, really, a decisive clash where Wham is like, I've had enough, and just wants to finish him, which seems to be the case. The Dervish is going to push away the knights, but there's still plenty of arrow fire from those towers. And as we mentioned, the camel lancers are actually weaker than these knights in that direct engagement, but the healing from this dervish might be enough to pull through, and we see so many of those knights are so low HP. You would love to pull them away soon and heal them, but it's easier said than done. Wham, though, has to be careful. You don't want to overextend too far deep here. You can look to get trapped because Beastie has recalled his raiding forces with his knights and looks to converge, but at the same time he's going to suffer plenty of villager deaths for it. Can't he wipe this mass, however, for those losses? It could potentially be the case. He traps so many of the camels, including the dervish. A huge cleanup for Beastie. He has paid with 6 extra villagers' lives for it. But at the same time, another raid comes through on the gold, and it's a big one as well. More villagers falling.
Oh, and Wham is just on top of Beastie in every single way. With every single raid Beastie thinks he's getting ahead, Wham says, watch out, I can do this even better. Now, 25 camel lances. Beastie did send one knight over here to the berries, but it quickly got picked off. Now, the villagers here at the top also falling. 41 villager kills. Wham just has too many camels in too many places. With the food transition for him looking decent here, Beastie is floating a lot of food, and he doesn't have anything to make with it right now.
Yeah, it almost looks like he called in a guild hall, which would make sense if only there was one in this game. But it is not the case. Instead, he just has a huge number of knights, which we can see those green pluses. They're all getting healed constantly behind all of this. Whereas for Wham, he can heal too, but it's way slower and way more expensive to do so, investing into those dervishes, which is exactly what he's doing now. And he's still just committing to the full camel lances, which I just have to question here. I just think it's objectively the inferior choice compared to there's a raider against these bloodline knights, but it does afford him the luxury of always constantly raiding, which has also been great for him so far. Speaking of raids though, Beastie is also very well known for it. Gonna find some more plentiful damage on these berries. Tie up those economic kills a little bit closer together.
A little bit closer, you say, but he needs to kill 4 times that to be able to really get the same amount of work done here. Beastie now pulling back all those knights. The numbers in the army, it's not that massive of a difference, but every single raid Wham has ends up in villager kills. Beastie is just not able to deliver all of that. The camel lancers here, they're looking for that engagement. Beastie turns around and he does take the fight here, realizes maybe this is the one that I need to make this work. As we see a few knights fall to the ground, this is unfortunately just not looking that great for him. With those camel lancers, they might not seem like they're doing the best at these one-on-one engages, but they just absolutely destroy, constantly being able to dive under those towers for so much longer than your normal desert raiders.
Exactly right, and the strength of these camel lancers doesn't come from their direct head-on engagements, but they are arguably the best raiding cavalry in the game, outside of something like Mangudai or Sepahi potentially. The extended line of sight, as well as the extended charge range, as well as shorter cooldown on that said charge, and more damage the longer distances traveled, means that they are excellent at sniping units from long distances, especially villagers. and we look to see that charge utilized right now. Just see the sheer distance and duration of their charge. They just keep going. And if one of these charges connects, that's pretty much almost half the Knight's HP gone, even with Bloodlines.
And Beastie may have picked up yet another villager, but the camels are in position and they're gonna do exactly the same. We see that charge coming on out, just as you said, another villager falling, and maybe another. These guys are just constant, and Beastie has no answer to them. They might fall, but very quickly, Wham is just remaking them over and over again. They get a little surround, get two of these who are a bit out of position, but now these knights have so much work to do. I just don't think it's possible for him. The problem is, Beastie might not know how many villagers he's really lost against this, because by this point, Wham is the one just taking complete charge of everything. He gets a good surround here. A few of the knights falling as well. And the Sacred Side timer just now starting. And of course, there's 9 minutes out. But once you get that thing on the road, you give your opponent a little bit of pressure and feel like they need to respond. And honestly, he does need to respond. Beastie now sending a lot of his villagers out there onto the North Gold, and these are going to be so susceptible to these Camel Lancer raids, and we're now up to 50 of them. Myriad, this is the most disgusting number of Camel Lancers I've seen in my life.
I have never seen it reach this count before. It's quite outstanding, actually. The only thing we're missing here that is so rare, I mean, you pretty much never see this in 1v1s, honestly, but Golden Age 5. I want to see that extra attack speed on these camels, and then we're really cooking as well, that's for sure. But, speaking of cooks, there's berries here, or there were, and no longer because the clash comes in and Beastie charges in directly, but he is deeply overwhelmed in terms of numbers here. But at the same time, look at this, the distraction is going to come in from the north. And the Dervish is out of position there. The Wololo had been used, so he can't use that to his advantage. But that raid costs him his APM, and he loses plenty of knights on the retreat in the south side. Meanwhile, a raid going on behind Wham's base at the same time, as well as in the center on the Deer, and a raid by Wham on Beastie's gold in the north.
Now, Beastie may have killed quite a bit of villagers here, but so did Wham. Now we're at 52 villager kills. Wham is not letting up, and Beastie is putting everything together to try and make more knights. You see, villagers, as quickly as they come out, they just die yet again. With all those raid warnings popping around the map, you can easily lose your focus, and that's exactly what's happening to Beastie here. Those villagers might have control of the gold, but this is all they're gonna have access to, and we do see now camels are just looking for more kills. Wham says, I've killed 56, but I know you have more. Let's get that to 100.
It might potentially reach 100 kills by the end of this game. Definitely combined, I would say, but maybe even just for Wham at this rate. I mean, the French TC produces vills so quick that there's plenty to kill at this rate. As we mentioned, the Camel Lance is just excellent at raiding. And look at this. Look at the minimap of what's happening. Beastie is raiding in from the center, directly pushing through, but Wham is converging from every possible angle on these knights. He wants to trap them, and he wants to finish Beastie once and for all. Can he get the wraparound that he needs, though? Knights are running rampant through Beastie's base, killing any villager that crosses their path. And looks like Wham is trying to decide which angle to go in from. He wrapped camels around the south side, looking to cut off the escape there, leaves a few of them chasing, and now wraps from the north with the other side. Quick wall is being built up. That's exactly what he wants to do. Can it be finished in time? He sacrifices more vills almost as a bait, I think, but they were headed for the outpost there, and Beastie re-engages towards the back camels chasing him, gets a few good hits there, but the reconvergence from the north is disaster for Beastie. Exactly the wraparound that Wham needs. Half of the knight count has been shaved clean.
And this is not a replaceable knight count. He's taking care of everything. We have 61 Camel Lancers. Beastie's population is not even 61 right now. He's killed a ton of villagers. Yes, 30 dead vills from Beastie has been brought here, but this is not going to be enough. Wham has absolutely obliterated Beastie's economy. He has no more access to any resources, and what happens after that is just more camels, and more camels for free. Wham must be feeling pretty good about himself after this, but we do see Beastie switching into a little bit more of a food-conscious unit as the arbs are being made to deal with those Camel Lancers, but this might just be a play out of desperation.
Yeah, I mean, there's 2 Arbaletriers to face the onslaught of 62 Camel Lancers. I think slow and steadily that number will build and we might get to the count we need eventually. But as to whether that's this game, I'm not so sure, because the double outpost now is under direct torch fire from those camels. That's 10 extra vills that will again fall for Beastie. And as that entrapment on the knights happened, the hopes for Beastie for this game were also trapped and gone, as Wham picks up the opening game here on Balldland.
And this is a massive pickup for Wham. Wham taking down one of Beastie's best civilization with a very interesting choice of camel lances only. And honestly, it looked like it wasn't going to perform that well in the one-on-one fights, and it makes sense, but that was not their goal. Their goal was raiding. Because if you're up against a guy who loves to raid, what better to do than to raid him yourself? And we can see that was exactly what he did here. He overwhelmed Beastie to make sure that every single alarm going off around the map is going to be the distractor that he needs to get those kills up and running. Now, Wham just looking absolutely fierce on this. And getting into that next match, though, we do see that Wham managed to snatch that Macedonians, and Beastie says, I'm not going to be dealing with the Taklak. Let's just do Macedonians and see how it goes. But with the HRE snipe, and I'm really surprised to see this because we haven't seen an HREW in a while at this level. A lot of people are saying HRE is just not what they used to be, but the choice being Delhi instead, I'm surprised about that.
It is interesting, right? Because I think our Frisian HRE has quite a bit of potential. The early economy feeds so well into either playing Dark Age or feed the expansion of those stocks. So they do very well when it comes to that. And, you know, with access to so much food, we have seen this happening again and again. Something like a Burgrave timing on Frisian Marshes can actually be incredibly scary for those that don't put respect on it. And that's definitely something important. And Wham recognizes it. So he's rather not deal with it at all. I gotta say, I'm a bit surprised the fact that Beastie actually opted for Frisian Marshes as his map of choice, because looking at these picks, Wham just has the better civs for it, I would say. Tuglak and Macedonian, 2 powerhouses. Tuglak very well known by now on hybrid and water maps with that fantastic economy and composition, carrying them so well. As Macedonians, I mean, they do great on land, but give them access to fishing, and that means even more Adari on the fields, or potentially even a heavy feudal committal, which I would say they are very capable of doing in this matchup, though we haven't seen it yet, if I recall correctly. Definitely looking forward to seeing that if we do get to it. But it might just be a fast castle anyway from Wham, potentially. It remains to be seen, but I think this matchup can be very exciting.
I'm a little bit concerned about the map choice as well, because I know Beastie is not the kind of guy who always chooses Frisian. And this brings me to the question of why he may have done this. So from all the other players, there's a lot of them that opt for Frisian because they have specific strategies. As far as I know, and as far as I've seen out of Beastie, Frisian has not been one of those safe picks for him. But I know the timer is a little bit stuck there on the screen, guys, but I have a feeling we are very close to rolling on in. And we'll see what Beastie's real plan is to try and make Frisian his own. Now, Wham with the Macedonian, we don't see any sneaky shenanigans for a lot of wood in the early game. So we're not going to get any water from the man.
No, which is interesting, right? And I do wonder why this is the case. You might look for a very specific timing instead. Because, there we go. I guess Wham must have read this or something, because Beastie just goes straight away for the barracks opening here with zero hesitation. Doesn't even bother to actually scout Wham's side of the map first. He just deems that as the correct option. Which, I mean, you're against Macedonian. If you can get them off gold, that is always a good position to be in. But this is not a cheap and natural opening for the Delhi. This is tough for them to pull off without being heavily delayed. The barracks takes away the wood that you need for that mill to get wheelbarrow, for the mosque to start getting the upgrades there in order, as well as just your age up in general.
Now, Beastie does have a nice little scouting pattern to find exactly where that spear needs to land. He'll get the information needed here, and see that the villagers are out on gold already. But Beastie going for that third spearman as well, which just means that the wood he could have used to get that mill is even further away. But now the spearmen will land and they will go and try to shut down at least a little bit of this gold gathering. And Wham does not have the gold needed for this just yet. He might actually need to get another villager or two on this gold to get that required amount. Silver being deposited also naturally, and the rest of the villagers being pulled to be able to get everything he would need. But he's doing quite a lot of damage here, and these Macedonian villagers, they are going to be quite susceptible to raids later on.
Indeed they are, and few better raiders than the Ghazi raider. In the name itself it says. As the gold needed for the age up is going to get accrued. No surprises there. It's pretty much impossible nowadays to actually deny the age up gold unless you completely catch your opponents with their pants down. Which doesn't happen much at this level, of course. But the Imperial Hippodrome is on the way for Wham behind this. And Beastie, he actually also invested into the dock behind this, so even bigger age up delay for him. Actually, he cancels it. The blueprint was there, but now it is cancelled, so recognizing this, he knows the delay would be too much, considering he also needs the mill, he needs the mosque. Yeah, it's just, it's too much wood. You can't, I don't think it's worth the risk against the early pump of horsemen. Then you have the scout with the torch damage to worry about. It's very scary, and it demands respect, so Beastie is going to place the respect needed.
And finally, Beastie getting that first scholar with the completion of the mosque. And now the upgrades may begin a little bit faster than they would have without Wheelbarrow finally being clicked up. But we're already 3 minutes into the game. This is going to be a very late Wheelbarrow here for Beastie. And now we do see Wham already moving out there, placing his blueprint. He is planning to get that gold back pretty soon. But at the same time, Beastie is not letting him do that. Myriad, I don't know if this was on our bingo card, but this is a Delhi tower rush.
Yes, you are absolutely right. It's actually a tower being built by the Delhi Sultanate in the Dark Age, no less, and with 3 spears behind it as well. Unprecedented here, but it actually makes so much sense, honestly. Just stop the gold. Right, that's what Beastie's thinking right now. No matter what it costs me, you will not have any gold this game. And if he can keep that up for long enough, I think that might be a win condition, frankly. Especially with the Delhi strength. Uh-oh.
The boys are pulled. He's got an archer in queue as well, but the villagers will be the target here. And the spears, they do need to be careful, but the villager is going to get surrounded. The scout goes down. The villager might just be able to finish this in time with a few hammer, and he goes in, and it looks like the spears are going to find safety in that. Let's see if he target fires these villagers. The low HP one gets targeted. 1-1 villager, now 1-2, and Beastie must feel pretty happy with this already.
The tower goes up and you exchange your villager's life for 2. Yeah, Beastie is very, very happy indeed, and that's a great result for him. And the pull was just too late there for Wham, and that costs him quite dearly there, indeed. The delay is significant. He can't actually produce anything besides the 1 Bogmathor that he already has on the field. But there's no dock behind this. It looks like he might be trying to move for it now. Yes, he does indeed. But there's no dock for Beastie either, to be fair, who's now aging up with the Dome of the Faith. Halfway finished, and Beastie... Oh, Beastie, you cheeky devil. He's blocking one of the optimal dock spots.
And this just speaks volume to what Beastie's name of the game is today. And it is deny, deny, deny. The spearman getting into that tower, he just wants to make sure that those arrow fires are going to be annoying as can be. But with this, Wham is very happily putting down a dock that doesn't block any of the fish. Hippodrome Scout doing an insane amount of damage, and the spearman does pay the price. We do see Beastie instantly trying to target fire that archer instead, because of course... any champion that comes out of that hippodrome is going to heal itself back to full in no time.
That's right, and the extra torch damage on that scout means that any kind of fishing play that Beastie would go for is going to be heavily threatened. Probably part of the reason that he hasn't opted for it yet, besides needing the age up in quick time, obviously. Scholar's now officially in production.
We do have a little situation, guys, that just occurred. So, for those of you wondering what just happened, is Beastie crashed the moment he aged. Oh, yeah, the moment he aged up, he crashed, and we will be doing a remake on this game. And honestly, as far as remakes go, this one is one that I would say is the most normal remake you could find for the craziest game. So we're gonna head back to the lobby and then get that game remade and see how it goes. But that was crazy! To get a remake on this situation is wild. No, the thing is, you can't give this in favor of anyone, because Beastie killed those 2 villagers. He denied so many resources. I actually think he might have been slightly ahead on this in a way, but at the same time, Wham could argue the opposite, saying, yeah, I got what I needed out of this already. So that is a pretty crazy situation. My goodness.
Yeah, it's unfortunately a sad reality of the game as it is today. Sometimes there's just a chance that this happens, particularly on age up. This can occur and has historically occurred a few times, and lo and behold, sometimes unfortunately it happens during very crucial moments like these, where there's a very quirky beginning to the game that has big implications down the line in that feudal age, but all of it is null at this point in time. So we're going to go back to the drawing board and start from the very get-go. But yeah, there's absolutely no clear lead there. Remake is the only possible choice to make there. Of course, it would be great to have another option, but hopefully that's in the works.
Now, this is the question people usually ask about remakes. What are we supposed to do in that early game? Are we supposed to play out this thing out in the same way? What if the spawns are different? Of course, there are so many variables here. And now, Beastie, seeing how that early game landed, does he opt to do exactly that? But what happens then for Wham going for the gold a little bit earlier? I feel like this is a back and forth that you have to ask yourself, do I go in with a fresh new mindset? Or am I going to do exactly the same thing and hope it works just a little bit better?
Yeah, that's the question, right? Whenever there's something interesting like this happening in the Dark Age, as to an unusual opener, it always begs the question, what does the mind game look like between the two players in this? Like, is he going to do it again? Am I going to do it again? He's going to expect me to do it again. So he'll prepare for it so that I won't do it again. But then surely he wouldn't expect me to do it again because it's so wild. So let's just do it again. It's radical. So I'm very curious to see how that will go. But yeah, I mean, nothing really happened early on, right? So that's significant.
What's pretty wild to me is just the fact that we have had, I believe, Wham in quite a few situations, Beastie especially, in a lot of situations with these remakes. We have a few players that they get targeted by the remake curse, and unfortunately it has come to this cast today. But ladies and gents, it is time for us to roll on in and see if we're getting exactly the same opening. But guys, this time we're getting a different bug with Beastie and Wham's names just spawning completely opposite from before. This time, Beastie opts to go for a little bit of a dock play himself.
Yes, we have one Omar up against Easterbeer in Frisian Marshes this time. That is Sultanate in the yellow. And Wham. Okay, I'll stop. In the color purple, as the Macedonians. And I wonder what we're going to start to see here, as straight away the differences are clear. Beastie opting for the dock this time round, and this makes complete sense. You can't really do the same thing you did before or do a slight variation on it. I mean, you could, theoretically, but it's always going to make you wonder as to whether your opponent's preparing for it. So he just opts what seems to be really the best thing he can go for, in my opinion, which is the dock.
Now, Wham definitely going to be scouting to see if any shenanigans are happening, but pretty standard opening here. Doesn't pull anything extra onto the gold. He knows that this is no longer a threat, and Beastie is the one going for that first fishing boat. Now, Beastie getting that wheelbarrow up, which is pretty good here, as the Delhi just loves getting their upgrades in as quickly as they can. And last game, he definitely did not have that opportunity, but the sheep amount is pretty wild here for Beastie already.
Yes, a lot of very close sheep spawn here on Frisian Marshes. There's some very predetermined places where the sheep can and will spawn. and knowing these will always yield you a very good amount of sheep indeed. It's pretty much impossible to get sheep screwed on this map, maybe just a little bit by a few sheep out towards the center and edges of the map, but early on, no issues whatsoever. As the dock is already up and pumping with the free scholar inside of it, that is Delhi's bonus. Any mosque or dock built initially will give a free scholar, and that's just the very first one you build. So it's going to make his fishing ships produce even faster. And now already up to 2, and the third one will come out as well. And Wham, still opting for what he did last game, the very fast age up, which I would say in this position actually favors Beastie a little bit more if he can get a good turnaround time to his age up.
We have to see how much he invests into this water as well, because you have to understand, if you're playing against Macedonian Dynasty, they get the hippodrome, they start making horses, they start raiding, they shut down. And Macedonians, they're just such a good tempo civ here. Beastie is definitely going to need to be careful with all of this, but he goes for that 4th fishing ship on the same pond. And now I'm feeling a little concerned for him with that bit of extra investment on the wood, because it doesn't look like he's pulling off anytime soon. He's going for that second dock as well.
Yeah, that's the thing. I think on Frisian Marshes, if you invest any more than 3 per little pond, it gets a little bit of in the over-investment territory, especially when you know you'll be under pressure, because you can only garrison 3 of those fishing ships, right? That's going to be quite a problem indeed when it comes to being raided, especially considering he's already behind in terms of age-up timing because of said dock. Now moving on to his second. He could, in theory, look to get up as many of these docks as he can before the actual Hippodrome Horseman is a threat. He could even get 1 more maybe, but then gold will become an issue. The idle time on the fishing will become an issue, and addressing that will be a bit more difficult, considering that Ghazis normally do very well, but these aren't just any horsemen from the Macedonians.
A lot of them buffed by their champions that will run alongside them. Now Beastie nowhere near clicking the age up just yet, and Wham is very confidently already making that first horseman. So this is a pretty slow start here for the Delhi, but at the same time, you want to capitalize on this economy as much as you can. And we'll see if this is the right amount for Beastie. And we see him going for yet another dock with that villager making his way all the way to the furthest pond. And it doesn't look like Wham is aware of this at all. But that first horseman, let's go see where he lands. It looks like he's heading straight for the base. So possibly going to be going straight for that goal to shut down any bit of gathering that may be on Beastie's mind. And he doesn't have a lot here. So if he loses control of this goal, it becomes a really quick snowball into a no scholar life. Power of victory, though. Oh, never mind. It was a misclick. I almost got excited here.
Yeah, that was gonna be a Monk S moment there for a minute, I think, if it was a Tower of Victory. But yeah, I'm a bit surprised to see Wham not actually keeping his scout towards Beastie's pawns just to look for that villager pickup. That's always a very nice little way to get an early lead on this map if you manage to get it. Instead, he's going to push off the gold, which is admittedly also a great thing to do. Limiting the scholar production for Delhi is a surefire way to slow them down and make their game harder.
Now, with that singular horse on here, he's sending the rest onto their next destinations, which will most likely just be shutting down these ponds. Now, for Beastie, who's invested on these little lakes, and we see with 4 fishing boats, you feel like you want to capitalize on this as quickly as you can. Those fishing boats, though, remember, they're of the spicy variety, and they barely do a bit of damage, but it's going to be enough to just ward off that singular horseman trying to do the damage. Now, Wham, he's still making horses, and Beastie, I just see more fishing ships coming out of him. This is very, very risky. Now, finally, a barracks being placed down. And this is usually not the opening building you see out of the Delhi Sultanate.
There is merit to it. This is one sort of strategy you can go for. Some say it's a very dynamic, specific thing, where only in some matchups, in some situations, does this sort of thing become semi-viable, where you intentionally age up pretty slowly and look to get as many fishing ships as you possibly can to get that significant eco boost up against your opponent. And then you are on a delay, but eventually a few minutes down the line, you'll be able to severely outmass your opponent. but there's a price to pay, isn't there? And it already started with one fishing ship going down. And it's not like behind this Wham is complacent. He has enough cavalry just to be very annoying, deal damage, and at the same time is consolidating his own economy behind this. One dock is already up and running, second one on the way now.
And this is getting to a very sore spot because Beastie getting a bit of idle time there on his ships as well. He just not being able to focus on every corner here. Another fishing boat paying the price. And this is starting to spiral out of control. We now see the horseman numbers getting to that scary amount where a spear does not dare step close to them. You can see he's just trying to get as much as he can, but the dock is definitely the target here, and he's trying to delay that as much as possible. But unfortunately for him, the spear numbers just aren't coming out quick enough. So the horses will get the burn on this, but at the same time, Beastie is everywhere and nowhere and just fishing all around.
Exactly right. That's the power of this Hippodrome Scout. So quickly do those fishing ships get burnt, and the docks are no different either. And spears do counter horsemen, but not when it's a third of the army value in that regard there, present in this current fight at least. So they're going to have to be very careful as one does get picked off, but the horseman dies as well in turn. And the first pawn is already down for Beastie, and this is the kind of risk you run into. That's one of the struggles for Delhi on this map. On top of there only being 2 sites, sure, you're decent with fishing as Delhi, but you're naturally already very slow because of the design of your technologies being free and taking long to upgrade, needing so much infrastructure to get those upgrades running, and of course needing constant scholar production to keep up as well. Abusing all these factors, Wham is securing himself quite a sturdy lead here, I have to say, and now keeps investing into the military, knowing that eventually Beastie will catch up and will look to contest those sites, and when he does, he wants to be ready.
Now he is getting a ship to actually counter this, and that makes a lot of sense. You need every bit you can to try and save this food economy. Yes, you've got other docks up and running, but every single thing you lose here is going to skyrocket for your opponent. Macedonians, they love fighting in feudal, and you are giving them exactly that. He's now getting a handful of upgrades here too. Getting that next ship as well, getting a dhow onto this lake is going to be so critical in making sure he does not lose everything. The villager now making his way onto yet another pond as we see a lot of wood in Beastie's arsenal already. The dhow is out and he will be fighting against those. But the villager is ready to turn and go and repair. But the dhow, he needs to be careful. He's standing in the range of the fire, and the fire is obliterating the ship, but the fishing boats come in clutch and repair as quickly as they can. It is a little bit of a destruction both ways.
Yeah, it's true. A lot of wood is being burnt here by Beastie to repair the dhow, but he's finding great value with the dhow. So much damage dealt on those horsemen. Shouldn't be too unhappy with himself about that. One of the fishing ships does fall, but I'd say that was actually worth it there for Beastie. But the dire news has hit the field. The champion has arrived. The Redari champion. And this guy, yeah, he's a raid boss for sure in this feudal age. That's going to make it very difficult for Beastie to take any fights. Luckily, he does have 13 spears on the field, and Wham's archer count isn't too healthy just yet, and that's significant for him. But there's another disadvantage here still. Wham doesn't seem to have any, at least for the melee infantry as well as the range units. We can't see in the UI the cavalry upgrades, unfortunately, but looking at Beastie, he does have double blacksmith up, but his upgrades are far away still.
Now, getting pushed off of that gold early on definitely slows down the pace of the daily here. But you can see Beastie is floating a lot of food. He's got the resources to build units in the food department. The problem is just Wham is in a pretty good spot here as well. He's making sure that he gets control of these little lakes all around and eventually will run into a few of Beastie's as well. So now Wham just sitting back. He stopped making units now for a second, and now we ask ourselves the question, is this just because he's going castle? Because Beastie is thinking exactly the same thing. Starting to stock up on those resources. The Ghazis, though, they need to be careful. If he loses these, it is going to be tragic. It's just not something he can live without. He needs to try and keep this army as busy as possible.
And going Castle Age as Delhi Sultanate without having even touched the sacred sites is always A very weird position to be in, not necessarily terrible. We've seen this work a few times in the past, in very specific cases, but I'm not sure if this is one of them, frankly. He's gonna have the lead with it, for sure. House of Learning already on the way with 12. Wham, I don't even think he's gonna start the Age up before Beastie finishes it, which is a great spot to be in. And he has plenty of archers and guards on the field to contest Wham, at least initially a little bit. But Wham's Age up is not far behind. He's going to have crossbows from the Golden Horn Tower. He's going to be able to produce Redari at that point, so even more power to his raiding. And Beastie, typically Delhi can pick up the relics with extreme pace when getting to this castle age, but Beastie doesn't currently have the map control to do so.
Usually Delhi at this point, they're very confidently moving around here, but Wham, he's the one in charge. And now the spears are looking straight at those Ghazis, and they get an impale situation. Few of them falling like flies. Beastie just losing focus for a second here, already showing us what that could mean for a person. Now he does spot Beastie's dock here up top, and Beastie's dock definitely got a lot of food for him here, but this was something he needed to keep going. It does look like one of those fishing spots has been completely tapped out as well. So he did get quite a bit of value from here, but you have to ask yourself, was it enough to push him forward? Right now it looks pretty even, but it feels like Wham has complete control of this. I just wouldn't count Beastie out just yet because he's got an elephant on the way, and we know what those elephants are going to be able to do.
Exactly, the first elephant that's hit the field. That's definitely going to keep Beastie safe, but he wasn't under too much threat of a dive directly. That's probably the main reason for that elephant investment. It's a great way to immediately kill any dive underneath you as Delhi. But that threat is not here. However, he can now mobilize his forces very effectively around that elephant, and that's always going to be a really tough army to crack as long as that elephant's alive. The second one is now in queue for him as well. But this raiding cavalry from Wham has been a thorn in Beastie's side all game long. And again, his attention pan is stretched thin. 3 more fishing ships fall just like that. And 12 have now fallen for Beastie at this stage. But not far behind in economy still. Just because of the sheer investment from him thus far. Wham is still adding docks even at this stage.
And Beastie, the rest of his docks are secure-ish, but you have to ask yourself how long until those start running out now. Now, with that spearman army, he feels a little bit more confident to move out here, but keeping in mind, all the spears are standing together, and the horse numbers are still very, very scary, running right around them, straight towards the base. The golds, they are going to be right there, the next target for these horses, but the spears, again, he's out there on the map trying to find something, but what he's going to find is nothing, as the army is ready to hit over here. He does have his elephant here, so he should be able to pull back and not lose too much. And that's exactly what he does. The reaction speed, pretty fast.
Seeing that elephant, Wham gets confirmation. Yeah, there's no raiding this base anytime soon unless I want to get trapped by that elephant. And that's not a party he wants to be present at, I'm sure. Scholar, discovered with the relic, is going to do a Panic Wololo, but of course double Panic Wololo at that point in time, but none pay fruit, of course. The spears do meet the cavalry, and they skirt around the edge. Very slippery indeed, and manage to just get away. Relics now. Beastie has managed to secure 2 of them, but Wham didn't start collecting his yet. Fully focused so far on the upgrade commitment, the dock commitment, as well as military commitment as well at this stage.
Now, I'm a little bit confused seeing Beastie not constantly spending all his resources on units. Because this starts to smell a little bit like an Imperial to me. And at 16 minutes in the game against the Macedonian dynasty, it feels like a very brave move. But Wham does get a little bit of a wraparound here on some of the vills, but none of them go down. And the elephants are in position. Few of the horses pay the price of their life and does need to pull back. But Beastie, he's thinking about Imperial. And just with that food economy he's built himself, this is going to be crazy, Myriad.
Honestly, I think it's actually so smart to go Imperial Age here for Beastie. It makes so much sense. The Redari count hasn't reached critical number yet, and neither has the crossbow count. The silver is rolling in, but it's nothing that he cannot handle just yet. It's only level 2 upgrades are now starting to come in. We have it for the archers, the range units, as well as the cavalry armor and health now coming in as well. And this is all on par for Castle Age, right? You can only have up to 2 at this point, including a Feudal Age one. So because of this, Beastie is not under real threat of dying just yet. He has to be so careful with how he splits his economy. He has the war elephants to keep himself safe for the most part. But Wham, I think, smells what's going on. He sees just how defensive Beastie's playing. And we've seen Beastie do this many times. This sort of war elephant defense play into fast imp. It's very recognizable by now, I have to say. A lot of players are sort of seeing how this is played and know to do something about it. It looks like Wham is now spotting it as well, but Beastie recognizes the danger he's in, and I think he knows that there's just not enough time for the Palace of the Sultan to actually bail him out in this position. But we've seen Anatan before use the Hisar Academy to great effect. That can be an immense amount of food income for you as the Delhi, an almost complete farm transition.
Now, Beastie's economy is going to not be as necessary with these elephants popping out like that. This is going to be a pretty good defense for him, and you can see him trying to beef up a little bit with a few men-at-arms. Ooh, he cancels them. He cancels the men-at-arms, and I don't know what the move is from there, but you can see him getting a bit of resources in the bank here, probably just to add more elephants to this party. We see him getting a little bit of an elephant upgrade or 2 in there as well. But the horses are looking for blood, and they are going to find at least 1 drop of blood here. I say, as I curse this villager to stay alive. The age-up does get stopped, but only momentarily, as the spears are in position to try and fight back. But the 28 archers are doing work. Now, the moment Beastie hits this age-up, he does need a little bit of breathing room to just get those upgrades. And Wham, it looks like he's giving him that. We do see the tower now coming up. Wham wanting to go Imperial himself, surprisingly. Just not ready to make that massive push that we do see out of the Macedonians in Castle usually. So I'm excited to see how Wham takes this and tries to capitalize on that Delhi timing taking so long.
The landmark choice here I'm quite curious about as well for Wham. The mercenary, what's it called? Foreign engineering company, just like the Byzantines have, could be a great choice here. Of course, you can get royal cannons from the foreign engineering company, and that's going to do great work up against those elephants without a doubt. At the same time, you could go for the Palatine School to get the best cataphracts in the game. But Macedonians actually have better ones than the Byzantines once all of the upgrades are in, but they do cost silver to do so. So, you know, you want to spend your silver on upgrades, not necessarily on cataphracts. So that might make Wham more prone to go for the engineering company here, because the bombards, the cannons will be amazing here against the elephants.
Now, what I'm a little bit worried about here for Beastie is those mangonel towers. Now, we have seen many players, even at the top level, just losing games to these mangonel towers, especially with such a heavy archer mass. And we see the Beastie is still investing into these archers himself. He knows that with these archers, he's going to handle most of what Wham's army has. But we'll see how that works against all of the cannons that he will be providing, trying to take care of the elephants. But the elephants at the same time, we have 4 for him. And this is wonderful. But the Ghazi Raider switch is going to be a little bit of a surprise here. And I'm wondering if he's going to use those to just try and raid and do just a bit more damage to keep Wham under control. Because how does this play out late game? To me, it feels like the elephants versus the cannons. The elephants might just reign supreme.
It's a tough to call. This is a late game I have not seen before between these two civs, so it'll be very interesting to see it play out. It's going to be very, very good. And there's so many crossbows on the field as well as archers for this Ghazi transition. Makes a lot of sense. We've seen Beastie do this to great effect in the past, getting that elite status on the Ghazis, as well as biology, which is in queue by now, as is incendiary arrows. Just there's a whole shopping list of upgrades there for Beastie, but luckily for him, it's all for free. And they're all going to come in very, very soon for him, with 20 scholars in garrison and 8 more in queue at this stage. How does he even have the gold for this, actually? I guess it's still that secondary gold that he has access to.
With the 3 relics, it doesn't feel like it's enough gold to sustain this, but he shows us that it actually is. And more stables coming out. This feels like Beastie is putting himself in a spot where he's making as much as he can, trying to get these upgrades as quickly as possible. He gets them, but now if he loses this army, it doesn't feel like it's that easy to replace. I would like to take a look at his TC so we can see the farm placements around, but I think Beastie, he is just cockroaching in his base right now. And this Keep is helping him do so. He's trying to get those walls up to make himself a nice little corner for himself. But the food transition, I wonder if there is any.
Yes, every minute that passes, Beastie's getting so much additional value from these free upgrades, but at the same time, the exact same is true for Wham. Every minute that passes, we see already upwards of 800 silver per minute. He's just gonna get more and more of these premium upgrades for his units. It really is a game of cockroaches, isn't it?
Now, you have to keep in mind, the Sacred Site victory is also approaching. And sure, there's still 7 minutes on the clock. But these are guarded by mangonel towers, so they are not going to be an easy feat. And a lot of scholars in queue. Beastie is nearing pop cap at the moment, and more elephants are on the way. He sees what's important, and elephants are the name of the game, especially against this huge amount of Radari that Wham is trying to switch into. So, with Wham's composition, he's got a ton of crossbows, hoping that they can perform miracles against these elephants, but the bombards, they're moving into position to try and snipe down some of these towers that Wham is so comfortably placing around the Sacred Site.
These Sacred Sites are what's probably going to determine this game, actually. Mangonel emplacements, so well known for their oppression for so long. The sheer amount of AoE damage is absolutely stellar, but against so many big, singular, beefy units like these elephants, the AoE damage doesn't do too much. There are 2-3 cannons even on the field here for Wham. A good count, but not enough really to face so many elephants. One did go down pretty quickly, however, because there's also 40 crossbows behind this for Wham as well. The army's looking very scary here for Wham, I have to say. Good range found by Beastie. Gets some counter damage done towards this mid-map. But with so many emplacements and outposts, those Ghazis can't stay there for long. Upgrades are coming in quickly here for Beastie. Biology is already in. Incendiary arrows now finishing as well for him. Howdah's as well has finished at this point in time. Not that he has any ranged elephants, so it doesn't matter too much, but eventually he might. And with so many scholars on the field, they might all be soon enough polled to challenge this site.
Now, he does decide to go the other way, seeing that huge investment onto those mangonel towers. Both his bombards paying the price as well. But you might say that it was just a little bit of eco damage. Those Ghazis cleaned up so much. We're nearing that point of the game where the fishing ships are starting to go idle, so they do get removed from these compositions. But what Beastie killed there was pure villager potential, or were Wham here. Now, Wham's resources, he's spending every single bit he can on those Radari, and 26 Radari, 51 crossbows. I know you're saying that the elephants are great, but are they great enough to handle that?
Yeah, honestly, I'm not so sure that they are. Not without Sultan elephants, at least, because, I mean, with so many crossbows, as well as already 4, soon to be 5 cannons, we will see these elephants melt, even with the biology, even with the healing. There's too much dedicated firepower against them. Now, if there was some Sultan elephants in the mix, that might be different, but of course, if there was a Sultan landmark there, there'd be a lot less units for Beastie instead, because he wouldn't have this stellar food income that we're seeing now. So it's always one of those difficult positions to be in. Hindsight is 2020 at the other day, but you never know in the moment, and it seems like that moment as to when we will know is getting closer and closer, because both players look to be itching for a fight.
And we see Beastie here trying to get some siege down, but the Sacred Site is at 3 minutes. And now he's going to need to start making a move pretty soon. Wham is not in a position with the resources like Beastie is. Beastie technically quite ahead here in terms of the resources. He could potentially make a move here. And if he wipes some of these units, remake them, and try to take that fight yet again. But we do see now, he's sending those Ghazis to their death. The archers spinning it, going a little bit too far forward here. They might be sacrificial to just get a few elephants on the way. But it's a very strange sacrifice to make. He's nowhere close pop cap just yet.
Yeah, it almost looks like a blunder, right? But it was definitely a sacrifice because instantaneously the two tower elephants are queued up. And the tower elephants, they are fierce indeed, even more so than the war elephants in terms of damage output potential. They do a crazy amount of damage. But the issue is that, again, the 6 French cannons, outside of great bombards, these are the best gunpowder siege in the game. And Wham has 6 of them. That's almost one-shot potential for these elephants. And they also do great work against the tower elephants, of course.
Now, Beastie did an insane amount of damage to this economy of Wham, but this just means that Wham is reinvesting in units. And right now, there's 2 minutes. Beastie needs to make a move, and he needs to make it now. As one bombard completely out of position. The archers are doing their best at just focus firing down anything. The Radari not able to clean this out at all, but the elephants are now stepping forward, and they need to make their move. We do see those cannons doing a little bit of damage to that elephant, and honestly, slightly bruised.
Yeah, the Grand Pole is here. Wham, I think he even deleted villages, if I'm seeing this correctly, just to remass even further. Makes sense, because it all comes down to this. I wouldn't be surprised if Beastie posts his entire economy for this as well, potentially. He can always go Imperial a second time anyway. But so many scholars, every relic is being brought out just to make sure that this goes through. And just look at the sizes of these two armies. We haven't seen such a big fight in a while, I think, in these games. As the charge from the elephant comes through, they go directly forward. The Rudari are standing at the ready behind the ranged line as the kiting ensues. Damage is being dealt, plenty of it. Beastie has a lot of his own bombards as well to challenge the cannons, but the cannons are better and there's more of them. The Radari look for a double flank. One comes from the north side. The first Wololo is cashed in to divert the Radari. The elephants are melting to the crossbow mass as well as the cannons, but the scholars are actually doing a great job in keeping up the health bars initially. Second Wololo gets pulled as the Radari come in again, but the scholar gets sniped, and this time it's mixed among the mass, so it will not fall this easily. More Radari towards the north side, cutting off the reinforcements, and some split off troops towards that side, and it looks to be a cleanup. The Radari are too strong. The backline is too potent. The cannons, the elephants are falling by now. There's nothing left for Beastie in this fight.
But Beastie is decapping the sacred side. He has some units standing on top trying to decap this. But you have to look at the resources. Beastie might be able to make a few more units here. We do see that fight extending on the sacred side, but it feels like a little bit too late with all those Ghazis falling. Beastie has the ability to replace some of the army, but it is too much. And Wham takes the W in an absolutely insane game 2. This was in Myriad. I cannot believe that we saw a fast-ish Imperial go against the Macedonian and almost come out alive here. But Wham, he definitely knew how to respond to this. Those towers.
Yeah, it's the towers, right? And great panic under pressure, I would say, here by Wham as well. I mean, steady Imperial Age timing like this is so scary for so many civilizations. We've seen just how amazingly Beastie plays this strategy so many times, but Wham understanding this and keeping cool under the pressure, recognizing, okay, well, you go Imperial Age, I can just do it too. And not overextending, not feeling the need to push into so many elephants, because that's often how you can spell your own doom, really, by being overzealous to try and punish it. Not often is there room to do so, but Wham recognized his lead, the fact that he has the map, he has the units, he has the control of those sites, as well as 2 relics behind this, that he can just go toe-to-toe in Imperial Age with this. The timer had been ticking for a while, then if he just holds the control, then he should be in a great position to close it out, and he proved that to be the case.
Now, this is a big hill for Wham to climb. For the last few sets, Beastie has completely dominated Wham in these last few times they've met, and now this is Wham's time to get revenge and show that he is still ready to take on the beast. Now, Wham got for the next game JD, which I'm really excited to see, because on front range, JD has been absolutely pumping. Now, though, Sengoku on the side of Beastie, this also doesn't feel like a bad pickup for him, especially considering front range. He's most likely going to get a lot of value out of these Yatai quite early on.
Yeah, it's quite a spicy matchup indeed on front range here. Like you mentioned, JD JD, honestly, any map where you can be sure that there'll be a lot of fighting, a lot of aggression, JD is always a fantastic pick in these cases. Few civilizations benefit as much from just repeated fighting as JD does. That level up system, when that level 3 comes in, it's not as disgusting as it was on release, but it's still very potent indeed, and it can easily win the game in some situations. And I can see that being the case here, right? I mean, Sengoku, they're a very potent civilization and incredibly strong in that castle age especially, but this might be one of probably the hardest map in the current competitive map pool to pull off a fast castle age.
Yeah, and a lot of people, they don't necessarily mind fighting with Sengoku in the feudal though. So maybe Fast Castle will not be that simple, especially with the lack of resources. But you have to keep in mind, Sengoku doesn't really struggle with the lack of resources. With the Yatais, you have a pretty safe answer for a lot of the food. We have to wonder, is Wham going to capitalize on the fact that Sengoku likes to be a greedy goose civilization in the early game and get that boar in the middle? Now, Sengoku doesn't necessarily go for Dark Age aggression, but I don't think they mind it either. Because just like Japan, they have access to some pretty nice units out there quite early. And if Whams wastes his time going all the way to the middle, just being shut down, this could definitely be worth it. So both of these civs both can benefit from that boar. But, you know, as Sengoku, you just want to play it safe, get those Yatais and outlast your opponent and outscale your opponent as well.
Exactly. It will come down to that feudal age because, like you mentioned, Sengoku is so fantastic at fighting as well. And in theory, they can have a great composition for it. The Yari alongside the Spearman both can be buffed tremendously through that Daimyo mana system if so Beastie chooses whichever one he opts for. And we spoke about this before, right? Knights and archers against Cav Spear. It's fine in theory, but you have to be so careful where you go, how deep you go. Because before long, Shinobi are on top of you, you're slowed down, you do less damage, and the game's over. Just like that. So Wham has to be very, very careful about how he approaches this, even though in theory, this should be decent matchup for him, I would say, on this map especially. But theory and practicality are two very different things.
I've asked about this matchup. I've talked to Beastie about it, and I was wondering, what do you do when you're up against the Knight Civilization as Sengoku? And I'm going to repeat this again and again. Yari. What about if Yari? Just keep making those Yari cavalry. Because eventually you do overwhelm them with your movement speed and your ability to just get in, get out, and just be a little bit safer with those little shinobis that can come on in and slow down anything. Ninjas are the way forward. But for the rest of this set, Beastie has to do a reverse sweep here. Otherwise, he's completely cooked. He's got Hillendale in front of him. Wham's still got some pretty massive picks for Hillendale. We have Byzantines. We have Golden Horde here too. Wham is not an unhappy camper if this goes to a game 4. Socotra as well. He's got some pretty great civilizations to pull out. And Beastie has a big battle in front of him. I'm just surprised. He's one of the few players who constantly picks up that HRE and still believes in the life of an HRE player.
Yeah, him and the Spanish brothers I've noticed also like to... Sometimes Marine Lord too likes to lean sort of as a back burner pick here. HRE is still very reliable, right? They still have the same role that they've had for a while now, which is... They're not great at anything, but they can do pretty well anything. So that can be invaluable on a lot of these maps, just as a little wildcard pick. It can do good. So we'll see what that comes into effect soon enough. But for that to matter, Beastie has to win this game, because if he does not, he is eliminated from this week as we load into front range. Potentially our deciding map here, but never say never, as Wham loads into the game with JD in the color purple, facing Beastie as the Sengoku Daimyo in the color yellow on the south side of front range here. A very closed map, yet still a very aggressive map despite that here. The creation of Avely, one of our finest map makers available. And with the Yatai already coming out, you see there's plenty of food for the Yatai to go on. 2 balls in the center are ripe for the picking. Wham could potentially have looked to go on them as well, but that doesn't seem to be the case. Even JD can do a great job tanking there, but he didn't opt for it this time round. But notably here are the golds. 2 small golds is all you get at the very beginning, and that's it. That's even less than a mid-sized gold, a singular one. And the rest of the gold that you have access to is all the way in the mountains. This is what makes any kind of fast castle play so difficult and almost a death sentence in most cases on this map. You simply cannot have the gold, and even if you secure your gold, you have 2 of them to secure, and they're way smaller. Combine that with small wood lines, very limited food, only 4 sheep a side, and it's a recipe for a lot of action.
Now, Beastie opted to go for the gold directly, right? We see this with Sengoku. When they have normal gold sizes, it's extremely popular to just go for the gold and buy your yatais with just trading in for the wood. On this map, I'm quite surprised to see him doing that, because this is a lot of gold that he's pushing into wood. And this is just going to mean that the gold on that side is going to disappear so fast. And now Beastie, he's telling us it's still worth it. Now, with the third yatai coming out, we can see him spending all that gold yet again to get that next yatai. This is going to mean that Wham, even though he went for the wheelbarrow opening, his age up is going to be ahead of Beastie's. And with that comes knights. Beastie is going to need to do some pretty hard work to stay ahead of this, especially considering that those knights do not mind fighting their way against a little yatai trying to get some resources. So he sends that third one. It looks like it may have some plans to be stepping out all the way to the mountain. Never mind. He just wants to sit on the berries, get what he can inside the base. The mountains is too risky at this stage of the game.
Oftentimes I find that the yatai is a big determining factor into the strength of Sengoku. The discovery of said yatai on these food sources can make or break this civilization, and facing French knights in the feudal age is definitely very scary for that situation. But with those knights on the field also comes the potential for overzealousness and overcomfort by Wham, which is also when Sengoku can really punish with those shinobi, with the faster move speed of his cavalry once he gets that Takeda clan daimyo going. Still a little while away though, as the school of cavalry is soon to finish, but only now is Beastie starting to age up because of the investment into the yatai. And that's a scary thing, right? You have to invest into at least 1 or 2 yatai as a Sengoku, otherwise you're just behind from the get-go. But often that leads to a delay, and a delay against such a sharp feudal timing with such a strong civilization like JD, it can get very scary indeed, so Beastie has to be careful.
Now, with the School of Cavalry finishing up, we instantly see that knight being queued, and JD is going to be ready for some action. Now, he knows that he's up against Sengoku. That takes a long while to get going. We had a ton of villagers out there on wood where Beastie is trying to get just enough so that he can start building some sort of unit to handle a night raid that will be heading his way. The scout Wham knows exactly where he needs to land, and we see the wall already coming up there on the wood. As Beastie knows, the night raid is imminent. The night raid goes straight for the scout though, and the scout attacking that mining camp, not just for him to burn the mining camp, but rather just to ensure that his opponent, when he manually clicks for the drop-off, those villagers are going to want to repair the mining camp instead and just waste away a little bit of wood of Wham's.
I've been in this situation before as Beastie, going for the 3 yatai Sengoku up against French, that was, but JD's very, very similar. It does feel like a pretty difficult hold. The timing is very punishing. I mean, already we have 2 knights on the field, and BC only now has finished his age up. So it's quite difficult. Oftentimes maybe 2 yatai might be better. That's what I thought after that game. We'll see if Beastie handles it a little bit better here. The first yatai is under pressure. No real threat initially from 1 knight as long as the yatai is not very far. As you can see, it is very tanky indeed, even with the body blocking.
Now, it means that Wham doesn't spot that actual first yatai that we now see is sending the trader back, which gives him that 5% boost. So that first yatai was not spotted, and Beastie will get that 5% boost on his wood economy here at the back, and that feels pretty good. He does need to be careful here as the knights are looking for a little bit of damage, but both these other yatais are just looking for a safe haven to keep generating some resources. Now, Wham, he is looking to move out on the map, as we now see JD going straight for that ball. He knows this is going to be safe food for me and not for thee. But the answer that Beastie gave me about Yari is exactly what he's doing as well now. Getting those Yari out is going to mean he's going to need to micro them perfectly against these knights.
Exactly right. That's the composition he needs initially though, right? I mean, the Yari, it's always good to have them. You need to be able to exert some map control, but if Wham just doesn't produce any archers, which definitely can be standard for JD sometimes, skipping archers altogether due to that consecration discount, even better than the French in that regard. It means that he might not go for archers at all, and that's a devastating cleave already there for Wham. So much damage dealt on the spearman. One falls and already some XP is fed over to JD. And this is a terrible position already for Beastie, honestly. It's starting to bleed spears so early. This is exactly how the knight count can get out of control very, very quickly.
And those villagers are ripe for the taking. They're standing there in the wood line. The knights are ready to charge, and charge they will. They don't get that second hit off just yet. Perfect micro here with the spears, and nobody goes down just yet, but JD is coming in to strike, and she gets a villager kill. And the villagers falling yet another one. It is a destruction as we now see the shinobis trying to slow her down. But the second Yatai is getting the trader delivered, ensuring that he gets a little bit of work himself. Now, the Yari cavalry looking for their own version of damage.
A lot of idle time has been caused there for Beastie, and JD's rebought back straight away. It's a decent enough victory, killing JD there. For the price of 2 villagers, I'm not sure it's worth it exactly, but you need at least a little bit here as Beastie, and he certainly got it. And Wham invested quite a bit of gold. I think it's 100 or maybe even 200 at this stage to actually buy back JD. We can have a look at the UI. Or 250 even. So it is a lot of gold. It's a lot of gold, and you can see the price is being paid for that. Not a single economic upgrade in for Wham yet, which is... Honestly, you never see this as the French or JD for that matter. That discount is so potent for them. But Wham going all out on the aggression here so far. Now going for chivalry as well. There's plenty of low HP knights there. Not a single one has died, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe one actually has died. And speaking of, the Yari. Shinobi might be on cooldown, otherwise these Yari could deal with this knight alongside the Shinobi.
Now we see Wham having the vision on the side of Beastie's forest as well. But these knights are a menace, and that's the beauty of mobility. You're just going to be able to control your opponent so well. He does get a villager kill himself, and Beastie on that boar actually shutting down at least a little bit of it. And we can see the Yari numbers now starting to matter, as they are just that bit cheaper than knights. When your gold is this limited, you want to make units that are not that gold intensive, and Wham doesn't have that luxury at this point. Now, Beastie, he needs to do just a bit more damage here. He did get a little bit ahead with all of those food trucks delivering, getting that extra bit of a boost onto the economy. But still, this is JD. She scales pretty well. This woman, she just didn't get all the experience she needed just yet. Now that gold is running a little bit thin, so Beastie is going to need to think about getting that rest of the map control.
Yes, indeed. That first gold is going to run out very soon, and second will be on the menu for Beastie, and he can pivot towards the northern side of his base. As another little group of knights comes in looking for blood here. Meanwhile, Akira clan has also went up now for Beastie, so an additional 5% health on his Yari. Under the influence of the daimyo here. Does have also access to, I forgot the name of the upgrade, but it does make these Yari into some of the fastest horsemen in the game and able to easily exceed these knights. Horse training, there we go, plus 10% movement speed. Very useful little upgrade for them. Beastie actually, Wham, sorry, getting very bold here with the raid, moving in behind Beastie's base now.
And
looking
this
to
is
idolize the whole wood line.
He gets that, but he doesn't get any kills just yet. The villagers, they do need to pull back and be careful, and this gives Wham that information he needs. Beastie is out on the map for food. Yari now falling a little bit, and the thing is, Wham's gold is the one that should be suffering out here. Now, the villagers out here, they are a little bit stuck here in a hole, but luckily the shinobis are there to make sure that the knights do not find any kills, and Beastie is the one finding the kills on the villagers. Here from the back, he's killed 4 total already, and he spots this archer transition.
Yeah, this is a very big and significant dive here by Beastie. Fantastic damage, found exactly what he needs in this position. Also catching the archer switch as it happens and picking off the initial numbers. You can see how fantastic that food economy is here for Beastie. Those yatai working overtime as well as the boosted berries. All of these are great tools here for Beastie, and his army is now actually looking very, very scary. Trimming off these early archer numbers is very significant for him, now adding out the boar as well. The only thing he has to be very mindful of is, this isn't French, right? You can sort of match numbers a bit better, but any fight you take hurts all the ever more for every unit you lose. Because once that level 3 is in Feudal Age, most civilizations have such a tough time dealing with it, and Sengoku is one of them as well, I would say.
Now, I would like to take a look at that Matsuri the moment we can, but there's a bigger raid about to happen. We can see the knights are looking for a connection. Villagers standing quite far forward, but they do pull back, and we'll see if they... No, never mind. The knights need to pull back. They don't want to lose anything, and we see 20% on the Matsuri already. That means that these villagers on the wood lines, they are working 20% harder than the rest. And it's starting to get to that point where Beastie is feeling pretty confident about this economy. He's got his walls up, his base is pretty safe, and Wham is the one who's slowly walling out there for the rest of the map and moving on to these suboptimal resources like the berries. But Beastie is in for a little surprise, guys. The villagers in the corner, they're about to get surrounded, Myriad.
Yeah, that's a lot of villagers to trap, but at the same time, it's a precarious position for Wham to go into here because his exit is only from the way he came in, and the spears are there almost in time. The slowdown from the shinobi is painful, but he manages to get out just in time without losing a single knight. That could have been devastating there for Wham if he didn't pull out just... You know, if it was a second later, that could have cost him 2-3 knights. Instead, it only cost him 1, it looks like.
Now he's got another one just causing a bit of havoc here. And maybe Beastie reads this and says, hey, a wall investment into something a little bit longer may just be what I need here. Now you see Wham feeling a little bit more confident moving out onto the map. And Beastie, he's got the horses to burn down that wall. But it is going to signal Wham that he needs to move his army in position. Wham now switching to a little bit more of an archer composition here. With the knight numbers he's got, he's in a pretty good spot. He just needs to find a way to deal with this in the Castle Age, as that's exactly where he's headed. But Beastie, he's got the same idea.
Indeed. It looks like both players are kind of content with playing for this Castle Age, realizing that neither side can really commit to the other without a great price potentially being paid for it. Wham has established control over his mountainside here in the north, but is being challenged by Beastie, although his knights are there just in time as the wall breaks to push them away. Singular Knight looking for a little bit of errant damage where he can find it, as well towards the southern side, but they're just met by a lot of angry spears. Sake Brewery is on the way now for Beastie, and this is such a great landmark on this map, especially with the limited exposed gold. This gold is infinite.
Now, getting this style of raids for Beastie is going to be so critical to keep this man in his base and force him to keep making units. And that's exactly what Wham's doing right now. He's making units. And making units now when your opponent going up with the Sake Brewery is not what you want to do right now. But he doesn't realize that this is not just a feudal age Beastie. And with a few more knights in his arsenal, he is going to be able to launch a pretty good counterattack the moment the Sake Brewery is done. But the spears are in position. And Beastie is feeling pretty confident about this, getting that second daimyo as well, ensuring that he can get the barracks upgrades instead. And I'm actually so surprised to see this. Now, of course, you do have a lot of spears here. That makes a lot of sense. But usually the archer one is so important to most people. Beastie just says, it is not important to me. I need to get my spearmen even better.
No, there's no archers for Beastie in this case, so that will not be an issue for him. And he already has the undermesh right at that stage, so it works out. But on top of that, the plus 5% health from the Daimyo on the Spearman as well. Add to that secondary ranged armor, which Beastie is getting now, and he can actually just start diving TCs with impunity here underneath Wham's economy, who has some spears, some archers on the field, sorry, to make something happen here, but just look at the difference in amount. It's overwhelming advantage here for Beastie in this game, and he's looking poised to take it.
And with Mounted Samurai alongside, this feels like a pretty deadly push that's about to hit Wham's base. You can see Wham pulling all of his units under his TC. Now, Beastie is the one out here looking for a few stray villagers, just as Wham had done to him. The Royal Institute is being made there in the corner, but is Beastie going to spot it? Now, the Royal Institute, again, not a landmark we've been seeing a lot of, but Beastie tried it a little bit earlier as well, and it just did not land. But it might not land, and it might be punished. As we see the Royal Institute being spotted, but does Beastie react? He doesn't realize. He sees it, but he doesn't. And the Royal Institute villagers, they are working so hard and will not be punished just yet.
There's no way he's getting away with this. I was about to say, that's crazy. And the wall is not built either. He has to delete it, but it's too little too late. These units are faster, especially the Yari. He can call in the Shinobi maybe, but it looks like it might be on cooldown, which is why it hasn't been done yet. I know I would have been foaming at the mouth to Shinobi that lot of villages, that's for sure.
Now, with this connection here, the Spearmen are already upgraded. Standing there at the front, Mounted Samurai are going to be the next wave of attack that Wham needs to prepare himself for. And the Archer mass that he's making is definitely ill-equipped to handle that mass about to arrive. Our Mounted Samurai standing at the ready. 3 ready to be the front line here. But we can see that Wham just doesn't have the gold to get all those knight upgrades that you would want from the Royal Institute. But never mind, the Royal Institute is gone, and all your upgrades don't exist.
That is just brutal here for Wham. Not only there's no point to that landmark whatsoever besides that Royal Bloodlines upgrade, which is just not going to happen this game. So Wham is in dire straits at this point. Only now is he getting his undermesh for his limited archer count. Beastie can just A-move at this stage and actually just completely overwhelm the entire base here from Wham if he so chooses. But this is the deciding game for him potentially, whether he stays in this series or gets eliminated. So there's no reason for such risk. He's going to play it smart. He's going to play it calculated. Going to look to push Wham off of this food in the right side here and slowly lead him out bit by bit.
Now, with this heavy mass of Spearmen, the Archer numbers may look good, but Spearmen, you just need enough of them. Going to be breaking right through those knights. He fights under the TC. JD finally gets quite a bit of experience, but a little bit too late, as she now will hit level 3, but the spears are ready to impale anything that comes out of this woman. And the spears on the villagers there at the back, we just see them falling like flies. Now at 15 villager kills. This is starting to feel like Wham is the French that we saw in that first game. And finally, Beastie is the one taking his first W and telling us that this is not going to be an easy feat to do. Now, JD is still very much alive, and there's been a lot of losses, but Wham is holding strong. The Archers trying to focus fire everything. The second wave of Daimos coming in. Spears, they have arrived and ready to kill even more.
Yes, although most of Beastie's numbers have been cleaned due to this heavy arrow fire, most of it being spears, so much damage has been dealt. The entirety of Wham's knight count virtually has been reset. JD has fallen. Idle time to a ridiculous extent here for Wham as well. With 15 vills in the TC, that's almost half his economy that went idle. Plenty of vills running around and dying at the same time. Beastie is looking in a fantastic position. And now the full switch into the Mounted Samurai comes. And these Mounted Samurai, sure, with Bloodlines, the French Knights initially will be better, but just get Takeda Clan level 2, then 3, and suddenly these Knights, these Mounted Samurai, will make short work of the French Royal Knights.
You can see that Mounted Samurai, he's got some boys in his vision, and he wants to take him down. But there's a wall, a very smart Wham wall that he built there to ensure that nobody will cross the line with all these vills. They are now getting ready to get even more food. But the Samurai, he doesn't really care about these knights. He just wants to do as much economic damage as he can. And he finds yet another villager. Beastie now, he's got his farm transition going. The food per minute is looking a little dire for Wham with all that idle time, and Beastie's farming is just going to go skyrocket from here on out. Now, the Iku monks are coming in too, which means Beastie is going to start picking up those sacred sites, relics, you name it, just to make sure that the gold income never ever runs dry alongside that sake brewery he has.
And at this stage, 4 walls are now starting to engulf the map here for Beastie. Looking to fully secure his side so no slip-ups from any knights can go by and cause havoc in his economy. Wham looking to remass as well, recognizing that with these mounted samurai in the field and so many of them, Arbaletria might be enough to bail him out, but is it too little too late is the question. He does have some of the infrastructure set up. Consecration makes that possible. Cheap these units are for Wham indeed. So is he going to be able to mass up more than he normally would, as the French, for instance, if they didn't have a keep?
Now, it does look like Beastie's wall is going to take a little while here with those 2 lone villagers trying to build this. The archers, they're definitely not going to be a match here for the mounted samurai, but the shinobis are out and they're going to slow down these knights who are now ready to die. JD just stomping on the ground, healing up everyone, hoping to get them to safety. Shinobis apparently just not fast enough to make it work, but they do throw their next set of grenades, or try to at least. They do get blocked, yet the archers, they are feeling like they could take this fight. JD and the knights ready for this as well, but the damage reduction from the shinobis just doing wonders here with everything falling apart and Wham calling game number 3. It's now 2-1 for Beastie.
Yes, desperately needed win here for Beastie, and he manages it in great fashion, showing immense control under pressure there. Despite those hiccups at the beginning, he stayed cool, calm and collected and managed to gather up his forces, secure his side of the map, and then eventually allow his economy to propel him forward and eventually win out this game against Wham. Now, only 1 game behind from tying the series and then being on even grounds here. And this is good for Beastie. Now, Wham, he did exchange JD for Sengoku, which is also, from a draft strategy perspective, something he is probably more than happy with, honestly, in this position. It's a very strong civilization for Beastie here, which he should win with, and so he did here on front range. But how does it look like from here on out? And interestingly enough, we have Hill and Dale as the next map of choice here for Wham. And he opts for the Byzantines and Rus, gets allowed the Rus, and in exchange he actually snipes out Jushi, letting through Beastie's China instead. And this matchup, I think, is very, very exciting. Historically, it has gone again back and forth repeatedly. In the peak of Pro Scouts, most people would say this favored Rus. Nowadays, Rus has been relegated to more of a very specialized pick for some maps, namely King of the Hill. It's been such a long time since I've seen it on Hill and Dale, but I know particularly the Canadian brothers actually think that Rus still does very well against China. So I'm excited to see what he has in his mind.
Now, letting through China is definitely a first here, as we see a lot of people instantly banning that out. But the Byzantines ban from Beastie's side makes a lot of sense. Byzantines, it feels like you do need to shut them down in Dark Age, be able to rush them, do something to shut down the berries and the gold. But with Hill and Dale, that becomes very difficult because, of course, you've got the back berries sometimes, you've got the back gold sometimes, and it just means that if the woodline doesn't spawn in your favor, you are going to struggle, and that investment just can't pay off. So Hill and Dale, you don't want to be dealing with the Byzantines that loves just sitting back, getting a bit of breathing room, and having safe food sources to skyrocket them into a fast castle as well. Now, on the China, we definitely have ourselves a pretty open type of gameplay. With China, you have a lot of options. We have been seeing a lot of aggression from China, but on Hill and Dale, I don't think we've seen it in a while. This feels like one of those first year of AoE 4 matchups, but just on the Chinese side. Yes, actually, Hill and Dale was one of the first maps in rotation as well. This is an age-old situation, but China used to go for Barbican, used to be able to just sit back and get 2 TC up. Nobody could do anything to them. These days, how does China play out on a map like Hill and Dale?
The map is interesting here because it's not the best for Rus, honestly. You have the initial wood lines, which is fine for your cabins, but straight away, one of the day packs this is historically why it's not great here. One of the day packs is removed from the equation for you. You cannot get the opponent starting day pack, and they always have it available. So it takes away some power from them. They're not very reliant on gold, so you're not too worried about the center gold as early as other civilizations are. But you can't effectively expand your cabins either, because the wood is also off of the initial hill inside the dale, so to say. China, on the other hand, China is China, right? They will always be great on most maps. Hybrid, water, land, they're almost like the new HRE. They just do really, really well everywhere, pretty much, frankly. And Hill and Dale is no different in that regard. But this matchup, from what we've seen recently, it essentially comes down to, can China flood enough knights into Roos's base and do enough damage to offset that horse archer mass before it gets out of control? If the answer is yes, Roos tends to die. If they do not, China tends to die. So that will be interesting to watch unfold.
Yeah, especially with Roos. Oh my goodness, I'm in love with the horse archer lifestyle, of course. With Roos, you have a lot of options now, though, and they're not in a position where they even need to think about gold for a lot of it, which is crazy to me, because both these civilizations, they're happy on 1 gold and just living their best life. Yes, it's great when you do get to go out. China does that a little bit safer, though. So both of these civs really hold their own in the world of not needing too much gold, especially with all that hunting cabins. You know, the great thing about Roos getting nerfed, it hasn't been nerfed to death with regards to the hunting cabin gold generation. So it still feels very viable to just spam as many units as you can with that passive gold while getting your upgrades. So yes, but before we go too deep into Hill and Dale, let's leave that game for this. I want to look at the possibilities of Socotra after this. If we get the next game, guys, we have ourselves a situation here. Beastie has Zushi, House of Lancaster, and HRE left here, which, honestly, I'm expecting a House of Lancaster pick, but what do you think that second one would be? HRE?
Both could be good. I'd say the safe bet is probably Jushi. Jugenu on Socotra. I don't think you can go wrong with that, to be honest. That seems like a good choice to me. But then there's Byzantines for Wham, and Longbows always deal with that, of course. I don't think Beastie will let Byzantines through, though. Wham's likely going to go for the Golden Horde, I would assume, instead on Socotra, which I have not seen before, to be honest. So that's going to be interesting for sure.
And this is something where I'm really excited to say, guys, on the first day, we saw a lot of English being picked and banned, and I was honestly shocked. Every single time someone picks English or bans English, I think a lot of the people just get a big question mark on their foreheads, thinking, what is happening and why do I not understand this meta? Both Wham and Beastie saying, no, this is not really a problem for us. We know how to handle this. And especially on a map like Socotra, we do see people thinking about that type of English lifestyle they may have. Neither of these players opted for this. They say every other civilization that we have in our roster would be a better pick for that. So, Myriad, why do you think this is so different when we look at the top 16 versus the top 8? Why is English and Abbasid all of a sudden an option at that level?
Is it, though?
People say so.
It's one of those cases. I think outside the top 10, let's say, comfort picks become a lot more common, I would say. And that can really impact a lot of these drafts. Players, it's more important, I think, to feel very content in the way you're playing, rather than theoretically what is the optimal approach a lot of the time, because no one's really going to play optimally. I mean, sure, outside top 10, people are getting pretty close. Like, we're good, right? Surely. But it's not quite there in terms of effectiveness and consistency. So oftentimes just playing what you know really well can be better than just playing what is typically considered factually as being really good. So that is why we do tend to see that quite a bit. Mind games can also be a big part of it, which might be a part of this game as well, potentially.
Now, both of these guys are going straight for the deer lifestyle, which makes a lot of sense. As China, you want to get that mill in a spot where you're gathering the most gold you can. But this opening for Wham does mean that he needs to go for a little bit of gold himself. Manual gold for a Rus is not something I thought I'd see today. But, of course, this also means we see a little bit of a different playstyle coming out of Rus, especially on Hill and Dale. A previous game that I watched, we also only had one scout. Usually, we're so used to seeing Rus having 3 scouts just going around picking up every single sheep, and the other civilization being the one who's like, hey, where did all the sheep go? But in this case, Wham is the one who only has 2 sheep attached to his scout. Let's take a quick look at beasties and see... Oh, I thought that scout was completely forgotten, but Wham quickly realizes we did see a lot of sheep move out there, but at the same time, Beastie's scout is out there on to the west. Also just got 2 that he went for that second round as well. No pro scouts, definitely for Wham.
Yeah, I mean, on this map, a lot of the food is already secured for you, right? You start with so many sheep right next to your town center. There's only a very few out on the map in the Dale. I think about 4 aside, 6 aside maybe at most. So sheep problems aren't very significant here early on. And Beastie capitalizing on the deer straight away, of course. Now, the question of pro scouts I think is very interesting here. Because for Wham, would you pro scout for one single deer pack? I seriously doubt it. And are you ever going to seriously get Beastie's deer pack on the right there towards the corner? I also seriously doubt that. So that makes me wonder, and with this Kremlin placement, oh yeah, I think we're going to see something pretty interesting here.
And finally, a little bit of a different play, but Beastie is fully aware. He sees this age up and pulls out his little book, thinking, what did we do in 2022 again against something like this? And we're going to be able to find out, as Beastie knows that this is an old school style of play. Myriad, what happens with the Kremlin? Has anyone made the Kremlin in any of these practice games that you've been in?
No. Well,
Okay.
months ago, yeah, but not anymore.
Okay. But he cancels. He cancels.
Oh, what?
Okay. Just to replace. Not too serious. I was about to say, is this a bamboozle? No bamboozling today.
But that's a big delay on Wham. It's very significant, and the placement, well, it makes sense. It's for the wood line, right, to extend the influence. But that's such a big delay. And what's the plan besides this here for Wham? Well, the macro suggests a fast castle here, which seems to make sense. But do you even need the Kremlin to do that? I don't think so, honestly. I feel like Golden Gate is better in this case. You're not under any real threat, but yeah, this is unprecedented.
Wham setting up a new meta for us to learn from, but he's going to be so ready for that castle age timing. And Beastie, he actually gets to respond with whatever he pleases. Now, with a ton of gold income, because that's the beauty of China. You get the taxes, you have 3 on gold, but at the same time, your imperial official, he's working overtime. He sends 2 more to gold. He's like, you want to go fast, castle? Then so will I. Now, with Abbey of the Trinity, Wham definitely has a strange little timey he could pull out here. And Beastie is fully aware of that. Him now also going for that fast castle, and unprecedented indeed, as we're getting a brand new meta discovered here. But Wham, with that Kremlin cancel, it does feel like he might have blocked him from getting that perfect timing himself. Because with Beastie, he's playing a Civ that ages up at the speed of light. So now we are up for a pretty strange one.
Indeed, exactly. Very close Wham is getting, but because of that delay, he might even need to slap a 3rd village onto that landmark to be able to match the timing correctly here. Beastie is just going to follow suit. He has his imperial officials, 2 of them out by now. That is how the economic lead has manifested. But there's going to be no Barbican. There's going to be no pro scouts. It's just going to be what is... This is like the most classic fast castles we have seen in a long time, isn't it?
And honestly, Beastie standing here looking at 5 villages on gold, he's feeling like, hey, I've never seen this. I didn't know that Rus villages can gather gold this early. So, Abbey of the Trinity is spotted. Beastie is aware. And you guys need to notice, what Beastie is doing here. With that scout, he's going in and he's attacking every single building where resources can be dropped off. Now, why is he doing this? Because, of course, when those villagers are forced to drop off, they're instantly going to start repairing. Earlier, Wham had 30 wood. Because he forced the drop off, or he tried at least, he used 3 wood to repair those buildings. And that just makes sure that your opponent doesn't get those optimal little trade-ins. Abbey of the Trinity now coming out with 7, while the Imperial Palace put down the corner for vision. He's going to ensure that he knows exactly where units are going to try to run in. Now, Beastie, what does he follow up with? Now, if we can take a quick look there at Beastie's base there, Mr. Vodka. I want to see what the production building is, but I have a feeling we are going to be getting some really nice lances coming on in. Because with this Imperial Palace, he is going to be able to see stuff. But is he going to be able to contest the relics with any other unit? Of course, when you have the monks from Rus, they are just going to run a little bit faster. And you can see he's trying to get the walls up already because he knows what the risk of a fast castle China is. And that is going to be Lancers. Look at that stable coming in hot. You can see the Imperial official already ready to supervise. Now, with this, we see that queue up instantly, and he needs to find out where could the knight be, or where could the relic be picked up first. Archery range coming on out as well, but this is not your standard old horse archers. Guys, I say that with second archery range coming out, and this is going to be a dirty one.
Indeed. The first warrior monk is going to hit the queue, and the first lancer for Beastie now is in queue as well. This is such an old school style of play, and I'm all here for it. It all comes down to this. Back to our roots here in Age of Empires 4. Now, the horse archers, without the benefit of a lot of food underneath that TC, matching the count here for BC's lancers, who are also getting supervised out from that stable, is going to be easier said than done. Now, the Kremlin is going to help keep him safe somewhat, so that removes part of the threat that Rus often faces in this situation. But is it going to be enough, really? Considering that there's also no high trade house, the economy here for Wham isn't as strong as it normally is for Rus. You know, the Chinese economy is always fantastic underneath that Imperial Academy with the officials. The very first monk already gets spotted out and start to get chased down by these lancers.
And they are so expensive to lose here because, like you said, there's no food. There's no safe food for Wham. He's got that first deer pack that's already been depleted, and now he's got nothing. He has what he has under the TC, and these handful of horse archers are going to struggle to out-micro this. But it does look like the monk gets out alive, and the horse archers are ready to back him up.
Question is Knights going to be on the menu here for Wham at some point? In theory, it's great, but in practicality, affording that, well, good luck there. Easier said than done for sure. Now, with effective enough kiting, although horse archers are definitely weaker up against armored units than they were before, still they are able to kite them when there is no charge for the lancers, as we can see here manifesting shortly, as the warrior monk is also used to give inspiration, the Saint's Blessing, giving plenty of additional stats for these units. I believe it's damage and armor, if I'm not mistaken. All very useful stats indeed. Second warrior monk about to join the fray here, after the first one had fallen, to once again turn the tide of this battle, but Beastie already slipped off into the night with that relic.
And that was the whole plan. He didn't care about these lancers losing their life. He just wanted to make sure that the relic gets out alive. You can see Wham already having that monk clicked on the relic as well. He turns around, a little bit surprised about it being completely gone, but the lancers, they are paying a bit of a price here. But again, Wham, the food income is just not looking good. He's going to need to move out to the western side of that map to get those berries and the deer to be able to stay in this. 12 horse archers, it's fine, but it's not good enough. He does deny that relic, at least for now, because nothing is going to be allowed in Beastie space pretty soon.
The horse archer numbers are swelling pretty quickly here for Wham. Now over double Beastie's lancer count, even though initially it wasn't looking that great. Of course, lancers more expensive than the horse archers, way easier to mass them. And Beastie does need plenty of gold to do so as well. Although with so much in the bank, makes you wonder what he's cooking. There's a lot of food there. What's he maybe going for? A Yuan dynasty there? That would be pretty crazy. But it would make sense for the pagodas, for the relics.
Especially him snatching 3 relics away against Abbey of the Trinity. This is mostly unheard of. And I think Wham, experiencing this, is asking himself, did I just mess up completely? Those horse archers are going to need to land some real damage. But we see, with him still being in Tang Dynasty, he also gets the +1. So Beastie is most likely going to try to get some damage done instead of just transitioning into a China boom civilization. But look at those horse archers. They are peppering away at these lances. And Beastie has to ask himself, what do I build next? Because right now, these lances are not going to last forever against this. Now, he's got a lot of gold here, access still here, but he has to think about what is next. Wham himself also, he doesn't have the high trade house, so he cannot just rely on that passive gold. He's also going to need to think about going out onto the rest of this map.
Cetro Sacred Site now under direct capture by Wham as he looks to consolidate his map control, which Beastie is lacking a fair bit right now. That corner on the right, however, is an amazing lifeline for him. The boar, the deer, as well as berries, all available for him. If only this wall goes up. He has fantastic visions with the Imperial Palace there, giving him plenty across most of the map even, but this entire southern arc is under his control in terms of vision. Now Wham, up to 3 warrior monks, and these warrior monks, not only do they make a great front line, but the buff is even more significant. Wham, maybe getting a bit overzealous with his push in here. He doesn't even have Steeled Arrow in yet. Meanwhile, Beastie has both his ranged armor upgrades, which means that, look, these horse archers are tickling these lancers, even with this count.
And the Barbican of the Sun, just ensuring that this base is extra safe for Beastie. Horticulture now coming on in. And with the Song Dynasty, this is going to feel good. Beastie is going to get those villagers even faster. And with this economic comfort he's got, he should be in a pretty good spot. We see Wham already transitioning into a handful of farms here to just keep this food eco up and running. Because, of course, this is now where everything starts to run out. But those horse archers, they keep on pumping. Now, he's also getting a little bit of an HP boost for those bad boys. Beastie switching into an archery range here. So, now with him being in Song Dynasty, Zhuge definitely won't feel too bad against this horse archer composition.
They certainly won't. Even with something like Boya's Fortitude now close to completion, the sheer damage output from these Zhuge is way too significant for these horse archers to ever handle in a direct engagement, as long as the count is there for them. Meanwhile though, Wham just keeps swelling the numbers, so far content with it, and this might be a pretty classic ruse strategy of a virtually endless amount of horse archers into an Imperial Age, and then you get the trifecta: incendiary arrows, silk bowstrings, as well as biology. Triple uni-upgraded units, that's never something to underestimate, and that's especially true with these horse archers. Although that is some ways off still, it looks like the game is headed in that direction, because it seems like both players are quite focused on a defensive perspective here. Beastie especially, of course, with the clock tower now also going up to give him the Yuan dynasty. That's a boom if I've ever seen one. But on top of it, for Wham here, there's no second TC for him yet. Only the sites are being captured for now, but he wants to make sure that he keeps control of this map.
And you can see the control right now is, it doesn't look like it's completely in Beastie's hands, but he's the one who's killing villagers. He's out here on the map. He's the Wham from the previous games. But Beastie still has to be careful here. That's a lot of horse archers, and once they do break through, they can be devastating. Thing is, they just need to find a place to break through, and right now Beastie's base looks like it's locked up pretty solidly. We do get +2 farming upgrade here too, and the 2+2 ranged upgrade, which just means those Zhuge are going to be devastating, but a few of the villagers fall. 7 villagers falling like flies, and very quickly Wham equalizing that count, with Beastie losing focus for just a second.
Yeah, horse archers shred through villages better than ever before. So Beastie has to be extra careful, especially having skipped Song directly now. He's not going to have that passive boosted villager production, but he will have access to the pagoda. We can see the numbers there. A fantastic boost in economy. For the 3 relics he has, this is perfect. Pagodas are absolutely incredible. Every single one generates just over 300, I think, or maybe just under 300 resources per minute passively, which is just incredible.
And this is
Alright, just
going to
under.
feel... Yeah, he's going to have a nice time with all of those resources. And honestly, he needs this. These horse archers right now, they have control of this map. And 42 of them. Beastie deleting his own wall. Trying... Oh, actually, he's just going right through the... Oh, the Juggernaut, they're in a bit of a tough spot. They don't have the numbers just yet, but they are cleaning up quite a bit of these horse archers. The problem is, these horse archers look like they want to go straight for the base. And honestly, they might actually get quite a few kills here. Beastie just doesn't have the units for this.
Yeah, Beastie might have misread the situation slightly. Wham has been continuously, non-stop investing into these horse archers, whereas Beastie, he was ready to set up for an hour's game. He was booming the song into pagodas. Not a single additional unit has been made since then, except this switch into the cheap Juggernaut, which get caught as they come out the range and then dying. And now Wham finds an excellent choke point here to trim these lancers down to the very last one. Even Relic is getting now pulled. Beastie is going to try to get it into the pagoda quickly. The income is fantastic for him, but his base is just off limits now.
Now, he does manage to put all the pagodas, or get all the pagodas pretty stacked here. And behind this, it does look like he's going to be okay in terms of getting those resources up and running. We can see the horses are being made and put into a little bit of a safer spot, but the villager count is again in Beastie's favor here as he manages to pick off a few of these on the board. Problem is, he's running a little bit low on the food and he's about to get a little surprise attack. There's no wall here.
Oh, but he sends it. Yeah, the Imperial Palace providing much needed respite for him, but these villagers are trapped. Juggernaut are quickly swelling in number, but still only just barely half over the count of these horse archers. That's not a fight they can really win. Although with the horsemen, this could potentially be an entrapment situation here. Wham might be in big danger.
Wham is going to lose a ton of these horse archers, and the thing is, he just isn't ready to replace all of them. We do see a nice round here. The horsemen are going to do an okay job. They will take a few victims along the way. Beautiful kiting here by Wham. He's trying to do as much damage as he can without losing all of them, but this is going to be a pretty tough one as we see that herd thinning pretty quickly here. Juggernaut doing a ton of damage and more following suit. The horse archer numbers are now dwindling completely, and the damage that Wham needed to do is just not there. Beastie now switching into horseman mass is a pretty smart move here. You don't have access to any of the big golds right now, but you do have your pagodas, and that is just enough.
Yeah, getting those pagodas online before that initial entry from Wham is absolutely what keeps Beastie alive in this position. That income is absolutely tremendous. 750 total resources per minute passively from those three. It is unprecedented, and it is massive for Beastie in this case. You can see that horse archer count is now non-existent, frankly. Second TC is in for Wham behind this, so he's going to start scaling his own economy, taking the economic lead at this stage in terms of villages, but definitely not in terms of income. Maybe just slightly, actually, having still access to that ball and more access on the map, also to the sacred sites. But the granary transition is now on the way for Beastie, and plenty of them dropped already.
And this is an interesting moment because Wham kept him under control for a while here. A pretty great move here with those horse archers. But it allowed Beastie to go and get a ton of wood. And that's exactly what he did. He used that time, he got himself some wood, and now he's the one who's in a very happy spot with that farm transition. He knows about these horse archers on the side. He gets the emplacement on his tower there as well, because he knows that the horse archers in mass, he's just not able to handle that with the units he has right now. But the knights coming in from Wham, they are going to turn the tables just a little bit. So he does need to be careful with all of those.
Now with the scaling behind this for Wham, he's not as reliant on finding the damage that he has already been finding so far to close out this game. Now when it comes to late game, I would say that these two late game titans, old school titans, are actually very evenly matched when it comes to that. China has really good siege, but so does Rus. China has amazing hand cannons, but so does Rus. And Rus also has great horsemen besides it. I would pick Chinese hand cannons over Streltsy any day, but then again, Rus does have the better cavalry. So when we get to that stage, if we do, it'll be very interesting to watch it unfold. But it looks like Beastie is already feeling confident enough to push out towards the center here, but there are knights now on the field and Beastie doesn't have crossbows yet, so this needs to be respected.
Now we do see with the amount of horses he's got here, it's not a massive front line, but the Zhuge-Nu, they're doing a pretty good job at handling this. Wham does not have that +2 range defense yet, so the Zhuge-Nu will match up pretty well against these knights from him. That's the beauty of Zhuge-Nus. They aren't crossbows, but do they feel good? And especially when you have 52 of them, it is nothing too shabby at all. But Wham's eco has to be respected. He has that second TC. Sure, the food situation is not looking as good for him. Beastie needs to make sure an attack lands, and it lands hard.
Gonna split off the horsemen towards the north, look to challenge that sacred site, and maybe even get a raid if he can. Of course, Rus do have those fortified palisade walls, so they're way sturdier than regular palisade walls. And Wham now does have his secondary ranged armor in, so if he wants to pick a fight, now's a great time for it. And I don't know why, but Beastie is still not moving into the crossbows, which I think is becoming an increasingly bigger problem, because already up to 20 knights Wham is nearly, and yeah, the Zhuge-Nu still have great DPS, but with Warrior Monk inspired knights here, they're gonna do 1 damage per bolt.
And this front line is non-existent for most of it. I don't see the horses of Beastie anywhere. The Barbican provides a little bit of protection here and beautiful emplacement work, as we can now see. But you do need to look at Beastie's resources here. He's cooking something spicy. Those horses, they might not be the front line, but they have other plans, and Beastie is going for a keep. Let's go see where he places. Oh, he puts the keep right in front. So a ton of villagers being pulled to the front, as he knows the horses are responding to his, and they will be able to pick off a bunch of villagers here. But this opens up the map for Beastie to place that keep and get control of the big gold, so that that army is just so much healthier. So we do see that keep coming down. That's just going to mean getting into that base is even harder.
That's the long-awaited gold access that Beastie desperately needed. This is the hard part of Hillendale, being able to secure that second gold. For a lot of civs, that is where they lose the game, and being unable to do it is just disaster. But Beastie finds the move to do so with a fantastic raid on the north side, pulls Wham's forces away, but he does trade a lot of his cavalry for it. And Wham's military advantage is absolutely massive at this stage, with the value telling the whole tale, really. Now, Imperial Age might be on the cards here for Beastie, but Wham wouldn't be far behind. His own economy looking great behind this. And yeah, the keep is up on the gold, but look at Wham. He's gonna look to try to go around it, and the crossbow count is now finally starting the build, but there's no horseman to hold the line against these knights, and the crossbow count is not there yet either. This fight is gonna be disastrous for Beastie.
Yeah, and he's taking it. He feels confident in that, but with no front line, these are going to melt. He needs to pull back. The knight numbers are so scary. 22 knights. Wham has invested everything into this. But if they die, Beastie's got the economy to remake these. The production is just not on his side with all these Zhuge-Nu. They're trying to focus fire on the horse archers, but the Zhuge-Nu numbers are thinning out, and Wham looks like he is in a commanding position. Push through and do some real damage. Beastie's farms, they are going to be the next target, and I don't think he's ready to defend that.
No. Once the initial number has been lost and the breach happened, as we see here, with now Beastie trying to trap Wham in his base yet again. At this stage, with all the farms exposed, the keep is at the front, not on the farms, and there's no Great Wall Gatehouse either. This is the entirety of Beastie's food economy now idle outside of this little boar in the south here. And this is just disastrous. It cannot get worse for China than what we're seeing right now. The granaries, now a field of death for these villagers. They're going to fertilize the next paddy of rice, that's for sure. And Wham behind this, he just keeps massing. Until now. Because now Imperial Age is on the cards.
And Wham is in the best position of his life. Just the decision on sticking with the Zhuge-Nus may have cost Beastie this whole series and his chance of qualifying for Red Bull Wololo. But Wham looking like he's ready to take this, and just the fight is happening. But we see the Zhuge-Nu right-clicked onto the horse archers. They're not caring about the knights. The horse archers slowly getting cleaned up, and the mass is thinning, but the high armory is being placed right now. It does look like Beastie will gain control of his base, but at what cost? We see so many villagers just not existing. You know, the 40 villager lead is insane for Wham here, and he's got his eco set up. He's in a pretty good spot right now.
Exactly right. Now the forces, the last of Wham's forces in Beastie's base are getting cleaned up, but a heavy price has been paid for this. And Wham is going to look to capitalize on it. When the high armory finishes, we're going to see the elite horse archer come in, the elite knights come in. University upgrades will soon be on the cards as well. And that keep that blocks the frontal access into Beastie's base will stand for now, but for how long, as the siege workshop is getting rushed up. Cheaper siege as well around the aura of that high armory will make it even more affordable here for Wham. First bombard should be in queue very, very soon here for him.
Now, getting that cheap siege feels great, but Beastie now knows what he needs to do. He needs to try and catch up to this. So, with Wham not landing as much damage as he did, like, he could have killed a ton more villagers, and this could have been mean Beastie is completely out of this. But Beastie feels like, hey, I could potentially do it. Still focusing on those crossbows, and the horse archer numbers are still increasing. Beastie's raids have been sublime, but just not enough to get control of Wham. That second TC is showing us how important it can be to get that timing just right to do the transition. Absolutely brilliant read here by Wham. He hasn't started any of the siege just yet, though. He's slowly moving out, making sure that it is methodical. No risks need to be taken here.
Second DC is up and running for Beastie at this point, so he's going to be able to replenish his lost villages quite quickly here. Most of the granaries are quite healthy in terms of count here. There's a lot of farms underneath that boosted food influence. So in theory, Beastie could mount a comeback here. He does even now still have the military lead, but finding that age up is going to be very tricky. And where do you age up? Do you put the Great Wall Gatehouse on your granaries? Do you put it at the front next to the keep? It's tough. These raids will buy him time, and it will help a little bit, but it is a matter of time here for sure, until this push from Wham does come in, as the first bombard now rolls out of the workshop and likely headed directly towards that keep. Beastie finally has a great amount of crossbows, Zugunu as well as horsemen here. This is in theory the exact optimal composition to deal with this, but an age down, it's very difficult.
With the age advantage, Wham is definitely feeling like this could be his move. The bombard now hammering away at that poor little tower that falls very, very quickly. He's now trying to get as many of his units ready for this as he can, but this is it. This is his final ability to just push. So this is a massive moment for him. Wham still getting raided behind it. The horsemen, they are going to be able to do the damage, and Beastie needs to find a way to claw himself back into this, and the only way is to not deal with Imperial Age units firing right at him.
Yeah, this is something Beastie does exceptionally well in the late game. Once his food is set up, he is so good at finding and placing these horseman raids all around the map. He's very adept at doing so, and is doing so again today. But the damage is way harder to find on this kind of a map. The hill is where most of the fruits can be found, and it is well fortified indeed. Speaking of fortifications, one has fallen, and a very important one at that here for Beastie, as the keep crumbles next to the gold, which removes Beastie's gold access entirely. Now he has plenty of it still, with the pagodas as well as the taxes. We see 400 per minute. That's still very respectable indeed. But considering he's not even close to Imperial Age yet, only halfway there in terms of food, he'll need plenty more of it.
And with those nest of bees, he's doing a pretty good job at trying to snipe. But the problem is just those nest of bees cannot give you an answer to the bombards, and the bombards are the key here. Those bombards are just going to fire away, slowly crawling forward. Beastie at max pop now, but he's getting into a point where he just doesn't have the resources to try and stop this. You see the knights now moving their way forward. He's got 31 spears to try tank this, but is it going to be enough? It just feels like there's a constant pressure here, and Wham is not letting up. Beastie slowly catching up on the villager count here, while Wham most likely going to stop producing those at some point. As you can see, the resources reaching at that maximum potential by now. So Two of the landmarks in a little bit of danger here, and the arrows now going to get that incendiary upgrade, making sure that they hit really hard against anything the beastie throws at him.
Makes me wonder, do we already have biology in? Maybe we saw it, but I didn't quite catch it. As look at that beastie actually pushes directly forward to buy himself the space needed to get up this Great Wall Gatehouse. The Crocodile and the Beast here could potentially do amazing work because there's a huge mass here from Beastie. The remass into space can be very, very prudent here because that way the Knights cannot hold the line and the Horse Archers are forced to kite. And this kiting breaks the lines here from Wham and pushes him away from Beastie's base, which is exactly what he needs for that space, as Imperial Age has been reached by Beastie now, but this army will fall. He's going to need to remass almost completely here. And then what does he remass? Because now there's no real army left to upgrade, so he bought himself the space needed to reach him, but it cost him his whole military force.
Him pushing this far out just feels like a little bit of that misstep that he couldn't afford right now. You see him sending his villagers out here trying to desperately find some damage, but those villagers are sitting ducks if Wham spots this. Now the Great Wall Gatehouse is gonna support this quite a bit, but Beastie's army mass here was the thing that was keeping him very much in this game, and now with him overcommitting like this, it is going to be dire. He does get the keep up, and he's building it at the speed of light. We can see with these horses, they are trying to find a lot more damage here, but Beastie is quickly rebuilding this. Wham spending his resources, but he's still got quite a bit in the bank here. And now they're going to turn their eyes on that keep, which Beastie cannot afford to lose right now.
Basically trying to capitalize on Wham's move out, wanted to see if he can get a sneaky little snipe on those bombards, but Wham says no, not today, as Beastie actually evacuates the goat completely. Yeah, the scout tipped him off about Wham's knowledge, and he'd rather, yeah, there's no defending this, not yet at least. So in the end it was worth nothing but some thrown away stone and some idle time on the villagers. I guess he killed the scout probably, but not really what you're looking for here as Beastie, and this is how punishing this map can be. The map control that Wham fully looked to leverage early in the game continues even now, 20 minutes down the line, and with no map control here, you have no gold, and with no gold in Imperial Age, there's nothing left to fight for, as Beastie wants to make a final stand here. Again, the taxes, as well as the pagodas, do fantastic work for him behind this, and are able to keep him in the game for now, allowing him to afford some upgrades, even some hand cannoneers now in queue, 7 on the field already, but to keep sustaining the necessary army to beat the sheer quality on Wham's side, who's almost doubling Beastie now in destroyed value, he's gonna need 2 8k gold gains for that even.
Now Beastie is in a position here where you could potentially try to get rid of these bombards in this spot, but at the same time these spearmen, they are melting like butter, with those archers just being the knife slicing through them. We can see all the bombards getting back to safety, but Beastie is not out of this yet. He's holding on for dear life, and he says, you are gonna have to work for it if you want that spot in the finals against Anachad. I am gonna make you do everything. And with that, you can see the villager count, he's caught up. The income, that has not just yet. So definitely in a really, really tough spot for him, but he is out there on the gold in the south, and Wham has not found it just yet, but he has a few knights trying to idle this out. Beastie spending every bit of resource that he has into getting hand cannoneers and spears as a way to remax.
And Wham has now also discovered Beastie's mining operations in the south, as another key besides the sacred site and the large gold vein has been discovered. For now though, Beastie has good access to gold, and the hand cannon numbers are climbing pretty steadily here, but they need to climb way faster for him, and even if they do, the quality is still on Wham's side. The pop efficiency for Wham, it cannot get any better. Knights with the pole axes alongside fully upgraded horse archers and bombards. This is the peak Rus army in the late game outside of Streltsy, but no need for those now, Wham says, as he'd rather rely fully on mobility at this point. Most of the knights split off in the north there as Wham looks to make an escape, but it's a feigned retreat really, because there's a raid behind this and there's a regroup soon with most of Wham's forces. The bombards though, they are under threat and one will fall. The backline looks great here from Beastie Beastie as well behind this. So Wham has to be very, very careful how he looks to kite here, because he could lose a lot on the retreat. The bombards, they actually get abandoned.
And losing those bombards is massive here. The thing is, that raid at the back, though, it has done its work. The Knights definitely getting a lot of idle time here as Beastie struggles to remax this army yet again. But the bombards were all taken down. He's got 3 more in queue. He knows how much work they did. But with this composition, Wham still believes in the horse archers. He's still going to max out on them. And we see 46 of them already on the field again. Beastie, though, and cannoneers all the way, with a handful of spears and a few horses in there, but not in the Imperial Age just yet. This is a pretty scary army from Wham, and he is looking at finding the eco that Beastie is sustaining this with.
Yeah, there's only 2 things Wham can challenge. Only 2 things that are out on the map that Beastie needs and Wham can contest. Effectively, that being the gold as well as the wood. The wood is in the north, the gold is in the south. Wham looked like he was going to challenge the wood there first, but there is a keep in the way, so easier said than done. You know, Wham just peppering keeps and outposts. Fortified outposts of that all around the map. If we could have a look at Wham's vision, maybe we'll get an idea, but I think he sees virtually everything in this dale. Yeah, it's pretty clear. He sees every single gold vein at this point, and looks like he shifts his focus towards the gold. He knows the hand cannoneers are the main problem here for Chinese, so if we limit that, then we can deal with the rest.
Now, Wham is in a really, really good spot here, but Beastie is holding on for dear life, and he says, you're going to need to work for this win. He is pushing out now, and again, we have to be careful here not to do that bit of overextension, but right now it just feels like Wham is sucking up every single resource on this map, and Beastie is the one left to dry out. So Beastie now is really hoping for a clean fight here, but I don't think this is going to be enough. Wham can remax this army completely, even if he just loses everything into a TC right now. It would have to be a machine gun TC in that case as well, because these units are just not even dying to keeps. And we do see that BC looks for a little bit of an engagement here, but oh my goodness, these horse archers, they are doing work.
They are doing work indeed, but they do have to be very careful about their extension. The hand cannoneer mass is now reaching critical for Beastie, 32 and more in queue for him. And these outrange the horse archers at this point. I think they do, at least, even with silk bowstrings. And the firepower is immense from them. Not quite as pop efficient, but not far off either. And with the spearman as a front line, Beastie can produce these pretty much endlessly, of course. His food income still looking very good. Not as good as Wham's due to all that disturbance, and the bank, of course, is way in favor of Wham. He almost has, just like you mentioned, a free replenishment of his army if needed, but it's not like this army will just roll over and die.
Beastie now trying to get that bombard to try and snipe out something, but with the high armory, this trade just does not feel efficient enough. That one bombard will need to perform miracles, but Beastie is looking for damage elsewhere, trying to gain a little bit of ground out here. It's just not what he is exactly needed right now. Here is a position where he needs to grab the gold. He needs to find a little bit of leeway, but there are towers everywhere. Wham has keeps on every part of this map, and he's looking for the fight now. The horse archers, though, they can kite for days, and that's exactly what they do here. The bombards getting in position to keep sniping out things, and Barbican, he's trying to repair this to just give him a little bit of a safe haven to retreat into with his own bombards coming out now.
4 bombards on the field here from Wham. They're going to pretty much one-shot those spears at this rate if he does have chemistry on them as well. And little wraparound from the north side with some horse archers just to distract some of the units. The front line here for Beastie absolutely melts to the horse archers, opening the way for those knights to connect to Beastie's backline. But then again, Wham's own knights also just melt to the sheer mass of hand cannoneers. So who can remass this frontline faster? Wham had the huge bank, but he's making knights. You know, Beastie is just pumping spears endlessly here, and the backlines can't even get to each other. As soon as the frontline melts, more units come to connect. Very few shots are fired onto the backline, but now the breakthrough happens. Horse archers up against hand cannons. Who wins in this case? Well, I feel like the horse archers will trade way more cost effectively. They don't even cost gold at the end of the day. And the Chinese hand cannoneers, although I think they have the extra range, there's no kiting going on just yet. even with the Yuan dynasty. Beastie now forced to throw up panic fortifications as his economy and army are both crumbling before his very eyes. He cannot afford to remass, and GG is called. Wham! Secures his place in the final.
And Wham has broken the last few matches of curse that he's been faced against Beastie with. This is a massive moment for him. And finally, Wham taking down the Beast to face off against Anatan. And now we are back with the situation where it's Europe against Canada for that second spot at Red Bull Wololo.
Indeed. Wham continues his win streak, specifically in the Red Bull Wololo. Years ago, Wham was the one to knock Beastie out in the qualifiers for that, and now does it again. Now before this, I think Beastie was on a 7 or even 8 series win streak up against Wham, but that has now been broken, whilst at the same time, the Red Bull win streak for Wham, which, yeah, it's just one game, but that continues. Actually, 2 games. There were 2 Red Bulls.
So with Wham now securing this feels massive for him. He has been, like we said, he's been struggling against BC for a bit. But with the Wololo back on the menu, it feels like he is ready to roll. And Anatant has a very worthy opponent in front of him here. Now, we expected over the last few weeks, we've been seeing Papipo dominate quite a lot. So Papipo now seeing his brother one step closer to doing this must motivate him to also work extra hard for that finals, or the second to last spot next week. So, guys, aside from all our yapping, there's a man waiting to talk about his success. So, Myriad, take us away.
Indeed. Wham is on the line here to provide us a little bit of insight to this glorious victory over Beastie. Wham, good to see you, man. It's been a while. Congratulations. How do you feel?
I'm good, thanks. I mean, how could I feel better? You know, like 1 second. Sorry.
No, that's all good. Take your time. But yeah, it's yeah. I'm sure you do feel great, right? Breaking the sort of curse of the recent loss streak against Beastie, but at the same time keeping your Red Bull streak against Beastie in turn, right? Of knocking him out in these, except last week, of course. But this is the newest tournament so far, so that hasn't been fully put into the stats yet.
Yeah, no, I mean, honestly, I wasn't really expecting to win. I wasn't expecting to lose either, but like, you know, you gotta expect like anything can happen. And honestly, I was quite surprised with the strategies that Beastie utilized. Like, I know he really likes to go knights and, you know, raid and all that stuff, but doing that against Albids it's kind of a tough situation to go up against, right? And you can kind of see in this game that like knight versus knight against Albids just kind of doesn't work. I feel unless you're like Sengoku or something like.
Yeah, it's tough. It was a bit concerning at first there, right, for him in that regard. And I did say that I feel like the only real way this can work is if he sort of severely outplays you with raids and micro, right? Which he had some fantastic moments in the game, but you two are very close, right? Like blunders of that scale will not really happen. So in the end, obviously the Camels will win out. I wonder if you felt it during the game though, like because due to bloodlines, knights are actually stronger directly up against camel lancers in a head-on fight. The knights will win, but obviously you built up the economic lead by then, so it didn't really matter in the end. But Desert Raiders would do quite a bit better. I'm guessing you picked the lancers just because they're way better at raiding, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's essentially why I picked them. And I saw the Royal Institute, and I was just like, honestly, I was happy about it. I mean, maybe he had to do it because he would have died, but at the same time, like, once you see that, you know that there's no rush to ever, like, all in him. Because if he has the guild hall, he can just stall the entire game, and Beastie's really good at that, just stalling for the entire game. So once I saw that, I was just like, okay, I'm just going to raid as much as possible, defend as much as possible, and you can see here, though, like, I'm just getting more and more army value advantage, and that's just how I win the game.
yeah, in the end, it all culminates into being just too much to resist. And then we have a very interesting matchup here again on Frisian Marshes. It surprised me a bit that Beastie picked this map, because I saw in the draft that I think you just had the better civs for Frisian Marshes, personally, with Tughlaq and Macedonian. It ends up being Macedonian against Delhi here. And this is such a weird matchup, I think, because who do you think wins in sort of a full feudal committal here? Because you both went for it, but neither of you, it looked like neither of you really even wanted to fight.
Well, it's a good question. I actually had this matchup against Scatterbrain, and I lost that matchup, so I'm like, this feels kind of bad for Delhi, honestly. And yes, I didn't want a feudal commit, but like, he didn't have the sites, so I didn't really need to, right? So I felt, as long as he's not going to take the sites, then I can just go around killing fishing boats and stuff like that, and I can just try to get the advantage that way. But if he did try to take the sacred sites, then I would have pushed him back there, I think.
And when he went imp at that stage, now, I know if I was in your position, that's a bit of a, oh god moment, here we go, Beastie, Delhi imp, that stuff is from my nightmares, if I'm honest with you. But you kept your composure, you didn't overextend to try to punish it, you just kept firm control of the sites in the middle, and you just went imp yourself. Was that a very comfortable decision for you? Or was that more of a, well, I just kind of hope I have enough to hold here against the onslaught of elephants that's about to come? Or was that something that you very consciously did and knew you'd be in a fine position regardless?
I mean, it's something I definitely consciously did. I mean, you could see how defensive he was in the mid game, and I honestly just wanted to take the sacred sites and win that way because, I mean, again, Beastie's just very good at like running around and kind of killing villagers and stuff like that. I just wanted to force him into taking Sonnen fights and stuff like that. And honestly, I was very happy with it. I mean, this is the kind of stuff I struggle against him, I think, is I kind of rush the game too much. And when I focus on map control and sacred sites and stuff like that, I usually do a lot better.
Yeah, it's very, very interesting to hear your perspective on that. But it all culminated very well. It was great, and your patience paid off as you did secure that win and got a nice lead as a result. And then we go into another very interesting matchup, one I haven't ever seen before, actually. But I guess French Sengoku is pretty close, right, if we're being honest. It's JD up against Sengoku here, and we see here you had a very nice little start there on that wood line, picking off villagers and causing idle time, getting XP on JD as well. Then you took some counter damage here, and the thing is, it feels a bit tough because economically you're so outmatched here by Sengoku, I think, right, in terms of food income from the food carts, and it felt like you were a bit delayed on your economic upgrades, which seemed to be a conscious choice in favor for even more knights. What was your sort of strategy here?
Honestly, I mean, my strategy was just to do as much damage as possible, and I kind of ended up not really doing the damage I wanted to. I mean, I tried to attack his gold and attack his wood and attack his food and stuff like that, but he obviously was very good defensively, and he used the shinobis or ninjas, whatever they're called, to pick a few knights here and there. And at the same time, he was using his horsemen, so I kind of knew this matchup in particular was going to be an uphill battle because of the matchup, but I mean, he played well anyway, so it's not like, the game was bad by any means, I think, on either side. I think he played well.
It's one of those things, right? Because you're 2-0 up by this point from a drafting strategy perspective. This kind of an exchange is something you probably weren't very unhappy about at all, right? I mean, trading JD for one of Beastie's best in the form of Sengoku, sure you lose, but then you're looking in a great spot for the upcoming games, right?
Yeah, definitely. And Sengoku on Hilandale is like giga broken, so I really didn't want to play against Sengoku there. I mean, I could have banned it, but at the same time, I wanted the choice to be able to kind of pick what civ I was up against, and it allowed me to go into a matchup that I was pretty comfortable with, to be honest. Bruce versus China.
Yeah, I did mention pre-game that it feels like you and Poppy are sort of the only ones I've spoken to that directly think that Rus is good up against China, whereas most people would think the opposite. And I mean, horse archers are fantastic, and you showed exactly why mobility is king even today in AoE4. I mean, of course, today it's definitely the case, but on a map like Hillendale as well. And this was almost like a blast to the past here, wasn't it? Just, you know, pro scoutless FC from both of you. You went Kremlin. It's just, This was good. Was this the plan all along, or was it an adaptation?
I mean, it was sort of the plan. I think you could go either landmark, but BC is very good at raiding, and I just didn't want to have to deal with that. Like, Kremlin gives you the early advantage. You save like 175 wood, right? So that's like 4 minutes of the Golden Gate. Not a huge deal, but at the same time, like, if we're both fast castling, tempo is really, really important. So I could have went the other landmark. I just decided that this would be easier for me.
It's true enough. The vision and the defensiveness is not something to underestimate at all. And then you had some really amazing timings in this castle age when you caught him right as he was doing his Zuganut transition behind the Barbican, and you dive in. That caused such a huge delay over at this point. And then later on, you ended up getting those horse archers trapped right over here, which was it was looking scary for you. I was actually quite worried at that point because behind this, you had triple pagoda ticking, right? Starting the farm transition. It was looking pretty scary. Were you worried right now at this very moment in the game? Were you quite tilted even to say, or were you still like, okay, it's a loss, but I dealt enough damage?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely felt more towards that, like it was a loss, but I did enough damage. I mean, I probably should have killed the wall at the top side and went that way, but I saw the villagers on the board and I kind of got a little bit greedy. But at this point, yes, he had the pagodas, but I went second TC. I still had 2 sacred sites and I still had 2 relics, so even if I'm a little bit behind on like the passive gold generation, I have that second TC allowing me to catch up in that regard. And I thought I had a really big army. Like, I feel like I consistently had a bigger army than him throughout the entire game.
You did, which surprised me as well, because your units are so much more expensive, right? Like, he should have technically the higher count, whereas you'd have the higher value in turn. But it's still so difficult for him to sort of match those numbers, which, I mean, just goes to show. Maybe you guys are right all along. This is really good for Rus at the end of the day, due to this mobility, due to this pop efficiency that you've utilized so well. And again, I think this was a great example of patience this game. I think you showed exemplary patience here, not pushing excessively into Barbicans, into Great Wall Gatehouses, into Nests of Bees, all this kind of China shenanigans, and just keeping control of the center, denying resources. It was very well played.
Thanks. Appreciate that. I mean, that was my entire goal, so...
Indeed, and achieved it you have. Now moving on to the finals up against Anatan. You don't have to answer this question. I understand if you'd rather just take a few minutes and just, you know, be with your thoughts and have a little break. How you feel going up against Anatan?
I honestly have no idea. I mean, I feel okay. Like, any of these matchups versus Vortex versus Beastie, I feel like it could go either way, but... You know, it just depends on the matchups and if I play well, and... At the end of the day, it's like that. I feel like that's it. Like, if you play well and you get good matchups, anything, like, it could always go your way. And that's the way I feel.
Wise words. I agree completely. It's 50-50 at the end of the day, isn't it? Both of you are very capable, very talented, and work hard. So best of luck to you both. And once again, congratulations.
Thank you.
And looks like that'll be it for us here at EGC as well. So before this grand final commences for this week, we will have a short little break. Of course, Wham deserves a break here. Anatan still has a little extended break now going forward. We the casters and you the viewers deserve a little break as well. So just bear with us, get the refreshments you need, and we will see you again very, very soon. And we are here.
Yeah,
After you.
Oh, yeah. The ladies first, Myriad. Come on, chill. Of
course.
We're here for our final qualifying match for week 2. And Myriad, I'm so hyped about these two. My Slavic brother, Mr. Unattend, I am ready to see what he's going to pull out here, because this man, he's fought like a crazy man. And you can see, head to head, Wham is in for a bit of a show. We do see a glorious mustache on Unattend, though.
Yeah, looks like Anatan has turned to certain performance-enhancing substances, according to this picture, clearly. And certainly paid fruit for him, finding himself here in the final, up against Wham for week 2 of the road to Red Bull Wololo Londinium here. And it's going to be quite the series, as we see in the head-to-head. Tiny edge over to Wham, but just like Anatan has said in the past, he, just like myself, both of us joined a little bit later in the game's lifespan. So those first series, on note, are when he was still in the rapid improvement stage. If you take out the early parts of 2023, let's say, from this head-to-head, then they're pretty much 50-50 neck in neck. Now, Wham has picked up the latest series in the KPMM, and KPMM before that was picked up by Anatan, and Anatan won a tight set in the EGC Masters 4. But, I mean, these stats speak for themselves. This is about as close as a series can get.
And with the drafts almost getting concluded, we're going to take a quick look at the bracket as well to see how hard they've battled to get here. And with the scores not being updated just yet down there for Wham and Beastie, we know that Wham won this 3-1. But on the top side, Puppypaw and Anatan had a pretty close battle. Now, we know that Wham and Puppy, they practice together a lot. And these two are pretty evenly matched. But Anatan took down the pup already. Is he ready for brother number 2 to qualify for that UK spot? I was telling Myriad before we switched over here, I hope he qualifies this week so that he has enough time to get his visa, because I need to see Anochad at Wololo. And if it's not this week, he's still going to be a worthy opponent for anyone else hoping to make it there.
That's right, there's still 2 more weeks besides that, so all these lovely fan favorite names, hopefully myself among them, of course, Copium, but all these names we see here, we all get another chance in the next 2 weeks. So no too many tears for our fallen heroes here. There's going to be another chance next week, and then the week after that. But that's it. After that, that will be it. So today marks the day that the second contender, one of these two, will be joining Marine Lord in that upper top 4 echelon that has the privilege to go and compete at Red Bull Wololo, whereas the 2 next ones will be in the 2 coming weeks. And the draft, we have it here at the ready. And straight away there's a small difference, and this is somewhat rare, but differences can occur even in the initial double ban phase. We have Japan and Ottomans taken away from Anatan, but then he takes away Malians and Japanese away from Wham, which actually opens up Ottomans completely for Wham. Even throughout the rest of the bans, it has not been taken away, so he has it as his last pick and best civilization in his draft. He banned Malians away from Anatan, and Wham has been taken off of Byzantines. And besides that, we have Macedonians, Ayyubids, Rus, as well as Yushi, Tughlaq, Golden Horde, JD, and English. Anatan's drafts in Goku, Chinese, French, Delhi, Lancaster, Mongols, HRE, Byzantines, and KT. Very neck-and-neck drafts, I gotta say.
Well, you have to keep in mind, Myriad, we've reached a point in our gaming life where there's no more bad drafting at this rank. It just feels like there's so many good civilizations to go around. Sure, you'll have an edge, but a lot of what these guys are doing, it depends on those picks. When you get in, you snipe out, and maybe you snipe into the counter civ. Maybe that is the deciding factor here, but both these guys getting pretty evenly matched at drafts here. Personally, I am just excited to see English being drafted again, because now we might get to the bottom of it after all when the boys start picking if they're going to keep sniping that English, because that is the $1 million question. Now, Twitch chat, I actually went ahead and I asked why everyone's going industry wing. This was a big discussion for us yesterday, Myriad. Like, why is everyone going for the industry wing with Ayyubids? And I got told it's just because of all the resources you get. You sell your stone, and you just have a wonderful Castle Age timing with a lot of resources instantly. So Ayyubids after watching Wham play it and seeing how quickly he can adjust to what he's up against, so seeing how he played it against Beastie, it was crazy. So I am excited to see Aobits, and I want to see Wham go industry, because now I think we finally will understand why people are going for it behind the scenes. So Wham on Aobits, I'm so in. I'm now the biggest Wham Aobit fan in the world.
And King of the Hill is a very possible map to see it. As we say that, there we go. I was going to say, what would make perfect sense for Wham here is either King of the Hill and Rus, or, either Ayobids and Rus, or Ayobids and Ottomans. It would make a lot of sense. Or even Rus Ottomans, but Wham, as we saw, likes to play Rus on other maps as well, unlike most others. So he's keeping it for something else. So we're going to see for that. But on the other hand, for Anatan, this is very interesting. We saw he had a very special KT strategy lined up, which backfired a little bit last time we saw it, but Wham doesn't even want to risk it. And it makes sense, because Ayobids kind of gives him the space for that strategy to pull off. Instead, he opts for Byzantines instead, and Ayobid Byzantines traditionally very favored for the Byzantines, but this map works a bit differently. When it comes to getting that site in the center, I mean, few can hold it better than Ayobids.
And yes, we've seen this with Hill and Dale. It's just something that people are really struggling with, really breaking through that point and actually landing the damage needed to end them. Yesterday, we saw this countless times where someone is just sitting back, being a little bit of a greedy goose, and it quickly paying off. And the same with Ayobids. Ayobids has shown how decent it can be to just get your castle timing, sit and push. And every single time it's been hitting so hard. But Byzantines, you know, if they don't get punished, they don't mind. They have the same kind of playstyle where you want to be given a little bit of time to get that snowball on the road. So King of the Hill definitely doesn't play out your standard little dry Arabias or Balldlands. We are getting two civs that love just being able to be left alone and getting their momentum going. Now, for early game aggression, though, I feel like Wham has the edge here. With the Ayobids, you do have that little bit of flexibility. If you wanted to go and disrupt a bit of that Byzantines economy, you have that option, and you won't pay a price for it because of those dervishes that they go for again and again and again in feudal.
They're too potent to pass up, right? The healing, you can get so much value out of them in that early feudal age, especially if you look to play a little bit aggressive, which has been done before by the Ayobids up against the Byzantines. I know some players do really well when going for that playstyle, but others just go straight for the fast castle. But the fast castle can be a problem here for Ayobids. That is why typically Biz does very well here, especially with the frontal gold on King of the Hill, which is always where it spawns. That, for longbows especially, that becomes a very easy target to strike, and suddenly there's a Kairos Siphon maybe even on the field, and yeah, things get way more complicated all of a sudden for the Ayobids. I'm curious to what extent that will be the case, what level of commitment we're going to see in this early phase here from Wham. And even Anatan, on the other hand, I mean, you know, he's not your typical Byzantine player, as we have also seen that to be the case. He can go for some very wacky things, but one thing's for sure, there's no trade post here, so mercenary choices are limited.
So you don't get any sneaky shenanigans like we have seen with a few of these guys, but luckily Byzantines, they have a decent array of options, but we do see time and time again, people just keep going for the longbows, because longbows in mass, they can kill anything. Absolutely anything. Again and again, the moment they get to 20, 30, it starts to snowball from there, and it's so hard to keep up because they're free. And that's the problem for a lot of people here. The problem, I think, for Byzantines, though, is the fact that the berries, only one patch, moving out is going to put you at risk significantly. Sometimes with other maps, you have a backwards berry spawn. Maybe you've got one that's a little bit out there that your opponent doesn't need to raid, but with this map, depending on how your sides spawn on around the hill, you can very easily maneuver your units to go and disrupt these outside sources. So that's exactly what I'm expecting to see here from Wham. Wham has showed us again and again, he's the one who's going to raid. You're not going to just sit back and enjoy. So if he goes easy on Anatant, I would be very, very surprised. But for us to talk about the rest of this, guys, there's 3 minutes on the clock before the game begins. I want to take a look at the rest of this draft as well. Now we get to see all the maps in their glory, but no Holy Island. Apparently, neither of these guys want to be facing off against one another on the water. So, how do you feel about this draft and these players specifically opting for, again, just prioritizing these land maps?
I think Holy Island in particular, nowadays it's reached a point where not many players really enjoy the playstyle that seems to thrive on Holy Island, which I know I've seen a few times from people I've spoken to. And, you know, things are a bit up in arms about Holy Island as well. There's some disagreements as to what's effective. Many players are not sure exactly what often is the best or isn't the best there in terms of strategy and civ. So most would rather just not risk it and rely on something more comfortable, something they know better. Even here among this upper echelon, as we spoke during the previous series, we spoke about this at some length, right, about comfort versus viability. I think even at this level, that still is a pretty big part of these decisions a lot of the time. So for King of the Hill, it's going to be Bizarre bids as to what's next. Anyone's guess, really. We know Anatant does really enjoy those hybrid maps, so if he does lose this game, he might look to lean on Kawasan as his map of choice. Whereas if Wham loses, what would Wham play? Probably Hill and Dale, right?
I was gonna say Hill and Dale feels more like a Wham up, and this time we don't have Balldland, which I'm kind of surprised about, because Balldland has been making its way through the draft consistently, but they're getting rid of the map with the most water and the least wood, to just ensure that those raids are not as optimal. But I can imagine Balldland is, again, a safe map for someone like Wham to pick. But on the other hand, I feel like Anatant, he likes his shenanigans too. So yes, Kawasan makes sense for me. But Wham, he's also been looking pretty scary on maps such as Front Range. So Wham, standard guy, he knows how to play the meta, he knows how to counter the meta. He most likely doesn't want to play against something that Anatant has prepared something for, especially considering this man has pulled out some pretty crazy things from the hat. So, for the rest of it though, I am hyped to see Socotra. I just want to see Socotra in action. We haven't had enough of it, and every single time it gets in front of us, we do get some ship shenanigans, and that is what we are here to see. But guys, we are about to hop on in. This is going to be a clash of giants, Byzantines versus Ayyubids on our favorite King of the Hill. Let's see who gets that sacred site and if they can hold.
Well, I'm in the color purple as the Ayyubids spawning towards the eastern side of King of the Hill, facing Voldo Esports is Anatant in the color yellow as the Byzantines spawning in the west side of King of the Hill here. And quite the matchup we have on our hands. We've seen this many times historically. It's gone back and forth, but typically Biz have had Ayyubids' number. But this map presents interesting dynamics with a single central sacred site. This is a pretty explosive opener for a series between these two, and often can be the result of high emotions as well, as that timer can often come down to the very last fractional second.
You see the Battle of Scouts already starting, looking a little feisty between these two, but I feel like Anatant came out ahead here in the scouting war, as he is now going to be able to cover a lot more of the map here. Wham now going for that circle around. We'll see where who the sheep count will favor, but Anatant definitely gets all the information he needs out here. Now, this is usually a little bit of an interesting situation for a lot of people when they play against the Ayyubids. You most likely don't want to go too greedy with the scouting because you want to drop off your sheep and still be able to go back and see what he's aging up with. But at the same time, you are most likely out there on your berries, I say, as I see nothing out there. Oh, wait. I had them switched around. Never mind. The villagers, they do want to get their sheep back. We're looking at the Byzantines. Sorry, guys. It's a few hours in. The brain's fried. And apparently, so is the English. So we can see that with this, he probably wants to get those sheep back and then go and see what the House of Wisdom is going to be searching for. Now, of course, it's been very linear for most of it. Ooh, he misses that sheep. But It's been a very linear, especially going into our usual dervish age up. We'll see if that is the way Wham is thinking, and if this is going to be his way of going aggressive right thereafter, because Byzantines, they're investing in on the cisterns, and this can snowball pretty quickly. But reinforcement wing, Myriad! We're gonna get some camels, boy!
Yeah, this is quite interesting actually. This is very old school play here by Iobids. I know initially people loved doing this as the Iobids in a lot of matchups, but especially against the Byzantines, you can put a lot of early pressure on those berries. Byzantines already naturally slowed down due to the investment into cisterns, and then later on needing to get that berries in, which they do get oil from those berries, but the berries gathers very slowly indeed. Add to it the extra distance needed due to, of course, the sheep under the town center, but the berries, you know, there's some travel time there, making it even more inefficient. All of these factors can be abused by a well-placed early desert raider, which seems to be Wham's plan.
Now, with those desert raiders, of course, most people want to wait a bit to get the reinforcements so that they can be more potent. But early aggression is the key here. Byzantines, they struggle against that early aggression, especially with their age up, just usually being a little bit later and then having to reinvest after they've already gotten the cisterns up and running. These camels, though, they don't heal up. So if Anatan does get a little bit of damage down, it hits a little bit differently. But that singular desert raider will invoke a response from Anatan, which will just delay him if he wanted to go for something like a faster castle. I don't say fast castle because I know this man is responsible and he wouldn't do something that crazy against the Aeobids.
Well, good thing Anatan is, because Wham certainly isn't. It's going to be a reinforcement wing into the most naked castle you have ever seen. No tower, not even one wood in the bank to use. It's going to be as naked as it can possibly be outside of this reinforcement. And this is quite intriguing, right? The reinforcement, as you said, is going to force a response from Anatan. Already the tower is on the way. And it's a big, big slowdown for the Byzantines here. Whereas Wham, he doesn't put a tower, and you know, we joke about it being naked and greedy. He doesn't actually need it. He really doesn't. What is under threat for him after Anatan ages up? Absolutely nothing. There's no hippodrome. Any spears that Anatan makes will be used for the defense against the raider. He could potentially make horsemen, but Wham will of course see that. And that's not going to be a problem for one desert raider initially. He can deal with one or two horsemen alongside some villages. So it's a big slowdown. I mean, Anatan only now finished his age up. Wham is almost ready to click up.
And this is that scary part where Wham, if he goes now for castle, what does he do and how does Anatan respond? Because whatever Anatan makes, he's always going to struggle with those trades initially. Of course, Limitine are a pretty safe answer here because you can handle a lot of what comes out, but then your opponent goes for a handful of gulams and all of a sudden there's just nothing doing damage to them. That's the crazy thing about Aeobids. Even though it might not be the most optimal play to go for a specific unit here, it can be devastating no matter which way you go. An advancement wing is clicked up to get there as fast as possible. So we're not getting industry, we're not getting dervishes, we are just getting there quickly.
Yeah, this is very curious. Oh, I know exactly what this is, Whammon, seeing this
What is
villager.
it?
This is the Gulam cheese. It's the
Oh
proxy
my
Gulam
goodness.
cheese.
No.
This has been the downfall of so many players, both the ones doing it and the ones on the receiving end. You can never know how this is going to go. But that villager, he's going to set up 2, 3, even 4 barracks. Gulams are going to be in Anatan's base before he even has his mercenary camp finished. Well,
And
maybe not quite, but close.
This is what I meant. Making gulams not the most optimal thing, but you can do anything. And Wham is about to land pretty heavily 40 seconds before that first one is clicked out. And that's the beauty of a strategy like this. You don't need a lot of gold. You just get to relax and build whatever you want from here on out. The DC firing at that camel, but the camel is purely a distraction. The gold is a far away dream, and Anatan is going to need to produce miracles, and longbows, they're as close to a miracle as you can get here. I'm excited to see if Wham goes for that +1 and how quickly he goes for it, because this is something he's going to need if he wants to make this man pay for it.
It's almost like the roles are reversed. Normally Anatand can be the one to pull out some pretty wacky strategies, but Wham is the one with the idea this time round. And I mean, the reality of this strategy is something Anatand should be aware of. He's definitely seen this and probably done it himself before. I actually don't know for sure he's done it before. I've seen it against Marine Lord in practice many, many months ago. However, to think of this in the moment and scout for it is a different matter entirely. And I'm not sure he sniffed it out yet. I mean, there's a tower going up on the gold now. The longbows are on the way, but the Ghulams are already in production. All we need here is some ranged armor, and the havoc will be endless.
Now the Ghulams are already underway, and we see them flooding one by one, stepping into the fire. But these camels are keeping the Limitanei as busy as can be. They're not going to be there to support those Ghulams, and the Ghulams, they have arrived, but we see the longbows standing at the ready to fire away at them. The +1 ranged armor definitely not looking like they want to be facing this at all. Now the numbers are going to start to matter, but this Ghulam that he's already picked off a significant amount of health, it doesn't look that great for Wham just yet, but we'll see how the floodgates start when they are opened, and still not seeing a +1 ranged upgrade.
Yes, it's tough. I mean, the macro here is very difficult. Wham has sacrificed everything for this timing, right? There's no golden age, there's no economic upgrade, there's no blacksmith yet either. It's all very hard to afford still for Wham in this position. And Anatand has experience countering this, because this was the exact same matchup that he was in against Marine Lord. He was the one doing the Ghulam, and Marine Lord held this with a huge amount of towers as well as the longbows, and that seems to be exactly what Anatand is planning. Second arrow slit tower now on the way, and this is going to be very important for him on this defense. You need those towers, because ultimately enough arrows can take down even these heavily armored Ghulams. As Undermesh only a few seconds out now, and the Ghulam count is climbing. Anatand, he can't even think of an age up yet. That is how you die to this, without a doubt. He has to clear off the initial heavy wave without taking too much damage, and then maybe Castle Age is on the cards.
Now, Anatand already using a little bit of that gold he has to get wheelbarrow. He wants to make sure those villagers that when they run away quickly and will not be risking their lives. But the Ghulams are feeling a lot more brave now as we see them stepping forward, and the tower is barely touching them. Villagers popping into it pretty quickly, but the longbows, they are firing at that one Ghulam who is taking about 1 million shots without going down. +2 ranged armor now coming in as well. And look at that Ghulam. He is taking so many shots. The longbows now, they are the victims here, and you cannot afford to lose these.
No, you cannot. The longbows are the absolute necessity in holding this, but Anatand is already down to 3 from his initial batch. Even the Desert Raider causing idle time on that southern berries. Anatand needs every ounce of resource here to hold this. But honestly, I think it might be too little too late. The second longbow batch pops out, but they're in no position to really do any significant damage to these Ghulams. Only now is Steel Arrow finishing for Anatand. As Wham's secondary ranged armor finishes, villagers are running rampant. Not many have fallen so far, only 2, and there's a very nice Akritoy entrapment alongside the TC there. That's a great move there by Anatand, but is it enough really? For every Ghulam he kills, feels like 1 or 2 more even join the fight here for Wham.
And he's going to have access to all the resources on the map. He knows this. That's exactly why he's out there on the deer. The longbows are trying to focus fire one at a time. Villagers desperately trying to get that tower up. Keep it up. They are trying to get it reinforced as well with the upgrades now coming in. Every bit of the repair will matter here. And the Ghulam is firing away, but the longbows are doing their jobs. Those villagers, though, they're getting a bit low, and one will go down.
One singular horseman from Anatand could actually cause a fair bit of damage here to Wham, running towards those southern berries. He needs to find even this moment there to put at least a tiny bit of pressure on Wham, because you see the Ghulam count isn't decreasing, it's only increasing up to double digits now with 11. Fortified tower is fortified. Even the cistern itself is probably on Presidium now to boost its armor and resistance. But is it enough? It's already under fire. The villagers are under siege within the tower. It's actually still on Conscriptio, so there's no additional resistance for this tower, and it's gonna fall.
And that was the key. That's what you said. The moment the towers can't hold this, that is when things start falling apart. We can see those Gulams are barely taking a hit. The longbows are microing their hearts out, but it's so difficult. And the Limited are just not in position to frontline this. The longbows are the most precious cargo, and they're just not able to hold it down. Gulams now, again, we're still at 12 here. The numbers just seem to keep replenishing, and the food sources are very much far from depleted for Wham. The idle eco from Anatan is really starting to make a difference here. We do see a bunch of farms being placed down, but those farms being placed down just means that he cannot be using those resources for units because he is busy transitioning, and no transition is going to halt this once the Gulam numbers get to this point.
You can see the sheer strength of this timing here. The destroyed value tells it it's neck and neck, and considering Wham has been diving on the TCs throughout the entirety of the fighting so far in this game, but now manages to exceed the destroyed value, just tells the tale of how terrifying this all-in really is, and it's seeing it manifest here in front of our eyes, as Anatan had virtually no chance this game. If you don't see this, you will pretty much undoubtedly die in the moment to it, and Wham delivers this with fantastic precision in game number 1 to pick up an early lead.
And getting this early lead is exactly what puts him on the course for taking that final or that second spot at the Wololo Championships. And this is the crazy thing for me. Wham was the one who joined Marine Lord last time. And now he looks to be the one to try and qualify for that second spot already. Can we get a repeat of the past? This time, though, Marine Lord does not get seeded into the finals, but there's still a huge battle ahead of him. Wham, though, setting the pace for Anatan to learn about proper scouting here and understanding exactly what could be on the menu. I feel like the moment Anatan saw this, he maybe realized that it's already too late to be able to handle this, because he knows the power thereof. But we do have Helen Dale coming up next, and for once, we're seeing some different civilizations. Ottomans, a little bit of an ode to the past, but Rus being banned out instead of Ottomans. That is something that I'm quite surprised about.
I just want to make sure my eyes are not deceiving me. What civilization does Anatan have here?
I don't know. Is that a new land civilization? Because I've seen that flag before, but not in this type of a map. And that's going to be KT. Disgusting. Guys, KT on Hillendale. What a day to be alive. Now, I can see why. Because you have 3 sacred sites. They're pretty far apart. You're going to force your opponent to constantly be reacting to these. And you can switch them up the whole time. You're always going to get some kind of trickle in there, especially in the early game. When Ottomans needs a little bit of time to ramp up, you could get the investment that you've already put in there. So Ottomans, though, it's a pretty solid civ on this map. We haven't seen this in a few seasons, but my goodness, when we used to, this is going to be an uphill battle. Pun intended.
Yeah, it's pretty special, actually. I mean, Ottomans kind of needs no introduction here. Ottomans is special. Ottomans is a very special civilization. Their ability to just ignore every single of the game's rules is fascinating, frankly, and still win despite that. And Wham is going to look to try and show us why that is the case. They're just incredibly strong on every map, in every situation, with not a single bad matchup in the game. And then there's KT, who I'd be surprised if they have even an even matchup, frankly, on these land maps. I think that would be a struggle. But there's a few, to be fair, that aren't too terrible. I would not say Ottoman is one of them, frankly. So we have quite the game on our hands here today. But I'm very excited to see what Anatan's going to pull out.
And usually on this map, we see a little bit of early game shenanigans if the spawn is just right. But the early game shenanigans, the name of the game is going to be just a normal old military school with a standard old opening of getting 1 load of stone to make sure that you can get that military school up and running. And I like this. It's pretty standard. We're going to have a good plain old game that doesn't require us to try to figure out everything from scratch. Military school opening, with a few spearmen coming on out, that feels good. Now, Knights Templar, on the other hand, going for that wood early on, I just love this about the civilization. With every wood chop, you just get every bit of food with it as well. So it always feels good to be able to invest in anything that costs wood early. And that's exactly what he's doing by building that wall onto the wood line right there to the right side. Because, it's not really costing him anything and it keeps him safe for longer.
And it's probably already planning ahead towards the potential for spears to show up quite soon here for Wham. And yeah, it's going to be 2TC. It makes sense. It feels like, especially in this kind of a matchup, this is really the only option you have here as the Knights Templar. And that seems to be also on the cards here for Anatan as well. But a very, very curious build order, actually, I have to say. I haven't seen this before. We'll have to watch how the timing is for that second town center. This could be interesting. But for Wham, on the other hand, that was a military school opener, and this is classic for Ottomans. He's going to start pumping those spears straight away, build up the progress towards that next vizier point, as every single unit produced is going to build up progress for it.
Now, when you get into a spot where you can go 2TC without being punished, we've seen stuff like this play out on maps like King of the Hill, and this map plays out in a bit of a similar fashion to the punishment around King of the Hill. King of the Hill is so difficult to punish, unless you have, of course, rush your opponents with gulams, right? But second TCs are so hard to shut down on this map because you don't really need to move out, at least for the first while. And KT, a civ that doesn't mind staying in their base and just capitalizing on this. The units they get from this, definitely not something they're going to mind just exploring and letting Ottomans do their little ticking and then the talking with a lot of those Sabahis. I feel like Knights Templar has a few good responses to this, but Wham is about to spot that wall and learn that, hey, this guy is going to TC. What do I do from here? So Twin Minaret Madriz coming out, safe food, nice hospitalier on the side of Anatan. But now, what does Wham do with this information? He knows the second TC is there. Does he just greed it out and do something sneaky his way? Or is he actually going to try and punish this? Because that's the difficult part.
An all-in on this map especially is easier said than done, I would say. It is a possible option here for Wham that he could look to do. But it's always tricky, isn't it? Even with something like the Ottomans against something like KT. All-ins in Feudal Age, they don't often pan out the way you expect them to. They're very messy affairs. And that could be the case here as well. With the Knights Hospitaller wing for Anatan, and you touched earlier on the sheer strength of that wood economy for Knights Templar, it is absolutely the case. Every 5 wood that's gathered for Knights Templar is also 1 food. 20% of wood is food, which when you're making a defense on 2TC with something like Spear Archer, that is when that bonus really shines. No civ in the game can master those 2 units as well in this situation compared to KT, leading to some absolutely huge numbers early on, which can make it very difficult for even something like Ottomans to crack them.
Now, I like the placement here of the Madriz as well, just making sure that you utilize it as a mill. But yeah, the massive units I can imagine coming out of KT. I mean, we've seen the crazy stuff they pull out on hybrid and water maps, but like I said, King of the Hill, it plays out well because it's protective here. And that second TC is about to be placed down. I want to see where that thing goes because he is, and this is what I love, he's putting it down safely. It's at the front though, so it can be contested a little bit, but it keeps the wood line safe. And it, in turn, will make sure that your villagers can try to keep it safe too. Now, the Spearman does get picked off here, trying to shut down the deer. But this TC makes sure that he has access to the wood even if Wham comes to try shut it down. And with the Sapahis in mind, he's definitely going to look to do so. We do see the archery range coming out too. So the forward push is definitely anticipated and prepared for.
Yes, archers as well as Sipahi on the menu here for Wham. So there's definitely going to be a little bit of pressure. This is what's important with Ottomans. Ottomans, they can honestly do anything, but it always comes from a baseline of some unit commitment. They need to have at least a few units in that feudal age. They can potentially go an almost naked castle, but it doesn't feel good for them to do so. They love going castle from a position of at least some authority within the game. And that's exactly what Wham is likely to go for. He's going to get this tower up, deny this wood line, put probably a little bit of pressure, then he might look to go for a castle timing after finding good damage.
Now he's already gotten that first vizier point, and what did he get? Probably a lot of sheep. Let's go take a look at that Ottoman's TC to see two imams. Oh, where are the imams? They're still coming, boys. Still coming. Oh, there they are. Not showing up. Oh, they're just a little bit delayed in the UI. Poor guys. Now this is going to mean that these types of pushes are going to be quite spicy, but he does pull a ton of villagers to stop this. The Zabahi, though, he gets on in. He will stop the tower, but he also gets a spearman as a kill, and no villagers go down yet, but eventually one does pay the price, and the villager starts to build yet again, but he does need to be careful here. Those villagers are ready to take on another fight in Anatan. Now, he's got a handful of archers in the mix.
Shaba Sipahi running away from the scout. I think he was just barely, almost a few hits from death. Wham manages to snipe it with the scouts, but now there's archers now on the field, so that tower is not going to go up that easily. And Wham did lose a spear underneath that TC and almost barely got away with that Sipahi in time. Losing that Sipahi would actually be pretty big damage at this point in time. Wham has to be super careful. He can't lose this village and can't lose the Sipahi, which he did.
And losing the Zabahi at this point just means that this push is a little bit weaker. I say that, but the other Zabahi is ready to come right for it. And these imams keeping that villager alive, we can see now trying to focus fire at few of these spears instead, because they are looking a little bit squishier than the usual old sippies. Now, some of these villages are quite low, so gonna be easy to pick up with that tower once it gets a little bit of an emplacement. And we do see Wham getting his stone as needed. Now, most likely to be able to keep building all of those military schools, but the boys are pulled and they have something to say about this tower.
And this is quite a big desperate pull here from Aratan. He knows the importance of this tower. It cannot go up because that is all the wood that he has access to, and he's willing to sacrifice everything to make sure it doesn't go up. Will it go up? I don't think so, but he pays a heavy price for it. 2 villagers have already died. 3 of his archers have also died. More villages are likely to fall. 1 more, make that 4 total at this point in time, and that's a lot of damage. And it would be even way more if not for the Hospitaller wing that gives plenty of extra health to these villagers. Maybe a little bit of an overzealous dive here potentially from Wham. Costs him 2 Sipahi as well as an Imam. So that could have actually been a lot worse there for Anatan.
Now, Wham pulling back here is the thing I'm very surprised about. Wham, he's putting himself into the spot where he's like, hey, I want to commit to this, but I'm not sure how much I need to commit. And honestly, I think another tower, and that's exactly what he does. He goes for yet another tower. Sipahi standing at the front. He's seen how these villagers get baited. 1 Imam will still be able to heal up the Vil, but he does need to be a little bit more careful now. So the Sipahi numbers starting to get really scary, and a few spears mixed in for Anatan. Now feudal age spears, so they should be able to handle them once they dive in deep. But Anatan learns from this. He's on that second TC. He's lost a few Vils, but KT is supposed to be behind in villagers. And Anatan is in a very happy spot, not behind.
Indeed he is. Second DC is already bearing fruit, now taking a pretty comfortable economic lead at this point in time. But the threat is far from over. Sipahi, equal counts to archers now, and more than doubling the spear count. That is kind of what you'd expect in this situation, isn't it? Just so much military from the Ottomans compared to the anemic economy for this point in time for Anatan. Sure, he has more workers, but he can hardly access everything he wants to access. He can get the wood and food for now, but the tower is officially up. Arrow slits immediately on the way. Fortification will undoubtedly be on the menu here for Wham as well. And it looks like it might just be a full committal. There's no additional economic upgrades here for Wham, which I question just a little bit, especially when doing what looks to be a very committed push here. You would love to have them and make sure that your economy can compete quite well so you can get even further units out, but it's just more and more units for now.
Now, what's pretty interesting about this is Anatan would actually be able to go on other wood sources. He should be able to move to the back, and get some other wood lines because Wham is not scouting whatsoever. A nice small little wall could secure that whole side. Wham now moving a little bit to the top, but Anatan is very comfortably just sitting on this wood line with no vision to actually obstruct those villagers chopping away. Now, Wham's army is starting to get scary and another Vizier point is coming out. We will see what he picks up, but the tower is going to get ready and emplaced so that nothing can come and shut it down. But the villagers are here at the back and the Sipahis, they are not going to be making too much of a connection with the units in position.
Yeah, great pull away there from Anatan before losing any villagers. Just sacrifices one archer for his safety, but a lot of idle time has been caused. Meanwhile, from the front, idle time as well on the wood line behind this, and the food struggles are going to start for Anatan very, very soon, even more than they already are present, because besides those berries and those deer, there's nothing safe there for Anatan. He has one little piece of respite with those berries down towards the southern corner, but moving that far out, although it doesn't seem far out in this situation against Sipahi, it's always dangerous.
Now, the archer numbers are quite scary. With Anatan having 22 of them, he doesn't mind taking a fight. The problem is just he's fighting against a Mechter that does give that extra armor if he plays the right drums. So Anatan now, he does need to be careful, but at the same time, Wham is the one here that can easily overcommit. And Anatan now pulling his whole army downwards, leaving the villagers open yet again. But you can see him trying to balance, finding that balance between protecting the food villagers and actually protecting the front. Wham is looking for an opening, but he's just not been given any.
Yes, great defense here by Anatan so far. Only a bit of idle time suffered, and 5 village deaths. Yes, it kind of hurts, but considering what he's been through, it's not nearly as bad as it could have been. But the pressure is unrelenting, and eventually there'll be a slip-up, as we see right now. Although, the extra health paying massive dividends here for Anatan, and he does react afterwards. Mechter is going to go down, sniped away by the archers. But again, more and more idle time force. This is starting to add up slowly, but it's all a ploy at the end of the day. It's a responsible castle here from Wham. Exactly how we envisioned. Some pressure, some damage, some responses are being forced. But behind this, the real play is on the way.
Now, Anatan is going for his own castle age pretty soon here with not producing a single villager more. And honestly, 13 minutes into the game, I feel like Anatan's second TC has paid off already. Anjuman Empire has been chosen. So this man, he's looking for that castle fight that will be coming in. But Wham, he just isn't able to break through this, and he keeps bleeding a unit every now and again. So at some point, this is going to start to feel a little bit out of hands with Knights Templar just capitalizing on that second TC for so long.
Yes, with the Anjuman, Anatan's going to have, in theory, the perfect response to deal with Wham's composition. The heavy spearman will deal very well with the Sipahi and certainly survive for a long period of time up against the archers. But Wham seems to be aware of this reality and is already moving into those men-at-arms. And men-at-arms, they are actually stronger than the spears in a direct engagement. I'm not sure exactly what the stat difference is, but they are better at that job in particular. But of course, they don't count the cavalry as heavy spears do, so there has to be a trade-off. And Anatan, outside of the veterancy and Undermesh, makes that his priority, pumping as many out as he possibly can, and he will need plenty, without a doubt. Veterancy for the Sipahi is coming in very soon here for Wham. Looks like Archers is not on the menu for him anymore. Might just look to go into pure Sipahi and men-at-arms.
That makes sense, because when you see your opponent going for heavy spears, of course, you know your archers are just not going to be hitting the same way. Zabahis, though, coming from every single angle, and Wham, that tower gives him the vision, it gives him the power to rotate confidently. And Anatan is the one just desperately reacting. Now, Zabahis looking again for a bit of a surround, but the villagers are so quick to react. Anatan, the fastest fingers in all of the land, are now getting +2 attack as well. He wants to handle these Zabahis one shot at a time, even if it is with archers.
Autoculture on the way now for Wham, finally getting that one in as he moves out to the relevant food sources for it. 2 Sipahi managed to find their way into the base here. And are quickly met by the spears. And Wham, he's dealt damage, right? 6 villager kills, plenty of idle time, but is it really enough though? Because Anatan's mass is looking pretty scary. He has a very decisive archer lead here, and plenty of heavy spears on the field now as well. Wham, meanwhile, he has his military schools pumping. Although as we say that though, Anatan may have bit off more than he can chew, extending far beyond his confines here, past the wood line, and towards this tower position here from Anatan, from Wham, and in turn opens up his base. And Wham recognizes this, slipping in with his Sipahi, and just the presence of them causes half of Anatan's economy to run for their lives.
But what's interesting about this is Anatan is not making units. He's got 1,300 food in the bank, he's got gold, he's got food, but he's making absolutely nothing. So, ooh, we see a pause. This might be the explanation of what is going on with Anatan's eco here. So, Anatan currently experiencing apparently a bit of lag. So, he did mention his internet not doing the best of work earlier on. So, letting him normalize here. But this position that Wham is now in, he's got to ask himself, do I need to win it right now? Do I need to push right through all of this? And can I even do so? With the crossbows he's getting, he should be able to handle these spears that Anatan is investing into. And a lot of men-at-arms is going to make this a lot harder for Anatan to actually break through.
Yeah, it's true. The men-at-arms is a real problem. Boosted by the Mechter, they can serve as a fantastic front line for the Sipahi, who, well, when they're behind men-at-arms, they're pretty much range units, let's be honest, with that extra range. So they're going to do great work when it comes to that. They can activate Fortitude because the men-at-arms will be in front of them and do an immense amount of damage throughout the whole fight. As looks like all the soldiers present have had some very spicy food and are now releasing all of that tension.
Now, slowly but surely, Anatan just lets this position of his turn into a production machine, because we now see a bunch of barracks being placed down. He wants to make sure that this is something he can withstand. He knows the power of the Ottomans, and especially with the military being neck and neck, this is going to be scary. Of course, you do have the Mehters on the side of Wham. If you can snipe those out, it becomes a lot less scary. But at the same time, there's also the risk of running into those mangonel shots, especially with your composition being so heavily reliant on archers.
Anatan now challenging this outpost directly as the first mangonel arrives to the front line here. And the mangonel is going to be pivotal against this heavy backline here from Anatan. A backline that frankly is looking really healthy. And he has the necessary heavy spears to deal with the Sipahi. But the men-at-arms and Wham's own crossbows are a bigger concern here, as Anatan can't really have enough gold access here to get the numbers he needs together alongside all the other upgrades. In terms of upgrades though, Wham is very far behind, surprisingly, only now getting his undermesh, whereas Anatan has +2 ranged damage and +1 ranged armor by now. So when it comes to a fight, this could be closer than it looks.
Oh, Anatan is definitely in a great spot here now with all those heavy spearmen. Things start to snowball a bit out of control here. Now, the mangonel shot can still be critical, but Anatan, I think the man's happy where he is right now. Wham, he's put everything into this push, and he knows if he doesn't do this in the next few minutes, Knights Templar is going to get out of control. And we don't have any crazy pilgrim plays, because apparently with the right spawn, you can just stop any possibility of getting through that line. So the gold running out is going to be quite critical at this stage of the game. But with the farm transition that he's slowly building out behind this, he is constantly going to be able to make units. And, ooh, the mangonel is being sent so far forward.
Yeah, the Mangonel has to be very careful. He looks for a connection on the back line, finds a few boulders, but nothing quite decisive, and Anatan is just pushing ever forward here. The position here from Wham is quite tenuous because the Mechter has fallen, and this composition is not easy to micro. He's keeping the Sipahi in reserve, wanting to clear out a lot of these heavy spears before re-engaging, and that's proving to be a good idea. There's a slightly open position on the left flank, but Anatan reacts with a kite backwards, and Anatan is actually clearing up most of the mass here from Anatan. Massive mangonel hit though, straight in the center of that range mass. But the Sipahi numbers are not really there, and Wham is actually forced to retreat.
Now, he does pull back for a second here, hoping the Mangonel shot can give him what he needs, but unfortunately, Anatan is in control right now, getting that fortress up with 32 villages. He knows the importance of this, of keeping this lead and keeping this momentum going.
The lack of upgrades is really, really hurting Wham in this position. This is just a blunder. There's no two ways about it. There's no range damage. So these crossbows, these archers that he has, now even the vizier point for the Janissaries has been called in. Not normally something you want to go into unless it's to just either survive or win the game. And it looks like it won't win Wham the game in a position where he should be in a position of power, but that's not the case anymore, I would say. As the farms are coming up for Anatan behind us, plenty of them as well, and with the fortress up, the front entrance is now way more barricaded than before, and Wham is going to have to look to other avenues.
Now, Wham, he looks at the other avenue, and the other avenue that he spots is, oh, we could just go for a ton of relics, and relics he gets. But with a lot of Janissaries in his arsenal too, this doesn't feel too bad if you were playing against a majority of horse composition. But unfortunately for him, this is not something standard that you're playing against. He's got himself one trebuchet as well to deal with this keep at the front. The fortress, mini keep as we may, is definitely not going to be something that wants to fall, but it will with the right support. Wham, though, he's capitalizing on every bit of free unit he can get and hoping this will be enough. But the pushes here and the heavy spearmen, they are getting on top of this. And you can see they're barely taking damage. Janissaries are trying their best, but they are ready to take a beating.
I think Wham has maybe forgotten that the fortress actually gives the same vision as an outpost here for KT. So Anatan saw the Sipahi moving away and immediately moves in to challenge the rest of Wham's mass and does great damage, admittedly. Kills off most of the back line, but the Mangonels as well as the Sipahi reconverging with the mass means that he cannot stay there forever. Pilgrims get discovered and they will both die. There is still plenty of food on the map for Wham to work with, so the lack of farms isn't too big of a concern just yet. But if Wham ever loses this central position, the game is over.
And getting to the food problem that these guys may face, it feels like Anatan has got himself set up a lot better than Wham is already. We do see those little dots all around the map, knowing that there are some farm transitions underway. Anatan, though, he's getting that second fortress, which just means another solid trickle of gold that will be coming in. But we also have a spicy boy called Wham, who's building his whole economy, bringing a ton of his economy to the other side of the map with a sneaky little wall. And we know when those villagers make their way through here, Wham loves to build a few buildings to get control of a map.
And I think that fortress towards the southern right side is a really bad piece of news here for Wham. Not only does that secure a big 8k, but also a Sacred Side. So Sacred Side victory I don't think is really going to be on the cards for Wham for much longer. That can pretty simply be decapped by Anatan there. Great Bombard, not as strong as it is in Imperial Age, but still definitely an effective tool against these fortifications. This fortress here in the center, stronger fortress than normal. And once again, I think Anatan sees the Sipahi moving away and he's about to move in, but there's enough Mangonels to make him think twice now.
Now, Anatan, he's trying to do a little bit of his own raiding instead of just defending, but he runs into a mass of Sippies and he realizes, hey, this could be damaging, but the Great Bombard is going down, and that is the greatest thing for him, because getting rid of it means absolute destruction from here on out. That was your power move. Wham losing a major part of this, and the heavy spearmen now getting a pretty good surround here. He pulls some of them back to deal with the Sipahis if they dare step on him. Mangonel's doing some decent jobs with these shots, but the Mangonel of Anatan doing his own little bit of work on to all those Janissaries that are falling like flies. But Wham's mass is replenishing. I just don't know if it's going to be enough, especially with this lead that Anatan has.
The military schools are definitely working overtime now, part of the potency for the Ottomans and one of the reasons they have been so oppressive for so very, very long. Yet Anatan is doing an incredible piece of work here, challenging them. Once again, a bit of a stalemate there, neither side really seeming to come in out on top. Anatan is still confined to his base, but he actually has access to everything he needs. He has gold now. He still has wood, a massive wood line in the south there. Even a big stone here that he has access to. Already he has 2 fortresses going. I think the main question here is which way do those pilgrims go? Do they go in front of that hill or behind it?
Oh,
Well, actually, there's no
with that-
pilgrims for now because the sites are capped, but soon enough we'll find out.
That was the hope of that poor little villager. He really wants to get his pilgrims back at work. But you have to keep in mind, Anatan, he's going to need to keep repairing this. And the army from Wham, it keeps on coming, but losing that Great Bombard was a major Vizier point sacrifice that he has made now. He does have a little bit of control on the map, and you have to keep that in mind. Wham is the one who's out here. Sure, Anatan also has a bit more control on this side where he's able to get that big goal to last him just a bit longer. But Wham's army, it keeps replenishing, and for some reason, Anatan's lead just doesn't feel like it's just enough to stop this army's constant presence in front of his base.
Still only 1 Treb on the field for now, or Wham, but another one soon to join the fray. And due to the Angevin Empire choice here for Anatan, it means these fortresses are extra tanky compared to regular. Very, very durable indeed. So it's a pretty tough job for just 1 Treb to take them down. And Anatan still has stone to work with. He can keep repairing them for a while longer. But you can see just how quickly Wham is remassing as well. Despite not having as good of a food economy or as many villagers as Mangonels, finds some connections, but no deaths just yet. But despite this, Wham's army is looking incredibly scary still. And his food eco is still pretty good despite this. There's still berries to work with. He's got most of his own farms in by now as well. Even 4 relics, although 1 is yet to be deposited. With Kingdom of Poland behind this for Anatan, he finds the space to age up, and this might be exactly what he needs. The only issue is that he has about the lowest quality army you can possibly have as any civ. It's just spearmen and archers.
And soon enough, with Kingdom of Poland, he's planning to switch that to horses. But the Janissaries, they are not going to mind this switch coming his way. And Wham, he's pretty close to clicking up that age up himself. And Ottomans with the age up feels absolutely devastating depending on what they go for. And I say this because usually we're so used to getting faster production on those military schools. But at the same time, there's been some plays around those Vizier points as well. And I would love to see Wham shaking things up just a little bit, but it would be so risky to pull out on a game like this.
Yeah, with his own Imperial Age around the horizon. It kind of has to be Istanbul Imperial Observatory. It's just too potent for those military schools. There's no way. He's actually doing it. It's Seagate Castle. That's crazy. That's absolutely crazy. It's, yeah, I'm not sure why. I mean, I guess to be fair, he needs it to hold this position, but I don't know if he's going to be up fast enough or in time, as Anatan is just moving in. Sipahi reconvened with the main force behind. There's plenty of Mangonels here for both players to shoot off. The problem is most of Wham's backline is hauled up altogether, so Anatan's Mangonels getting huge value behind this, but Anatan's frontline cannot hold the onslaught of men-at-arms as well as Sipahi. They're brave enough to dive underneath the fortress now. Anatan no longer has an army in this game. At least for now, as Zabahi now dive past the fortress, and the Mangonels are next on the chopping block. 1 has fallen, make that 2, the 3rd, and the 4th is also undoubtedly going to fall. Schlatter Cavalry now join the fray, but with so many Janissaries 30 on the field already, to what end? It begs the question, as Imperial is in now for Wham, his own upgrades are going to follow suit, but I think Anatan might have pulled the trigger a bit too early.
Anatan, he gets his Imperial Age, but the cost is insane. And all those Janissaries are really showing us why Ottomans is going to be the civ that is always just banned. Wham getting that honor of debuting the Ottomans on a map like Hillendale, or I would say the last time in competitive play. Another fortress coming up now. And Anatan is clawing his way, or at least trying to claw his way back into this after losing a majority of his army. And it doesn't feel like he's able to replenish that fast enough.
No, he simply cannot. The gold is drying up, and the strength... It's just a lot of it is just the army. Wham's army is just on so many levels superior to Anatan's, even with the Shlata present, that it's just, there's no other ways about it. I mean, the Sepahi, Janissary, Siege with Mechter, this is the bane of any late game army. I don't think any army in the game can really contest with this even today. Maybe there are some close contenders, but I guarantee KT is not one of them. And Anatan is struggling with that fact now coming to fruition. As the Shlata numbers are climbing, but as we mentioned, the Janissaries will have no issues dealing with that. Meanwhile, plenty of archers on the field for Anatan as well, and his own spearmen. But finding the resources to afford these much needed Imperial upgrades, which may potentially be enough if you have an advantage of them to break through this position, finding that is easier said than done.
Now, Wham, he is the one he keeps building towers this far forward. And the great part about that Seagate Castle is just the fact that nothing will break through it. That thing hits like, I would say a truck, but no, it hits like a great bombard. And that's exactly the whole point of it. It controls most of this map. Anatan, he may have access to that big gold on the side, but it feels like it's the last one he will ever have access to again.
Makes you wonder here if the Kingdom of Poland was the right choice for Anatan. Typically we see a lot of conversation regarding the Republic of Venice as a choice for KT up against Ottomans in particular. The Condottiero, such an effective tool against any and all gunpowder, including Janissaries. But that is a memory of the past now for Anatan. Not sure it would have been enough, honestly. The gold cost of them would have also been a big limiting factor here for him. He'd never get the mass needed to break through here. The siege is just never ending here from Ottomans. Historically accurate for them indeed.
The Ottomans, known as a true powerhouse of civilizations in the past, and showing us the Knights Templar, they were barely a figment of, or a relic of the past that did not exist as long as the originals. Now, Wham, he's got those two trebuchets just firing away at everything slowly, and a whole front line of Janissaries. And I honestly did not think I would say that sentence in my life, but apparently Janissaries will just delete everything running at it, and that's exactly going to be put to the test here. We do see the Schlachtas trying to make their way forward, and the archers, they do need to dodge those Mangonel shots, but the Janissary front line is melting a little bit. They're just getting replenished pretty quickly.
Yes, the fight is a bit of a mess here from both sides. Wham is struggling to utilize his composition to its full control. There's so many units to worry about. The siege, as well as the Sabahi, as well as the backline, all require very dedicated micro, and that means that Anatan is able to break through with his enveloping encirclement of the army here from Wham, and is able to live yet another day, as the Shlata now are chasing the Sabahi around the flanks, and Wham's army has definitely been almost fully cleaned up. There's still a lot of Janissaries on the field, but the mass isn't there anymore. It's instead Anatan who now takes a pretty commanding population lead.
Now, Anatan in this position, he feels okay. Now, this was just something that he pushed off. Now he has Schlachtas. This is great. But at the same time, you're still up against Ottomans, and Ottomans is not a civ that slows down an Imperial. This is just going to keep on going. Now, you got to ask yourself, this choice from Wham to go for the landmark, that doesn't help his economy just be so much better. Was this something that is sustainable the later this goes? Because Anatan is getting yet another fortress to just ensure he can get those pilgrims up and running uncontested. I say uncontested, but there's a wall. Oh, that's so genius. Oh my goodness.
Oh, and actually Anatan has some sneaky strategies lined up as well. Siege Workshop on the flank there from Wham, on the flank of Wham's base, I mean. Could spell doom later on, and Trebuchet, we're witnessing the best trebuchets in the game, the KT trebuchets, and well, the only siege they have access to besides the regular siege engines, is now working its way down that Seagate Castle. And Wham's position in this game, I think, is getting increasingly weaker, right? He doesn't seem as in control anymore after that fight. You can see Anatan's zone of influence is expanding around the flanks. Wham still holds this central position, and that is the most important one. But for how long? Because with these Shlata running around rampantly, eventually they will break through into that economy, and Wham's slow army is going to have a tough time responding. As the Sabahi, however strong they are, Schlatter is where they have more than met their match.
That's one thing that I was wondering about. Is there anything that can shut down Sabahis? But apparently Schlachter is the answer. Even with these numbers here, we do see the Sabahis trading out pretty well though. Now, Anatad, against all odds, he has now control of those big goals and he's very comfortable in doing so. Wham, even though the villager count is pretty even, that second TC has been shut down. We are still in a bit of a stalemate here, and I think this is also why we haven't seen Hill and Dale as much in tournaments. It can lead to some pretty long games. I think historically we've seen games that can go over an hour and a half on this, and honestly, at this rate, it looks like Wham and Anatan aren't looking at closing this out at any point. Anatan finally gaining some ground, and here at the front lines, he's got to be careful with these archers though, because they are getting deleted, and the wood is going to get less and less on this map.
Anatan's archers get caught out of position by the Janissaries. Archers trade cost effectively against Janissaries, but not when they're so severely outnumbered, as Wham is just hoovering through this mass here from Anatan. Anatan, though, looking for a break in towards that eastern position. The entryway up on the hill is now being under siege directly from that siege workshop, which has been discovered by now. The Sipahi are on there, so there won't be any significant damage done, but the fortress zone of influence is still expanding further towards that southern part of the map. Seagate Castle has fallen, but the position is still controlled here by Wham, who is remassing very healthily indeed. Even without the Istanbul Observatory, just these military schools pumping are doing so much here for Wham, and he can remass so effectively.
Now, the Schlachters are trying to run around and burn down what they can, but this lead in the military is hard to replenish, especially with the, I would say, with the turnover of these units. They're just constantly being sent to the meat grinder one by one. And the archers very quickly showing us how they can melt if just not microed properly against those mangonels. Now, I'm a little bit worried here for Anatan. For a second there, it looked like he was ready to fight this game all the way through. But now, Wham just reminded him why Ottomans, again, is bad. Now, he does get a little bit of a surrounding on all the villagers. And sure, at this stage of the game, the villagers don't matter as much. It does matter when you're gonna get to lower than 100 if this continues. But the Sabahis are met with some Schlachters and the villagers running back towards the gold, hoping for better days. But the Schlachter really showed them they're not gonna fight this 1v1.
Damage has been dealt though. Although most of the villagers got away, the majority of those pilgrims were caught right as they reached the sacred site without giving Anatan his much needed gold. Now he still has mining operations, so that's fine for now. Income is still looking healthy, but I mean, you can't have too much gold as KT when you have the most gold expensive units in the game. Keep coming up by Wham here to secure a trifecta, very bounteous resources here. The large stone, 2 large gold veins. It's a great position here for Wham to secure. The Schlatter, on the other hand, looking for places to go. 2 will peel off towards that southern entrance again, there towards the east. And meanwhile, the rest will retreat. And the pilgrims, this must be so annoying for Anatan. The fact that this reminds me of trade on Hillendale. I'm sure you remember, when it was essentially a gamble as to whether the traders would go in front of the hill or behind it along the back line. Oh god, bad memories, bad memories.
No, both of these guys may be getting some traumatic flashbacks from previous sets that they've played, because oh my goodness, this feels like one of those where you look away for a second and all of your villagers are absolutely cooked. But look at that Seagate Castle, it is gone. Great bombard also standing there at the back, about to get picked off by these Schlachters. And just as I said, Wham must be feeling pretty good about this. Anatan says, actually, have you met Schlachter? I just want to remind you of why KT in the late game is such a dominant force. And he picks off yet another load of villagers. And it's just a constant back and forth of Schlachter against the world.
Indeed, KT, many people laugh at their strength, and rightfully so. In the early game, they definitely take some time to get going, but Imperial Age is still somewhere they feel very comfortable playing, especially when they have access to the Schlatter. Previously, even today, still one of the best cavalry units in the late game. Not the best anymore, but still up there without a doubt. even against the #1 anti-cavalry civilization in the form of the Ottomans here. They do very well indeed. Have to be so careful though. One wrong move and they can get swallowed up whole by the Janissaries. So Anatan's going to keep playing the flanks here, looking for angles of attack, knowing that he just cannot ever really directly address Wham's army, not without having picked it apart bit by bit systematically beforehand. He's going to make another attempt here. Incendiary arrows is in, no silk bowstrings yet. He finds the Janissary mass, but more importantly, he finds the flanking Sipahi mass besides this, and the Shlata are nowhere near to be seen. Looks like the Sipahi are struggling to break through. A few Shlata hold the line there for now, allowing most of the archer mass to escape. But there's so many Sipahi here, and the Trebs, the 3 expensive Trebs behind this, are next on the chopping block after this backline is cleared. More and more Shlata join the fray to hold the advance here from Wham, who now looks to push under the keep, and massive buffs to Anatan's army underneath this keep. Additional armor, additional range on his units, and that seems to be enough because the Sipahi have fallen, and now the archers get their chance towards this backline of Janissaries, and so many of them for Wham. But the Mangonels, as well as the Great Bombard, is in position still, and Anatan has to be so careful how he takes these shots, but not a lot of dodging going on, so plenty of archers are falling, and the Janissaries hold the line as they keep pushing forward. Now the keep itself is under threat.
Now Wham keeps pushing in under this keep into a very buffed army, and it feels every single time, it feels like he overextends just a little bit as these expensive Janissaries are falling like flies against all of this the moment they step in under. Wham feeling a little bit confident in pushing here, but it is so risky. The Schlachtas, they are starting to make a difference, and all of a sudden the military numbers are equalized. And Wham, he's struggling with the villages right now. That is half the villages of his opponent. It doesn't feel like he is going to be in a position to get this back at any point now. This is just a constant destruction of the military of Anatan, and Anatan replenishing it again and again and again. Wham sacrificed, I think, just a little bit too much.
Yes, he wanted to get that mythical Ottoman death ball going with a majority of military population, which sure is nigh unstoppable, but still KT is not to be underestimated at this stage of the game, especially underneath those keeps. They love fighting beneath them. The buffs are immense, and you can see it manifest there in the fight, and the keeps themselves are so durable even against great bombards. So much HP on them, which makes it hard to break. And now the Shlata find a connection on the Janissaries, not the fight they want to take, but backed up by archers, they certainly don't mind. And there's no frontline here for Wham. His economic sacrifice may have cost him too dearly here, as the Bombard itself might be looking to fall very soon, as more and more Shlata join here at the front. Anatan's food eco, though, cannot keep up with his production, and he seems to struggle to remass fully. Sipahi from the flank look to distract some of the Shlata here and break some of these archers, but just look at the Janissary count, down from 60, 70 even, now to just 20. The Bombards as well, down to only 1, Sipahi as well, not many on the field. The military schools will keep working overtime, but remember, there is no Istanbul Observatory. They are only half as effective as they could be.
Now these archers, they are kiting backwards to try and take these Sipahis down, and they will. That's the thing about getting these Sipahis to die. They're not going to come back, not at the same speed he needs them to. And now, under 100 supply, Wham is starting to sing a completely different song. And it's a song of a very poor man whose army, whose everything is just starving at the back there. Another great bombard being built, but these great bombards have been torn apart the whole time. Anatan, he's just able to constantly remake all these Schlachtas, and even though he's chopped out a significant portion of wood from this map, the archer mass stays strong. He is just replenishing every moment he gets. Now, with this, it feels like Knights Templar has the momentum to start taking down these keeps and buildings that Wham has spread all around the map.
Furthermore, Anatan once again remassed almost 200 pulp, whereas Wham is only half. Even villagers are migrating to the center. And what kept Wham in this game for so very long, this death grip on this center, on this sacred site, the entry to Anatan's base. He has held this position for over 40 minutes at this point, but still, Now, it's slowly falling apart for him. His infrastructure is crumbling. The Seagate Castle is long gone. Now, the production here in the center is also under threat. A good remass still, however. Plenty of Janissaries and Sipahi, as well as another great bombard with a second on the way. But the economy is a real struggle here for WAM. Just look at the income difference. Anatan has more food income alone than the entirety of WAM's income combined. And that is normally a position you cannot win from.
Now, with Wham playing his heart out here, after doing the most cheesiest of cheeses in the previous game, this Ottoman death push just did not hold up. Anatan showing us that Knights Templar is still great on land and takes game number 2, bringing us to our 1-1 in this set.
If I was a betting man, I would have lost all my money on this game.
Same. I feel like we called it to one side, then the other side, then the one side. It was crazy. A beautiful back and forth here. And Anatan looking amazing coming out of this.
This kind of a win in this type of series is the advantage from this cannot be understated. Losing the opening map never feels good, as that's typically a neutral ground. Normally matchups are very even. It's either two really good civs or two weaker civs, or a weak civ against a strong civ, which then you don't mind as much losing it. But in this position, winning with, well, most people would agree it is the best civilization in the game. And WAM losing with this up against one of probably the worst on land, at least historically. Of course, there's many factors at play here, but this is not a loss you want to take. And this ties up the series, and it takes the draft into very interesting perspectives from here on out, because looking forward to this next one, we have HRE up against Macedonian. But before we speak up about that, just a moment of appreciation for this game, because the amount of pressure Anatan was under, and to come out on top here with KT, this achievement cannot be understated.
KT definitely showed us a little bit of a different head on this land map, and I think games like these inspire a lot of what we see out there on the ranked pool meta as well. So Anatan definitely inspiring a whole generation here of KT players with that sneaky little 2TC and holding it down for as long as it's needed. Now guys, with the upcoming game, we have HRE making its way through, and now that we see Anatan picking this as well, I'm excited to see what he pulls out here, because him and Beastie are the main ones who still play a little bit of that HRE. Now, considering this draft is massive and they still need to play, it's a best of 7, right? So this is not something that you just pull out any civilization for. HRE might not have been his prior pick, but it's definitely up there. Make sure that Frisian Marshes is just under control. Now, Sengoku being sniped, that makes a lot of sense. We saw what Sengoku can do on this map. And Wham, him getting the Macedonians, he must be a very happy camper.
And what an exciting matchup. One I don't think I have seen yet. I don't know if you have, Whammon, but I mean, Macedonian, we saw a fair bit of them by now. They have made their presence known in the meta and look almost nigh unstoppable, frankly. So few civilizations can actually hold a candle to them, and Frisian is a great map for them indeed. Historically, though, there was a time I remember quite clearly, many years ago, where HRE was virtually unbeatable here on Frisian. Now, gone are those days, long ago indeed, but maybe it's going to be another blast to the past here, and HRE can deliver Anatan the win that he needs again once more, but he's going to have to fight against a player of Wham's caliber on the Macedonians.
I was about to say, okay, Grandpa, let's get you to bed, because that is a time of the past. But what is new about this meta, though, is that both these civilizations aren't afraid to go for some Dark Age plays. Anatan, it looks like his Dark Age play will include playing it safe and going for a dock here. So usually the HRE, we've seen them time and time again on this map where they just go for the barracks opening and shut down anything their opponent can do. But Wham, he's got a civilization that handles that pretty well. He's not going for anything crazy though. He's just going straight for the gold, going for a normal age up, because he knows what Macedonians can do. is all about hitting that feudal and making something matter with it.
Well, I'm opting again, this time, as we saw Macedonians do before, to go for a dockless opening here, realizing the threat of the potential for HRE strength in the Dark Age, which even today is definitely way up there. The economy, with this prelate early on, as well as the speed of the spearmen, means not many civs are able to contest them effectively, and Macedonians certainly not one of them, due to their difficulty in going for any kind of racks opening here. So Wham is just going to go for the quick age up, and likely going to go for a slower one to add some docks whilst he's aging up, or we might see a similar playstyle to what he did against Beastie, and go for those horsemen very early on to start putting pressure on this economic investment from Anatan.
Now, getting into a position where Wham is the one raiding everywhere, that's where the difference is going to come in. HRE does well when they are being given a bit of breathing room. Macedonians doesn't give you that breathing room because of that constant aggression early on. Now, I'm a little bit worried for HRE's ability to actually withstand this and be able to get to a point where they can contest something like that Imperial Hippodrome, as we see the most standard age up coming on out. Now, Anatan, he's not looking at aging up yet. He's completely focused on getting more docks. We see the villager already moving towards that second pond as well. And this could be the most expensive pond of his life.
Indeed, it could be. Because with the Hippodrome coming up already, soon enough there's going to be a very real and plausible threat on the field with so many horsemen running around causing havoc. We've seen how Wham was able to pick apart Beastie with the strategy. And that was the Delhi. In theory, they should be even better at holding that sort of position than the HRE. So we're going to see how Anatan looks to deal with it. He does have the faster spearman and the nice injection in early economy with the Prelate and potentially the Archon Chapel. But I do know Anatan to be a minework enjoyer every now and then.
Now, the might work makes a lot of sense in a lot of these matchups, especially when you're up against someone who is constantly just going to go and try to deny you just capitalizing on a nice little Archon Chapel. But you have to keep in mind, the Archon Chapel is also really good because usually you get a secondary resource in all of this. So in this matchup, that's not really what you get. You can get an Arcane right against the wood, which means that your wood line is nice and inspired. You're going to get a lot of value from there. But oh my goodness, Anatan is not even getting close to clicking anywhere of an age up, but he's going straight into being raided by horsemen before even starting that age up. This, I don't know what Anatan's cooking, but I'm not sure if Wham is having any of it.
Yeah, once again, so many dogs. Exactly the way Beastie had begun. He's looking to get up as many of them as he possibly can to spiral that economy, hopefully out of control. But he's barely going to have the gold needed to age up before that first horseman gets there, as he already is on his way. Actually, the horseman looks to go for the dogs this time instead of on the gold. Does discover something there. It's going to be the villager. Oh, that's actually the scout. So the horseman actually went for the scout from Anatan instead.
Now that horse is making his way all the way through. Anatan's still not even thinking about feudal just yet, but that second prelate is being made, which tells me the Mindwar Palace is going to be following suit pretty quickly. This is an interesting one. I'm not sure what Anatan's response here can even be. The horse is going straight there for the dock. He's going for the 2 spears, and this is delaying his age up even more. That secondary spear being queued up. This man, he wants to save the dock. But at what cost? We see finally the ships dropping off the food needed. And Anatan is ready to click up. And he goes for the mine work. Very responsible choice here. Just ensuring that with those 2 prelates, he's going to be able to inspire most of the villagers anyway. Feeling like this is worth it for those very unique upgrades.
And the mine work might work potentially when those upgrades do come in, because similarly, just like the Macedonian dynasty have access to +2 damage courtesy of the Hippodrome horsemen, well, HRE get it too, all pikes, and not only on their horsemen, but also on the spears as well from that Minework Palace. Of course, once the silver starts rolling in and the extra HP gets added into the equation, then, well, of course, Wham's Horsemen will undoubtedly be better, but it will be a little while until then, and all pikes can come in very quickly. Already spears on the field here from Manatan, so he's going to use those as an early saving grace here. And so far, definitely good value gained from them. Not a single fishing ship has went down yet.
Those fishing boats may be alive, but now we're getting to a point where those little spearmen he's got, those are little Dark Age ones, so they're not going to be able to contest these or run fast enough to push them off every single time. So the fishermen fish fresh fishes, as I got this tongue twister now. Fishermen fish fresh fishes, but fishermen which fish fresh fishes get poked by horsemen. Exactly. So what's happening right here is this poor man is getting poked non-stop. But they have the mobility. They are going to be able to run around and do this right.
Important to keep in mind, I mean, there's no knights at this stage, of course, but when the HRE spearmen are charging, they are actually faster than knights. I think maybe they're the same speed as horsemen, or very close to. I'm not quite sure. We can have a look when the engagement comes again, but horsemen are, of course, 1.88, and I wonder what the charge is when the HRE spearmen do it. We can have a look when it happens again. Very, very curious, but that's a significant detail, and oftentimes that makes a big difference between something like Royal Knights getting away on 1 HP or just dying. And it can really decide games. That move speed is not to be underestimated, and it can really allow Anatan a fighting chance in this feudal age. But the Bogmather are now also about to join the fray, one already on the field. This composition is going to make things way trickier for Anatan. He has the food he needs here, as well as the res to make a transition, but he just wants to get Castle ASAP.
Getting Castle is a pretty good choice, I would say, if you have the units to support this. But getting a Burgrave out here against all these horses, I cannot wait to see what this turns into. Like you said, that charge, it's going to go down nicely. But with all of this, we see that safe tower now coming on up. The problem with this safe tower, it can only house 5 villagers. And Anatan, he's got a lot more out there. Now he tries to rush it up. He sees the horses arriving. The spearmen are in position, and the prelate is ready to heal anyone that dares get hurt.
Yeah, so this timing is pretty crucial here, because the tower is up, but the Bogmather are now about to arrive to that gold, and that's going to make things way trickier here for Anatan, who is still struggling to actually find that gold. And look under that TC. This village is starting to sit idly. The sheep are running out as well. And it's not like the fishing is very safe. I did theorize that this is the way here for HRE. This has to be your one hope of getting something done in this matchup. It's going to be the Burgrave. And the Burgrave can work miracles for the HRE, as we have seen time and time again recently since that buff where units with the Burgrave now have extra charge damage on their melee infantry, and it's a big amount of charge damage indeed.
Now, the Burgrave, the fact that it's being built with 17 just tells you exactly what you need to know. He is ready for this castle type of engagement, and oh my goodness, are we as well. +1 range defense coming on in. And this makes a lot of sense. You want to make sure that you do not lose a lot of armor to these archers, that as they are firing away at these poor little fishing ships who are just trying to do their jobs. But the thing is, Anatan's food is going to stop coming in. He has the tower out there to defend his wood villages, but everything else is ripe for the taking. Now, everything moving out to the other side of the map, but the horses, they might have something to say about that. And say what you want about this burger, it's idle.
Yeah, the food is a real problem, and Wham's Horseman is going to make sure that it continues to be a problem. They're going to be a big distraction point here for Anatan, who just can't actually really get the numbers needed to pose a big threat here. Keep in mind, Golden Horn Tower as well for Macedonians. It's not like they're still in immediate danger after reaching Castle Age until the upgrades come in. No, if that Golden Horn Tower comes up, this Burgrave is dead in the water. If it even gets to a position where it's a threat, apparently, because, well, we see just the military mass from Anatan, from Wham here is still ever present, and with Anatan having such limited access to food, it's looking pretty dire as docks are starting to fall alongside the fishing ships.
Now, with these men-at-arms, you're just waiting for a miracle to happen, but no miracles will be arriving today. These guys are just getting picked off one by one as they're stepping out of their comfort zone, I would say here. The boys chasing now. You can see those charges coming on in, but the food is still the issue here, a limiting factor, and now a little wheelbarrow coming on in. And when I say this, I swing my hand like, oh goody, he's got a plan. The villagers are going to run fast and get away when those horses start to land, and that's the only plan Anatan has right now. Plus 2 range defense coming on in, but the villagers, they're building the Golden Horn Tower, and there's a lot of them. This speaks volumes to how important this timing is and how quickly Anatan's about to miss this.
Golden Tower being rushed up pretty quickly here with 23 villagers not wanting to pose any risk to himself. Wham has making sure it goes up, and there's plenty of men-at-arms and they are scary indeed, but with the Golden Horn Tower going up, it's not much of a threat. And this was kind of the timing here for Anatan. He had to get a lot of damage done here, and that window has closed. It's now just a bunch of men-at-arms, and sure, they are very strong men-at-arms actually, really potent indeed, but up against Ridari, I'm not a believer.
Now, Ridari, of course, just like knights, they don't directly counter a men-at-arm, but oh my goodness, when that charge hits one, you can break that shield in half pretty quickly. Now, Anatan, he is still doubling down on all these men-at-arms, but when we look at the position of that Golden Horn Tower, it is covering every bit of his economy that needs to be taken into consideration now, even as a backup tree back there to go and chop wood if ever needed. But the men-at-arm numbers are still quite scary. He's getting a handful of Ridari now. The men-at-arms, they are wasting their time chasing around, and this is exactly what Wham wants. He wants this to keep not being a problem for him in his base. And with all of this, Anatan is trying to pick up some relics. He's got one, another one moving forward, but there's this round. The horses just delete that poor prelate. He will not be saying any more prayers today.
It's worth noting that for those who do not believe, knights do typically counter men-at-arms. However, these men-at-arms actually directly counter knights. Now, Ridari, of course, might be the exception to that rule, but the mass is a real problem. Now, the Ridari will undoubtedly be way stronger, but they need a lot of upgrades for that to be the case. This has been tested. These men-at-arms shred through regular knights, and they'll probably deal with Ridari quite well in small numbers initially, until the upgrades come in, and it'll be a little while till that happens. Of course, crossbows is an even bigger concern for Anatan, as they will also be coming in for free, for Wham, from that Golden Horn Tower in batches of 3. But Anatan, behind this, he hasn't actually managed to secure as many relics as you would hope in his position, right? He was very focused on trying to place these men-at-arms, finding the damage, and also reconsolidating his docks to the point where only his initial safe relic has been secured, despite having had a few prelates on the field to do so. It's just tough to find the space to do it as well behind all of this.
Now, with Wham being the one keeping Anatan busy, Anatan has chased him around long enough and decides he needs to go and make a plan. Land with some kind of attack. I say that, but the moment I do, I curse him. And guys, I'm so sorry for cursing this poor boy. He is now pulling back yet again to keep chasing behind these horses, but it just doesn't feel like he's counted the legs. You know what you count, Myriad. Every single time you want to count the legs to make sure you can outrun them. And this, the leg math never fails. You can see the horses just keep forcing these units to run around in circles. He does pick up yet another relic, but it does look like it's going to get sniped. One of the Ridaris taking quite a bit of damage here, but the others doing some damage themselves. A few men-at-arms in a little bit of an awkward position here as they are just running back. And this is exactly what's going to keep happening to these groups. That mobility, the leg math will always hold up. The mobility will win.
It's true. Now with the reconvergence of these new men-at-arms, you can see the charge damage coming through, dealing quite good chunks indeed on those Ridari's health, but they can only chase so far before needing to go back, thus losing all of their lives later on. As Wham continues to raid with the Hippodrome champions, all in a group of their own. Looks like there's a bit of elitism going on there, not wanting to mix with the regular units for now. As Wham just keeps massing Ridari. And Anatan recognizes this. He's gonna start to switch back into the spears now, but that just opens the way for even more Bugmather later on. Still, no further relics secured here by Anatan. Food income, though, is looking very healthy for him indeed. He might already have some farms going up. Oh, it was actually just the deer.
Now, the villagers, they are thinking about their life here, running around for days. But the prelate is here to heal. He's like, you're gonna have to go through my villagers first. They're fighting back, but the men-at-arms are here to back them up. And wham, he's killed 12. Now, keep in mind, a lot of these were ships, sure, but he's been doing a lot of good damage. And especially with not having that relic boost that HRA has, it does still feel pretty scary, but all of a sudden, the men-at-arms are starting to do a little bit of work. Radari starting to fall a little bit harder every single time. These champions, though, they are just doing their own thing. And that's the beauty of the champions, buffing each other, buffing everything around them, and holding it all by themselves while being all for free.
Yeah, this is another case here for Macedonians, right? The economy is dreadful. There's no denying it. They have zero economic bonuses whatsoever outside of the silver and the war camp. So you just have to bide your time and allow your superior army to bear fruit. Superior, though, only when the count gets to it, because with this little flank by Anatan, he's putting a lot of damage on the Redari, but they are Redari at the end of the day, so it does not matter. And a great effort by Anatan here. However, not quite enough to break the back of Macedonians, and wham, secures a lead once again in this set, now up 2-1.
HRA not looking like they're going to be out here too strong anytime soon. These boys not holding the name up high as they used to be. And Anatan, he has to replot for the next game, but wham, now up 2-1. And after his last victory, I feel like this man is feeling ready for anything that Anatan can throw his way. But keep in mind, Anatan is choosing this next map. Let's see what he got.
It's going to be Dry Arabia as the map of choice here for Anatan. So looking to rely again on just hopefully outplaying his opponent on quite a standard map here. And we have the civilizations chosen as well. It's going to be China in here for Anatan. And wham, meanwhile, is going to have access to the Golden Horde. And the Golden Horde, one of those civilizations that once you let them have just a little bit of breathing room, they can run away with it pretty scarily fast. China, meanwhile, on the other hand, just a powerhouse even today. Good in every age, on every map, virtually every situation.
Now, when we take a look at these snipes, though, I have big questions. Why are you letting poor China get onto this map? But this could be a normal choice. You know, Wham, he showed us he doesn't mind playing against a little bit of China. And getting the Golden Horde himself, excited to see what this looks like on the map. But banning out Mongols in any case, I am shocked. I understand that, of course, if your opponent hands you the Golden Horde, Mongols is going to make quick work of them with a little bit of a Dark Age rush. And if your ooze spawns just a little bit too far, things get a little bit hairier for you. Now, Golden Horde against China, it's not really something that we've seen too much of. But we've seen Golden Horde, once they get an upgrade or two, things spiral out of control. China, on the other hand, they do that similarly. China has always been known as a very late-game civilization, something that really expands and blows up the later this goes. So Golden Horde, we'll see how that late game plays out, especially on Dry Arabia, because between these two, after watching that Hill and Dale, I'm ready for another 40-minute game. I know production isn't. Yeah, I'm looking at the time. I'm looking at my time as well, because it might be a long one, but I'm here for it. And I'm so ready. And I know Twitch chat, you guys all have work tomorrow, but I know every one of you is going to wait here until 2 a.m. when we finish, after these guys battle it out in the next 40-minute game.
Yeah, it's an interesting one here, because we mentioned about the Mongols snipe out as opposed to China. There's probably some phase around the Dark Age, like you mentioned here, for Wham, as both Rus even and Golden Horde. Rus do need those cabins as well. In my opinion, I don't think Golden Horde are as weak to Dark Age pressure as people think. Honestly, I think they don't even care if they lose their Uvu in the Dark Age half the time. But the problem with Mongols is that they actively get rewarded for torching it, right? The bounty, the raiding bounty is significant, and they can run away with a little bit of tempo very quickly. In that feudal age, they can play so aggressively, which Golden Horde can struggle initially perhaps to match. So Wham would rather not face it. China, however, China is slow, right? China, although they age up quick, they need a lot of officials before they can get anything done, really. And any time that is bought is good for Golden Horde, for them to get to that castle age and get that Muscovy Yasa going, because with that armor and those Torguds, they just don't die.
Now, that's usually the issue with all that longevity in their bloodlines. We are going to go see how this looks on Dry Arabia. Ladies and gents, look at that far away. Ooh, just something that's ripe for a early aggression. And that's the beauty of China. There's no early aggression. We just have patience and age ups.
Wham! As the Golden Horde in the color purple, facing Anatan's yellow Chinese on the classiest of all maps, Dry Arabia. And I'm very glad Anatan didn't try for any sort of Dark Age shenanigans here. I know there's a temptation, Twitch chat if you're listening. Okay, maybe it's fine to Dark Age rush Golden Horde, but don't overcommit to it, please, because it's kind of good for them if you do.
Now, China, this is the beauty of the early game here. Both of these civilizations, absolutely nothing happens in the Dark Age. So why don't we just take a moment and look at these glorious spawns that were given to us by the gods called Relic. And let's go take a quick look. Backwards gold. Love that. That's wonderful. That villager snacking on the sheep there as well instead of the gold. But of course, this is a timing that I don't know of, because if I try to learn the Golden Horde, I guess I would just lose my mind. And this feels like a pretty great spot to easily get a wall up and have a safe economy. But that's a pretty barren backline of nothingness. Now, on the other side, though, Mr. Anachad, he's got that back gold, or he's got a side gold with a nice little back deer that will be easy to snack on when needed, which means that Mr. Anachad is not even going to be needing to think about something like Pro Scouts when he can just secure this with one little tower when the food starts to run low. Now, both of his deer packs are pretty close to him, so he also just needs to get control of this, because, of course, China, hungry civilization, and this is something that can quickly catch up if the Golden Horde gets control.
Speaking of control, the Imperial Academy is definitely going to give Anatan plenty of control over his economy early on, because those officials are not to be underestimated. What has made China so potent for so very, very long, that influx of passive gold from the very beginning of the game endlessly, on top of just manufacturing 20% extra resources out of nowhere with that supervision, is definitely a useful bonus, and they're going to look to utilize it. The Khan and Torguds is on the menu for Wham. Discount on all Torguds trained from the Golden Tent with that age up, and that's going to allow Wham to mass them pretty quickly. And the Torgud is a heavy cavalry unit in the feudal age, very similar to the Keshik in terms of design, but the stats are very different indeed. They have pretty respectable charge damage, but very weak damage. However, they have a massive amount of health. They are very tanky indeed, making for an excellent frontline and sturdy raiding force.
Now, from this age up, we usually have a little bit of time, and this is the great part about this Golden Horde. The age up takes a while, and I feel like this is the biggest necessity at this stage of the game. Of course, because the Khan and the Torguds, they are sometimes a little bit Torgud for others to handle. I was working on that one for a whole 3 seconds, but with it only landing in 30 seconds, he's going to need a little bit of time before they arrive. And it gives Anatan that moment to reflect and say, hey, do I have the potential to go Pro Scouts anyway? Because right now I see a lot of resources stacking up for him. And never mind. He's going for the stable. Myriad, he's going for the stable. Is this just horsemen?
And he has the time. He has the time to do so. Wait, what? What is this?
This is a stable.
What am I
Myriad.
seeing,
Actually,
Whammon?
that is one villager on top of a deer pack here, trying to build a stable. And right next to the stable, we see a yellow scout. Now, right on top there, we see a purple scout making his way through, who's smacking away at the scout, daring to stare at the villager. I hope you understand now.
Yeah, I mean, this is a ripe place for a tower, that's for sure. But, I mean, I thought typically you would want to start with the tower as opposed to a stable that you can't actually produce from because, of course, Golden Horde can only double produce, and they do, in fact, pay double the price as you'd expect. So, very hard to afford anything from a stable straight away here. And, yeah, I think a bit rough for Wham. I definitely would have preferred the tower here instead of the stable, that's for sure. But now bites the bullet for it. Villager, no, he will fall. He even stops in his tracks and accepts his fate just at the end there. He made peace with his god and has now fallen.
Do you think this was a misclick, or do you think this was an active choice from Wham?
I think he definitely wanted to place a tower there, and that way the stable is underneath the influence. But I don't know if he saw the scout from Anatan there first, that, gave away this play fully. But he probably didn't expect horsemen supervised out so early straight away, right? He probably thought Anatan might go for Pro Scout straight away to use the fact that Golden Horde ages up so slowly. It means that China can get away with Pro Scout straight away, unlike in other matchups. But yeah, it definitely bites him in the behind now.
Now, with all of these scouts just bringing the food, this man is not in a position to contest it just yet. But that second deer pack, and this is usually the slippery slope people get stuck on. If you go for the safe deer pack first, you are most likely getting your deer there. But you're not always going to have access to the next pile of them. Now, this horseman and scout, they are doing work. Anatan being everywhere, but there is a little Keshik waiting to pay a visit, and the spearman is standing at the ready to shut down any of this Khan shenanigans that he's plotting out. Anatan, though, heavily invested into these spears, and that's all he needs right now, because Wham, he's fully committed to this horse army.
So far, nothing but cavalry in production here for Wham, and that's going to do good to drag Anatan around the map and maybe find openings, but ultimately these spears can put on a lot of hurt once they cross the map towards Wham's side of the base. There's Uvu's exposed, there's gold exposed. Everything can be nabbed up here by Anatan if Wham is not careful, and these are not French knights. These guys don't heal. So not only are they at a stat disadvantage, but on top of it they don't heal, so it's going to be pretty tough to find favorable engagements against these spears.
Now, with this group of spears, you need a reaction. Right now, he doesn't have a reaction in mind. And that might just become a little bit of an issue with the food being almost unlimited by this point. Now, unfortunately for him, this is something that is slowly gonna turn into an archer mass. But by the time it does, Anatan is already gonna be ready with the number of horses that he needs.
Archers now in production for Wham, and yeah, as we thought, Anatan trying to abuse the fact that there's nothing but cavalry so far from Anatan and just goes to torch directly. Undermesh timing is here as well. This could be quite big. It is a fortified outpost, however. This is way tankier than a regular outpost. Costs a premium as well. But I don't know if Anatan actually has the burn power here, not with the Keshiks and Torguds now to meet this front line as well. The horsemen, there's a few on the field, but I'm not sure it's enough. Just two archers here actually doing so much work against these spears, and I don't think Anatan has enough for this. He's going to cost him a lot. He does have the favorable composition for such a small engagement, so the archers will not last long, and the Keshiks and Torguds have to be very careful about where and how they engage, but they can keep cutting reinforcements if they so choose. Two additional Torguds join the fray. Another archer about to pop out just now. And looks like the tower did get repaired quite a bit, but is it enough here for Wham?
This is the power of the Wham Tower. Wham showing us time and time again how important it is to keep your tower alive. This has lasted days now, and Wham is the champion of the towers. Now, with all of this horse mass, he's going to be able to handle spears in these small numbers pretty easily. But Anatan does have a lot more where that comes from. So he does need to be careful, but he does take the trade here. Kashix will be able to heal themselves up a little bit. Wham, though, he is going to be struggling for food eventually if he keeps losing these expensive units to some spears. But that tower, beautifully placed and kept alive, ensuring that the villagers will still snack on those deer for as long as they need to.
This has all been a ploy by Anatan though. A lot has been sacrificed, but he finds the space he needs for a very timely age up here. Meanwhile, Wham is so astronomically far away from an age up. Not only in terms of resources, but the time it would take to reach the age up. That is actually a little bit concerning. There's plenty military presence, however. Most of it is heavy cavalry, so even if Anatan goes into knights here, he's going to be hard-pressed to find some damage for a little while. But now look at this. Greedy Goblin is even stealing Wham's deer.
Now, when I see a man on my side, on my deer, I start to feel a little bit of pressure here, but absolutely no pressure. Anatan feels I am making lances, so you may feel all you want. I've got the food, I've got the units, and you are about to get raided. Now, Anatan, he does do a little bit more with those spears as well. The horses, though, goes right inside, but they are just too tanky and will not go down either. The spearmen in a perfect position to defend these pro scouts. And it's not just about getting the food to your side, because sure, the deer carcasses will be worth so much less when they arrive. It's about denying the Golden Horde from getting that tempo.
Speaking of tempo, wow, I'm actually finding quite a nice turnaround time for this age up, but again, stuff was idle time on the wood line and cost him a villager now as well. Actually, no, that's the villager from earlier in the beginning of the game. Wham finding his own raid, 2 Torguds, just wreaking havoc on the gold when Anatan needs it most. Great idle time cost here. Even the official might be in danger, but the damage is not there from the Torguds. Very low damage on these units, but look how sturdy they are, even against the knight and underneath that cannon, the arrow slit, well not arrow slit, hand cannon slit in placement from the TC. They do quite well.
Now, into this point, you get your Moscovi Yasak, right? But Anatan is the one with the raiding units and the numbers, the army numbers. So does Wham have an ability to survive this type of pressure once it starts pouring in? Because we see a handful of archers in here too. And sure, with the units Wham has right now, the Keshiks, they do act as those pseudo-knights, so they should be able to put a proper decent fight initially. But the lance and numbers are increasing, and the food for Anatan is not looking like it's running out anytime soon.
Behind us though for Wham, there's a lack of stockyards, right? That's normally one of the big strengths here for Golden Horde. Such potent food income for a great investment that can all be very safe underneath a TC or some outpost, but Wham for now has none unless there's any underneath that outpost, and you can see how his food income is suffering as a result of this. And already plenty of lancers on the field here for Anatan. He's looking for blood, and funny enough, it kind of looks like Wham pretty much abandoned his main base. He's fully lent towards that southern side, outside of these wood gatherers, and they will pay the price for it.
Now, with these Keshiks just sliding into all the resource lines, as I'll call them here, we do see the army looking a little bit feisty. This is one of those weird positions you get into where you've just invested into castle, but you're not quite there yet. Your upgrades aren't there, but your opponent, he's very happily ready to take on some of these fights. Wham now, he's quickly going to be trying to get up these upgrades. Villagers are going to need to pull back, and this little tower here, it just doesn't feel like it's the refuge he needs against this huge mass of spears and lances. Oh, look at those lances. Idling out a TC here too. Disgusting. They are not taking a grain of damage. The +1 ranged armor is really doing the work.
Now finally has the age-up finished here for Wham, but the timing might not be there. The villagers look to seek shelter in the outpost, but so many of them fall because there's no more space to garrison, so they are forced to fend for themselves. The entirety of Wham's food income is based on these berries here, which are now also gone from under his control. Mass spears and lances from Anatan, now with crossbows joining the fray as well, is doing immense work for him in this situation. There's just not enough here for Wham. The extra armor on these heavily armored cavalry is very useful indeed, but no amount of armor is gonna save you from the bonus damage that spearmen do against them, and Anatan is here to show it for sure. Underneath the golden tent and the TC, the fighting continues, and Wham has done a great job of sustaining most of his heavy cav mass alive, but for how long? Because Anatan shows no fear.
No fear when Anatan is near. All of these units are ready to push in under, and even if he loses this whole army, there's more coming. The poor man, Wham, does not get a second of breathing time, and that 40-minute game I had cursed to being where we are right now. A nice little under 20-minute game to ensure that they can go to map number 5, Anatan, making sure that the series is going to be 2-2. Now, of course, you can't count anyone out, but there's a reason we see China banned so often, and Anatan is showing us exactly why, being very confident up against this Golden Horde.
Indeed, Golden Horde needing so much time to come online, and that's typically more time than China allows you, who are so quick with their turnaround times in that castle age, with their explosive economy. Golden Horde is just way too, well, it moves at a snail's pace compared to China, doesn't it? And we can see the result of that here.
Now, when I get into a spot like this, I have to ask myself, okay, I just got rid of Golden Horde, which is a little bit of a powerhouse on other maps as well. And it feels like Anatan read this perfectly. That's the problem with a lot of these new civilizations. We don't really know where they match up against one another. But Anatan, he knew exactly where to hit, and he hit it perfectly. So guys, let's go see what Wham decided to pick as the next map. Because now this man is going to have to pull out all the stops yet again to do this just right. And we do see it being Kawasan. And I am surprised to see that we have a Lancaster pick, but also a snipe there. And then a Delhi pick to follow that up with. Take a second. I just want to look at this draft. What did he have to choose from? He had the Mongols, Delhi, French, and Lancaster, and Sengoku. And he opts for Lancaster and Delhi. Myriad, you're the pro here. Talk me through it. What happened?
Well, Delhi historically is not bad here at all, honestly. They're okay. It's like a Frisian situation, you know. It's like it'll survive, it'll do, it's okay. I wouldn't say it's a top pick. I mean, I guess Anatan feels more comfortable with the Delhi here against something like Tughlaq, which is probably what he expected he'd have to face. Then with something like the Mongols, let's say, you know, we already saw that didn't go very well up against Papipor. And it'll probably go pretty similar here. I mean, it's just very tough to deal with eco. But Delhi, they have a bit more of a fighting chance, I would say, up against Tughlaq, right? So we can see how that goes. It's variant against the original here to determine it all in game number 5.
And that's usually the key here. We are a little bit more familiar with some of these older civilizations, but the Tughlaq, we've seen enough of it out on to Kawasan. Kawasan, it's shown us time and time again that Tughlaq, you cannot just let it run free. But old versus new, I'm so excited to see the OG going up against their baby brother. And when I say baby brother, it's the elephant brother. It's the brother that people are absolutely fearing here. But I can understand why I didn't want this to be Zushi. When you're up against Zushi, that power of the meditation garden on this map is so significant that you do have to invest that Dark Age presence onto the map to shut it down. And this is not something you want to do to set yourself a little bit behind this too. So absolutely an understandable snipe system that these two have made for each other. Now, I'm wondering how this plays out in feudal. So both of these civilizations, with Tughlaq having a little bit of the edge when it comes to picking it on this map, how does Delhi play it out against their big brother or their baby brother civilization in front of us? Do you think this is more where you do try to win the water quickly, secure it? Or is this where you let the land mass take over and shut down the Tughlaq economy?
Actually very tricky, I think, for Delhi, because on water, I think you're just at a sheer disadvantage here. Tughlaq's economy early on is just better. than Delhi's because of the elephant economics. They should be able to afford more ships, so that's a struggle. On land, however, that's interesting because we know the Tughlaq army is very strong and very potent indeed, but Delhi's also pretty good. Also pretty good for sure, especially when you get 10 scholars in there suddenly making everything unkillable against 5 Hilo elephants. That should be pretty interesting. Yeah, it's a tough one. I really don't know how this can be handled. I mean, against Tughlaq, oftentimes the best choice is to try to get Castlage quite quickly, because crossbowmen just absolutely butcher the Hilo elephants. But getting to Castlage safely against Tughlaq is very difficult, as we have seen many times. That has been the downfall of several players.
Now, when I see these early game plays, I want to ask myself, is it better to just go for a standard opening, or do I need to fight the water? But players, time and time again, they always say the same thing. You need the water! And that's exactly what Anatant is going to go for here. Wham, on the other hand, we do see his... Oh, we see a lot of purple dots moving around, and that villager took a little bit of a detour, going to dock the same lake. What a sneaky little boy. That. And he knows he did this on purpose. Myriad, this man, he's ready for it. He wants to fight this out. But remember what I said earlier at the cast, Myriad. We had a discussion here where you were like, oh yeah, the fishing boats, they're not going to be doing too much action in the early game. But is this the one instance where we might get some fishing boats against fishing boats?
That if it all comes down to fishing ships, fighting fishing ships in game number 5 of the final of this qualifier, I don't know what I'm gonna do. I mean, how unhinged can it really get when we just see fishing ships tickling each other as they get endlessly passively healed constantly? It can't culminate in this, not like this.
This is peak Age of Empires 4 gameplay, guys. This is what you signed up for. And unfortunately for you guys, you might be thinking, oh, this is not going to last too long. We're not going to be stuck here in the feudal. But, ladies and gentlemen, there's a second dock coming for Mr. Wham here. And these fishing boats, they're gathering right next to each other, looking at each other menacingly and just wondering who is going to be the first one to give in and attack. Wheelbarrow coming in for Anatant, though, because for Delhi, this is free. Now, we do see the fishing boat stepping a little bit further out. Now, he does need to be careful here. I was about to say, he needs to be careful here. He's taking a few shots, but for some reason, both of them just decide, we're just fishing. It is what it is. Fish time, baby. But the fishing boats are coming out significantly faster here for Mr. Anatant.
Yeah, looks like it's just going to be a little handshake on the fishing. Turns out it's pacifism, at least for now, at the end of the day. I did have a slip up earlier. I mentioned that it comes down to this, but of course it's a best of 7. It's a small mistake there by me. So there's still plenty more action to come here for us, which is definitely what we want to see. However, here, now we did mention the earlier superior economy of Tughlaq plays a significance. However, Anatant should be ahead in fishing ships, courtesy of the Imam garrisoned by default within that dock. But it looks like Anatant is going to go for a quick feudal turnaround instead.
And that's an interesting choice here. It makes a lot of sense, though. You want to get your military ship out just that little bit faster. Wham still looking pretty committed to just staying on the wood. And this worries me a little bit for him, because if Anatant's age up is just so much faster, this can just snowball out of control. So Wham getting that 6th fishing ship as well. I am starting to feel a slight bit of concern here, but already moved out here to the gold. He is getting ready for this. And Dome of the Faith being built with 6. This is an age-up timing where you want it to come in pretty damn quick. And he's doing exactly that. But yet another fishing boat for Wham here. We're getting to the number now where they will not be fitting into the docks. So once the military ship comes, he's going to need to cycle those pretty well.
There are 2 docks up on that pond for Wham, so that does remove a lot of the threat of you getting locked down on just one of the docks. He might even look to add a 3rd potentially if he wants. Then he will have the garrison slots, but of course his food income will suffer greatly as a result of those fishing ships being garrisoned. The timing here is very starkly different. Wham could be in a lot of danger if Anatan is very effective with his micro here and keeps idling that fishing eco, which he certainly will by the looks of it. I don't really see how Wham can withstand this timing initially, because he doesn't really have much of a food bank built up. He's not going to be able to double afford fishing ship, to afford both the ships needed to hold this, I meant to say. Looks like, yeah, Anatan wants to try to get a second dock up, but the issue is, that is the problem. The timing is great, but there's not going to be a second dock with so many fishing ships from Wham.
Now, with his first ship coming out, I'm really excited to see Anatan going for a springald ship here. Now, the galley is usually the choice, of course. But getting the springald is just going to put your opponent in a position where he needs to spend a lot more resources to handle this. And of course, with a galley, the micro is important, but this guy, he target fires and he shoots real hard. Look at that. Making sure that these guys are going to need to shuffle around a little bit, but of course, only one target at a time. And with the healing from the dock, oh, it really doesn't land. It feels a little bit barren here. I finally understand why the galley is the choice first.
Yeah, exactly. The DPS is way higher for the galley on those fishing ships as opposed to the springald ship. And you can see with so many fishing ships, they can pack a punch indeed. They can even start to trim. They can start to trim the springald ship so that the demo finishes it, or at least the fishing ship finishes it, which they do. But Anatan's own demo, he actually pulls it back. He doesn't want to hit the fishing ships. He wants to save it for the Balldland that's going to come out from Wham very, very soon here, which now has reached, but the fishing ships do a lot of damage. Will he sacrifice all of them though? And he will.
I don't think that was on purpose, Muriad. This man would not sacrifice all those fishing boats on purpose, but so he did. And we see the Balldland is trying his best, but the other fishing boats are doing work. We do see that dock healing coming in clutch, but at the same time, very quickly losing yet another one. Now, this is starting to feel quite expensive. Wham is the one who's invested a significant amount of fishing boats here, and he has lost a bunch. But the springald ship, he is doing work. We do see a demo ship here at the back for another one in production, but he needs to be careful with this. Fishing boats here to repair, and this is a crazy raid out. Anatan, he gets a beautiful connection.
Yeah, that's a very big connection. Taking down that Balldland is absolutely crucial to extend Anatan's hold further on this pond. Not much of a hold, so much as a contention still at this point in time, because no clear winner is yet decided. Wham has an undoubtable lead already. Again, the tri-ship combination is up and running. The Dow is likely to fall. The springald ship finishes it off. And yeah, there's nothing left here for Anatan. This pond is dead. He has to bail. One more springald ship will be allowed to come out just to buy a bit further time. Hopefully some further investment here from Wham. But that's not going to happen. And suddenly, Anatan is in dire straits at this point in time. This is exactly what we spoke of before on this map. The one spot you don't want to be in. Your opponent already on 6 fishing ships at this point in time, adding more as we speak. Meanwhile, only now are you starting your commitment on the second pond after losing the first one. This is not a good spot to be in for Anatan, and it looks like Wham is not even going to let him have the second pond for free.
Now, in this spot, you want to make sure your opponent doesn't get any type of economy where he can just run away with it. Ooh, but he does get a pretty solid connection here on that villager and does deter him from finishing this dock. Now, this dock will remain unfinished, but there's an elephant that has something to say about that. So with this, goes directly towards the villager and wants to make him pay a price for daring to step out this far. Now, these elephants, they are not going to leave any villager alive, and he does take down his first victim. But now the jig is up and Anatan knows what's on the way. He's going to need to make some units, and Ghazi Raiders are the weapon of choice. But a healer elephant behind this for Wham, with that food economy he's got going onto this lake, he is going to have a great time producing these.
For sure. With the military count already climbing for Wham, with that healer elephant and raider elephant. Anatan does add his own Ghazis now as well, finally, but again, everything's on a delay because of that initial misfortune on the pond. Behind him, fishing ships. Behind him, military. Anatan has a mountain to climb this game. And the dock did get denied, which is a great start, but it's going to be a while until he catches up in fishing ships. And really, Wham has plenty of options available here. He could look to fight hardcore, or he could even potentially look to leverage this lead into a castle timing, which can backfire against something like the Delhi.
Now, backfiring is going to require a lot of work to do so, but look at that healing Myriad. That Raider Elephant, he is just going to dominate these poor little Ghazis. And that is the power of the elephants. Now, Wham doubling down on elephants, but getting a few spears in the mix too, which is going to mean these Ghazis are going to need to work extra hard. And they realize, hey, maybe we shouldn't be fighting elephants, let's go find some vills. But there's a spearman in the line waiting there. And that's the beauty of the Tuklak. They can just relocate. So more fishing boats on the way. And Wham is definitely investing quite a bit here onto the lake. Now, this makes sense, of course, when you want to get as much food as possible, but you're going to tap out that fishing economy so quickly. So this is usually done when you want a very heavy timing push. But as the later the game goes, it can start to be a little bit of a negative here. We'll see how much Anatan puts in on that lake himself.
Now the Raider Elephants, they are beefy indeed, but they are not classified as heavy units, which works against the Ghazis here, as the +2 damage is only going to come in useful against these healer elephants, which you kind of want to focus regardless if you cannot deal with the army first. One Ghazi Raider does fall to the tusks of these 3 elephants. Wham continuously adding fishing ships even now. Shoreline fish, very important these days after getting buffed quite a bit, so making sure to exhaust those as well, Wham is. You know, Anatan starting his own fishing ships, but it's just all behind, isn't it? He does starting to add his own spears at this point in time to match Wham's, but soon enough Wham will actually have his own archers to follow up, and when the tri-composition is filled out for both, I feel like the edge has to go over to Wham's Tuklak. Once the stampede comes through in these fights, it gets so difficult.
Especially with the fact that Anatan hasn't found an answer to handling these. He's getting a handful of spears now, but these handful of spears are going to need to perform miracles. We've seen Wham now losing a village or two to the Ghazis, but this is a temporary issue. The elephant mass is starting to build significantly. But at the same time, we are seeing Anatan make other plans for getting some extra food in there. So he is going to be able to snack on a few of these deer packs on the side, but there's not as much as we usually see out of them. So Anatan now, he doesn't have a blacksmith or double blacksmith up yet, which just means that those upgrades are coming in so slowly. While on the other hand, Wham doesn't even see that as a necessity going into castle. He's ready to click this up. And the problem for him is going to be, it is going to be a little bit expensive. So if he goes and reinvests to try get those upgrades, it is going to be a pretty heavy timing for Anatan to try and contest. But Anatan just doesn't have the gold for this. He doesn't have the ability to follow up with it. And Compound of the Defender is the choice here. But Anatan doesn't realize that this is coming. And a surprise into castle is devastating.
Devastating indeed, especially as the Delhi with your slow upgrades, and especially facing the Tuklak with their extra speedy upgrades here. It can't really get worse for Anatan in this position. He does now have the military lead because of Wham's investment into the compound, so he has to find some kind of meaningful damage here, or at least retain enough control to find his own age up and then survive the death push that's likely coming his way. Only 2 healer elephants for now, which is kind of the minimum amount you want as Tuklak. That way they can also heal themselves, of course. But looks like Anatan doesn't really have an in here. He probably smells what's coming at this point in time due to how defensive Wham is playing all of a sudden, despite having a lead. And the castle age has been reached. There's so many Ghazis here. Plenty enough to actually find some potentially meaningful damage here, but the upgrades are rolling in for Wham. Actually, they're not. There's no gold. There's no upgrades at all coming in for Wham yet. He's forced to take this fight head on without having the gold to access any of his crucial upgrades. No units in queue either that he actually needs. No men at arms or anything of the sort. The spearmen as well as the Ghazis are directly contesting the Raider elephants, but they're just not really dying fast enough. The hero elephants doing plenty of work in this position, and it looks like Wham is holding. The upgrade for the veterancy for the Raider elephants has finally come through, and that's enough to break through.
Anatan is trying to make something to deal with this, and it's just more units. But Wham coming out ahead here is massive. Usually, you don't get into a spot where you've just aged up and you can take the fight instantly, but Wham, he felt confident with this. And with those 3 healer elephants, all of a sudden, those veteran units are going to be able to run into any crevice they deem raidable. And now another war elephant coming out too. So Anatan, he's on a timer here. He needs to get to castle to find something to handle this, but he knows how difficult this is going to be with just not having the resources available to him just yet. And the push is coming. Anatan has the numbers, but the quality is on the side of Wham.
Wham here. Looking to make the push that breaks Anatan in this game number 5 here. And puts him on match point after this win if he manages to secure it. And it's looking pretty close to that position now. As Anatan now stuck between a rock and a hard place. This is such a painful position to be in, knowing that you cannot survive this push unless you invest further into units. But if you invest further into units, you'll never end up reaching Castle Age. So it feels like it's a lose-lose situation no matter what. And to add insult to injury, it's going to be a Tuklakabad fort drop.
And we know what comes out of those. This is one of those plays where they can just spawn units that are, in the end, going to be unkillable. Denying that second goal too, Anatan is stuck between an elephant and a keep. I was going to say a hard place, but every single part of this is just a bunch of elephants. So he does see that this is happening, and he knows that this is the moment to take that engage, but he hasn't spent all his resources. This just means that if the fight goes badly, he knows I should have just made more units, but the villagers are pulled. He wants to stop this, and he might actually do so. The keep does get denied, and all the stone is gone. Villagers not really having that many losses, but they are fighting back. They need to be careful for the stomps on the ground. Vils getting pulled back. 11 has gone down, but keep in mind, some of those are just fishing boats. Anatan stays kind of alive, but the army is not thinning out.
I wouldn't even call it a Pyrrhic victory at this point, frankly. The Tuklakabad fort was cancelled, sure, but the price has been paid, and it's a very dear one indeed. Now Wham is coming to deliver the goods, and the goods is death, unfortunately. Anatan scrambling now with his economy to try to pull something together, delay as much as he can. At least the war elephant and the healer elephant are slow, and now every single one almost of Anatan's economy is going to be placed on that House of Learning. But I mean, 12 scholars, yeah, it's a decent amount, but not enough to get upgrades in time. Anatan is currently in the processing phase for sure, already thinking likely of what's he gonna whip out for next game to get him out of this hole.
Oh, this is a very tough spot to put yourself in, but again, you've just lost against the Tuklak on a hybrid map. You're not feeling too worried about what this holds for the future. It doesn't really spell out what the rest of these matches hold, but it's match point, so still really high stakes. You know what you need to do. You would need to win 2 in a row. Well, Wham, he's going to be cruising his way into getting into that spot for the Wololo Championship with Marine Lord already. So Anatan, he knows the stakes. But this should not be the map that deters him from the rest of his progress. And we see Wham just absolutely cleaning up every single villager he has ever worried about producing. Numbers are just dwindling as Anatan is losing more and more, and the elephants are standing there completely uncontested.
Exactly, the TC is permanently idle at this point in time. Any villager that will come out might be able to outrun those elephants, but there's no outrunning death, unfortunately, here for Anatan in this game number 5. He's gonna look to cut some reinforcements with the archers, but I mean, this is all just buying thinking time, I think, honestly. Just deciding what else to do in next game, and also just a bit of fun, most likely at this point. Just to, of course, these players are good friends. They can meme each other a little bit here, right?
But you can just see the power of the elephants. At this stage of the game, there's nothing that takes them down. The Raid Elephants eventually losing their life. A crossbow falling down. But this is an absolute destruction. Anatan, he's just trying to heal his way back into the future. But villagers getting denied, even on those sides. And the main TC, it's not doing any damage, Marianne. It's firing, but everything is healed back to full.
Yeah, There's no damaging the healing and the armor on those war elephants at this point. There's just no way. And TC is pretty much going down now. Some last minute repairs, but insufficient wood for Anatan to repair that TC. And insufficient hopes in this game anymore, unfortunately. Last stand is made by the army underneath that TC, but Anatan knows really. He had his processing time. Might have made his decision when it comes to the second game. He was probably considering the maps as well. Honestly, wouldn't surprise me if he all tabbed through that just to check and think about what comes next. It's a perfectly viable thing to do. Of course, you want to make sure that your decisions matter here. So I'm curious to see what he has decided for the next game, because at this point, Wham is now on match point and 1 game away from securing his position in London.
I am so excited for Wham here. So actually, I want to give you guys, before we yap about the fact that English just got picked here, I met Wham a few years ago at the first Wololo that we had for Age of Empires 4, and he was the shyest person I've ever met. He was standing, not really saying much, but every single time I've seen him after, I feel like he's just blossomed and become this absolute personality, and slowly but surely we see him emerging. His gameplay, his play style, it's creative, it's wonderful. And Wham, I'm really excited for this man. He has grown so much as a creator, as a player, and he's really putting his signature on his play style here. So Anatan, he's got his work cut out for him, but seeing Wham in this type of light is absolutely wonderful. And now, what's even more wonderful is the fact that he picks English. So, ladies and gentlemen, English on Socotra, are you ready?
English against French. The most classic of matchups here on one of the least classic of maps, Socotra, here, in our game number 6. And Wham leading 3-2, so Anatan desperately needs this win to even stay in this competition, for this week, of course. And then that would be a game 7. And the French here, the French has delivered him a great victory earlier, up against Macedonians it was. No, it was Ottomans even, actually, against Papipol. But it also delivered him a win against the Macedonians yesterday against... Oh, I forget who it was against. Someone can remind us in chat. But again, it might deliver him the victory he needs today. But against English, now Socotra is traditionally a very nice map for the English. That early boar, so potent. And if you get an outpost up on that boar as well, suddenly you have the network of castles covering half the map.
Now, this is a pretty nice spot for anyone with the English, because you have the spicy villagers, as I like to call them. Those villagers that can just fire those short bows and keep you under control the moment you dare step into their range. So we've seen plenty of man lose villagers against English here. Now, Anatan, he's a wild one. I wouldn't be surprised if he actually tries to do something to contest this. But I remember a game pretty recently where someone had lost, I think it was something like 4 villagers in the early game, and still made it all the way back against an English. So English, they do get access to that boar pretty early on, and there's very few things that can stop them. But if there is, Anatan is going to find that answer in Feudal Age. I hope. Otherwise, English is just going to have access to way more food, and you on French, you're definitely not looking at playing against a serve that can outproduce you, your number of knights, and get you under control. Now, English in general is a civilization that deals quite well with that farm transition. French, on the other hand, they are always out on the map. So once English gets that ball rolling, once they get map control, it's so difficult to come back against that. But Anatan is the kind of guy who would not even mind going for a deer pack out there pretty early on. So all the cards are on the table, and I'm excited to see which one Anatan picks. But Wham, he did just win a game against French recently. So maybe this is his mantra. He's like, I will face the French. I've got this. Just no Sengoku.
Yeah, you cannot allow Sengoku through, apparently, as this marks the 3rd time Wham has banned it in this series. And I've no doubt he'd ban it on front range as well, most likely, if I'm honest. But we'll have to see if it gets to that point, because it all comes down to this game so far. This could potentially be the match point for this evening, and we're going to find out very soon. If we're talking theory here, though, now Anatan plays a sublime French, I have to say. His knight control is very scary to watch. Wham English is something I haven't seen in a long time, and, you know, admittedly English, a bit less room for real skill expression compared to something like Knights, right? English is English at the end of the day. But in terms of the matchup and map, it just can't get better for English, can it? A short map, very easily wallable, limited resources, and it all works out perfectly in English's favor. We'll have to see whether that's enough for Wham to close out today, as he spawns in the color purple, in the north side of Socotra, facing Anatan's French in the color yellow in the south side here. Mill opening for Anatan marks what is likely to be a wheelbarrow here. And Wham, very interestingly, doesn't even try to go for the ball.
That is wild. Wham might just be the only one in the history of this. Oh, never mind. Yeah, okay, it's okay. It's okay, Marriott. Everyone makes mistakes. Yeah. That scout making no mistakes, though. He's tanking like an absolute boss. The boar biting away everything he can. But, ooh, Anatan, he was ready to try and fight it. But look at that villager. He's getting dangerously low. Does need to pull back. And a new villager will be taking his place all the way out here. But this is now a pretty safe boar.
It is, and it's only going to get safer once a tower is undoubtedly placed to secure that position. Normally, you'd love to skip the tower, as most civilizations in that case. If you don't need it, you don't need it. However, English would love to get that tower up, getting that network of castles extended towards that center. And if they can get a few more outposts up, maybe on the flanks, then they can really secure the map with a significant military advantage. Question is it going to be Abbey or Council Hall here for Wham? I'm a big believer in Council Hall on these kind of maps when going for this type of ball play. With the barracks, you can go to the tried and true composition of longbows and spearmen. On a small map like this, it can pay dividends even against the French, but the position of the Abbey is hard to ignore.
Now, this scout is taking a little bit of a look-see to see exactly what he's going to be up against. But a nice tower here secures quite a lot of the resources. And pulling the boar, it just shows you what type of power it gives this civilization. I want us to take a quick look at the spawns here, because I've noticed a pattern on Socotra. And this is something I'm looking at every single time. On this side of the map, every single time we get the gold a few tiles away from the water there. So this one will still be reachable by ships, but it does mean for the knights to have a little bit of an easier movement if they decide to raid. Council Hall is the choice, though. Can we take a quick look at the French side of the gold? French side of the gold. Thank you, sir. This one continually spawns exactly like that, completely in the range of the TC and the run-by area, just not really as comfortable as the other side. So, as far as spawns go, Anatan being on the French on this side, this works out for him, because he's going to have a little bit more leeway out there on the English side to do those raids if it gets to it. So, I'm not too sure if this is intended, but it can definitely favor a civilization or two who do favors that mobility, especially with these knights.
It's true, the spawns being very safe here kind of favors both plays to a certain extent. No longbows are going to be able to easily wrap around those wood lines to the gold without severely overextending themselves, which is always something you never want to do when you're using longbows, especially as the English, as you don't have Byzantine's economy to fall back onto. But for Wham as well, less space for the knights to maneuver around his base. Easy walls will secure some farmland. Space is often a big limiting factor on this map, surprise, surprise, but especially for something like the English, who need very clear-cut space to maximize their economy bonus in the form of those farms. That can be a disadvantage here.
Now, what I would like to see about that as well is when we see a lot of action on the water side as well, people like to build a ship, especially the French variety of people. They love to do a little bit of pressure there from the other side. But at the same time, now that thing can be pretty easily secured with an outside tower, whereas the other side, it does just not have that ability. But the first knight is in queue, double broadex as well for Anatan. He says, I'm going to need a lot of wood. And that is the priority for this one. But now French getting those upgrades for so much cheaper. he doesn't mind that extra bit of investment. He needs to make sure that those longbow numbers do not get into a position where they can actually handle the knights. Oh, and the scout goes down.
Losing that's a big loss here for Anata, and that loses him a lot of tempo. People will think, oh, he has a stable, he can just remake it. Yes, but that's a lot of time that's spent not producing a knight during a point of the game where it matters very much to keep that school of cavalry pumping knights non-stop. So that's a big pickup there for Wham. Now with spears in production, one already on the field, so there's no danger here on this ball. This ball will be Wham's to control from here on out, and a great position to do so. Really, the scaling economy of the French here is going to serve them very well, as long as the cheaper upgrades. But this is still going back to what we've seen from the very beginning of the game, ultimately. The pressure is on Anatan to find some damage.
Now, Anatan, he tries to circle around, see if there's anything to charge on, but the walls are ready. Wham is aware of the weakness of leaving those spaces open, and one night raid can change things very, very quickly. Spearman getting into position now. He does not want to risk getting charged on, because this is not the English that gets to pull their villagers back and heal them up to full with a nice little Abbey of Kings. This is just a man who's fully committed to making longbows, I say. But as I'm saying that, he doesn't have a lot of longbows. He knows what's important here. He needs to handle those knights.
Yeah, absolutely. The longbows will do quite well in handling the knights later on when Steeled Arrow is in. But for now, the spearmen, we're going to have to do that job. Archer's now on the field already for Anatan, and the galley is a significant detail here. The galley is the first produced here by Anatan. So he went for that play before Wham did, and he's going to be able to deny Wham's gold for now, which he doesn't care about too much for now, but as soon as Anatan starts getting his blacksmith upgrades, which will be pretty soon, then it does turn into quite a bit of a problem. So this is something Wham has to be very careful of. Now, access to longbows definitely takes the sting away from this galley somewhat. Has to be very careful how far deep it goes, because the longbows will outrange it and do significant damage to it. And the dock being so far away means no easy reparations.
And this is the beauty of having English here as well. I love this for Wham, because Wham is responding on the water, which most people, they get surprised by the water attack. Wham is not a man who gets surprised. He scouts, he knows exactly what's cooking. And you can see Anatan not investing any more on the water. He knows the risk of this. The moment he puts a little bit more in the water, Wham will have the time to respond, and he most likely will not be able to get control of that gold too easily. Just like you said, because of these longbows, they handle the galley pretty well. And of course, that gold is pretty far in. He needs to get close to land a good shot, but the knight numbers are starting to increase. The problem is just in return, so are the spear numbers, and they will be able to handle most things. The blacksmith now finally being completed. This is going to mean that that +1 steeled arrow is going to hit very differently. And if that's the first thing he clicks up, he knows what's important.
Yes, absolutely. So it's going to be Wham who has the upgrade advantage at this point, starting it a little bit earlier than Anatan. Have to see how big of an impact that makes if there is a very specific timing push on the cards here by Wham. Knights keep circling constantly. They have to find a stray villager, a stray spear, a longbow here and there. That is how you can get the edge going here.
Now, usually, English and French, we used to see a very favored matchup for English back in the day. But now, French, they do have that little bit of an edge with the villager production. So you do have a faster villager production, and that feels great. The problem is just, it takes such a long time to really pay off, because of course, English is already doing a little bit of a food transition. You're the one out here on the map trying to make things work. We do have a technical pause here for a second as we see the ships facing off, but this gives us some time to discuss this. At what point does French actually get ahead with this villager count? Because already he's got 4 villages more, but we don't really see that reflecting in the economy, because he doesn't have the boar, he doesn't have any bonuses with the food gathering like the English does with the farms. What can we expect to see from this matchup the longer the game goes?
Well, the economy would already be in favor of Anatan in terms of income. if Wham didn't have access to that boar. The boar is the great equalizer in this case. Despite Anatan having wheelbarrow, horticulture, double broadaxe already compared to Wham only having the double broadaxe, undoubtedly Anatan's economy is way superior at this point in time, but that boar equalizes it. Now, once that boar is finished, we're going to see how that reflects in the military numbers, but you can already see it's boding pretty well for Wham. Normally French would be significantly ahead in units by this count, but that boar enables Wham to keep a good count of longbows and spears to match those knights. So it's a really big problem. Only 500 food left on that, and I'm not sure if there's any farms just yet for Wham, but really, if this keeps going very passively like this, Anatan is going to keep building his villager lead, but Wham will keep building these cheap farms. Eventually, Anatan will need a castle timing or a pretty decisive engagement, otherwise the food economy will become out of control here for Wham.
And getting all of that boar just means 2,500 food, which is basically for free. You've invested a tower that you would have wanted there anyway, getting control of that little bit of a stealth forest and not run into any surprises. But Anatan, he's out here on the map, he's trying to get the food as much as he can, because he knows he has a little bit of a power spike at some point, and that point is a lot earlier than it is for English. So now, with this galley still in the water, we don't see any other crazy action. The longbow numbers are going to start to matter. Now, the archer numbers from Anatan are insane, and he is getting the +1 attack as well, already has the defense. But horticulture coming out for Wham 2, he's trying to equalize this in terms of economic upgrades. But you have to keep in mind, knights, they do hit pretty hard if you make one misstep.
They definitely do. Knights can punish an overextension so painfully here, so Wham has to be very careful, keeping his spears very far back in reserve, just expanding with the scout and the longbows, having a look at what exactly is going on this side of the map. Anatan is placing full respect on this. He's not going for any excessively greedy castle timing or anything of the sort here. He's just biding his time, massing units, just waiting for a time. And you can see how defensive this is for such a small, aggression-orientated map. Both sides understand the ramifications of a full fight and knowing just how easily it can go wrong for either of them. So both are very hesitant to commit here. Wham may look potentially to expand his zone of influence further by starting an outpost creep. He could look to expand further in the center, but it will start with a wall first, very prudently.
Now, in a position like this, where you do have this amount of longbows, you feel like you can handle most of what knights do. But they do get to this critical mass where they run over everything. But the villagers are out here. And Myriad, if he just moves, he doesn't spot this. And that was a little bit of an opening for him to try and snipe one or two. But no. He doesn't have eyes at the back of his head. He has to be careful here. But those archers are going to get the warning signs with the longbows. Range is extending everywhere.
Wham's own galley is now fighting Anatan. As Anatan look to make another little attack from the rear. But with the dock in place there, Anatan's galley will never win that fight because of the healing, of course. And the attack speed aura that Wham's galley has behind it underneath that TC. Now Anatan looking to pivot towards this northern side. Oh yeah, the timing here is huge.
It is massive. This is the one moment that Wham might be a little bit susceptible to this. The longbows are a little bit far out and he's looking to go to castle. Men-at-arms now in queue. He's quickly redirecting his resources, but the spears are in position to get picked off. And the longbow mass, it definitely has suffered, but he is going to lose a few knights to this little bit of a deep run-in. The network of castles making a major difference in these attacks, but this is as good as it's going to go for Anatan here. 5 villager kills as well. Where did this happen?
Yeah, it was a big timing to hit here for Anatan. He smelt that castle age intention so well. It was the opportune time to hit and finds a lot of damage on the wood line here. So many villages have went down, and I think damage has been found on that southern deer as well. So now his economic lead is quite staggering indeed, but the danger has not yet passed. You can see the destroyed value is firmly in Wham's favor, so Anatan has secured an even bigger economic lead, but sacrificed an army advantage advantage for it. And now the tech advantage as well is being sacrificed because Wham is edging up and he's placing it, well, he wants to place it right there, but is first going to go through with a wall to make with a gate, I mean, to make sure that the village can escape if necessary. And this position is very hard to deny. It's so well fortified behind the walls. The knights cannot reach that side, and the network is still active underneath that outpost. This is a very big problem here for Anatan, I want to say. He's trending towards his own Asia behind this, but with the presence of that white tower, how will you ever push underneath that to stop the inevitable trebs that will start coming out?
And that's the beauty of English on this map. You have a major production building that can make anything your heart desires from there. This gives you the network of castles. You are, as the French, you're the one who's going to feel like you need to react to this. Anatan, he does see that age up, but realizing that it will most likely just be the White Tower, he's going to need to respect this. He did get 8 Vil kills, so for him, this feels okay. But he does need to keep in mind, this is not just English. This is English with farms. So English is going to do a pretty good job at sustaining for now. If Anatan can get to that point where he's also getting that momentum, this could very easily go his way. Already with that 15 villager lead, but we see 22 Vils idle. They're starting to run out of things to do here.
Yeah, the space is getting more and more limited here for Anatan as the resources are running out. So is his income slowly running out, and with veteran longbows now you can see just the damage these guys start to do. The knights themselves are under heavy fire and they melt quickly indeed to these longbows. Every volley one can go down, and Anatan's own archers can soak up some of the damage, but do you really want archers soaking up damage? Not typically. And with the aura as well, Wham, just using the range of the longbows perfectly here, and that's exactly what you have to do with English. That is how you can potentially secure fights that seem otherwise very difficult to take. You have to kite your ass off.
And now you can see those villagers desperately clawing at a little bit of resources there on the side. The knights, though, feeling a little bit more confident moving out, but they have to be careful. They're not castle variety just yet, but they're about to hit it, and they want to be on top of the longbows the moment that happens. And it's here. This is going to mean that these knights don't take as much damage as Wham wants them to, but he does have +2, so they will still be able to put up a pretty good fight. Now, you still see the army value for Anatan. This man is pretty happy with where he's at. He just needs to find yet another food for gold and for food. Oh, another answer for food, not another food for food. Oh my goodness. It tells you 8 hours in and these guys must be cooked because we are cooked.
Oh yeah, without a doubt. And it's all on the line here, without a doubt for sure, because Wham isn't even caring about relics. He just wants to make sure he maximizes his full attention on expanding in this center and his unit control, making sure the micro is as potent as it can be, because yeah, relics will make a difference 10 minutes down the line, but if Wham has his way, it's not going to last that long. Yotro had come up, so that's already ticking. But I'm not sure the game will last long enough either way for that to really matter here. Though in the position we find ourselves in, I think Anatan definitely needs that time because he is definitely on the back foot here. Look at the food income. It's tragic. Only 300 a minute. And it's not going to get any better because even wood axes is not something that Anatan can get right now. Wham is just pure longbows at this stage. He knows there's such a minimal knight count that it's not really a threat for him anymore. Level 2 range damage is already in. Secondary ranged armor is coming in for him now as well.
Now, what's interesting to me is that Anatan hasn't reinvested a little bit on trying to get that tower to be in place, because I feel like Wham has constantly overextended in under that tower of his every single time. Now, there is a singular knight here from Wham, and this knight, he's looking to perform some magical miracles. But these longbows are feeling so confident and still constantly under that tower, feeling so confident without the threat of anything coming their way. The archers now from Anatan, they're moving towards those villages on the, I guess, the east and just trying to save them here. But now the tower does get in place and he says, okay, this is going to now pay off. But the problem is the trebuchet has arrived. And I think it is just a little bit too late. The villagers are pulled. He wants to repair this. Oh, actually, he's just getting the vills inside to try and make sure those arrow fires hit even harder. But that tower is important in keeping this position. And if Wham gets it down, it's going to get harder and harder for him to hold.
You can see the aura here and the damage of the longbows paying so much food for Wham. He doesn't even need a front line. His front line is this wall, and nothing shall pass as long as these longbows are in position. He's making nothing but longbows, and that's all he needs. The poor power of English on display here. Once they are online, once they have the network extended to your base, there's very little that can stem this tide.
And Wham just showing us that he's ready to qualify for this, but this is a critical moment. Those longbows, they can still overstep into this mass of knights. These knights are trying to heal up as much as they can. The longbows feeling very confident moving in on those villages, but the knights are not in position, and he will possibly yet get another kill. But the longbows, again, pulling back. He wants to be very methodical about this. The trebuchet is now the one doing the work.
Yes, with that first trebuchet marks what might be the beginning of the end here for Anatan. This is only going to expedite it as damage is taken on the wood line, but the treb is doing work already. Even the treb is getting the attack speed bonus from that network of castles, and I'm sure by now we even have network of citadels in, right? We can have a quick check on the White Tower to find out. And no, it's actually not in yet, surprisingly. Yeah, it's a very big upgrade. I'm very surprised to not see it in yet, but it's easy to forget, and it is quite expensive soon enough, I'm sure. But does he even need it anymore, frankly, because damage has been done. The economy is set up mostly here for Wham, although the farms are still quite minimal. He relied a lot on the deer, as well as his external food, to carry him thus far, and it's worth it even as the English, because you can spend that wood on, well, more longbows and trebs.
And that's exactly what he did here. Those knights look like they're made of paper. +2 is not enough for this. And he tries to research something that gives him units faster, but there are no units for this poor man. Anatan is doing anything and everything he can to make this work. Oh, but he does break the wall, and a knight is here in position. He should be able to break through here, but even if he does, what is he met with? Just White Tower fire. So even with this villager lead, Anatan just doesn't have the ability to secure food or any safe place for him to really push out and take down this army of English. But again, I mean, like you said, Wham has relied a lot on external resources. He does still have quite a few berry packs though, so he's not in too much of danger. But Anatan does get a moment of breathing room to try and find an answer to this very hungry army.
Anatan bought himself some much needed time by sniping that trebuchet there and getting his own 2 trebuchets on the field, starting to cancel out this position from Wham in the center. And it's about getting time for Wham to begin thinking of a slightly more varied composition, because the longbows are very powerful, sure, but the knight count is looking pretty healthy again. 10 is not something to scoff at. He has a few spares in reserve, which he's going to call in now as he needs the most, but the aura is active yet again as the bells ring for the English, which means a lot of firepower once again.
And this is going to keep happening as he backs away into safety every single time. But as he steps forward, the knights again look for that bit of an opening. They just know they cannot run all the way forward. So the knights are looking for a different type of victim. The archers moving forward now here. A few villagers paying the price. But the knights from Wham are the ones doing the damage now. And Anatan, he got a little bit of a boost here with regards to the food income. But I don't know if this is going to be enough for him to keep this army mass going. The knights are not in queue. He's not making any more. He just doesn't have the gold for it.
There's no gold. The gold is just gone. And without the gold for French, that normally means so are the hopes of winning the game, because it's looking harder and harder. Now half of the archer count to Wham's longbow count. A horrific position to be in as the archer utilizer, as the knights are just getting two-shot by this mass at this point in time. Anatan is bleeding left, right and center. Villages as well as units. Just the few knights produced by Wham from that White Tower have been wreaking havoc this entire time as well for Anatan. Discovering villages on the flanks in the north, in the south, and just keeping him busy and that economy idle for as long as he possibly can. It was like Anatan had cashed in the guild hall, which is just a necessity at this point. Anything he can scrounge to keep his hopes alive, but it's just looking harder and harder.
And he's got the boats to support, but even with the supportive boats, the knights are barely taking a bit of damage. Anatan knows this is his last chance to try and qualify this week, as Wham is looking to secure that second spot, but the knights, they are very ready to push on forward. He doesn't want to lose a single one because he knows exactly how difficult they will be to replace. The villagers are still alive, some of them, and trying to get the gold he needs. The knight's getting on top now, but with these archers, he does need to snipe these spears, and he does exactly that. But those stray spears keep on coming out. Network of castles now again active, and it just doesn't feel like Anatan is gaining the amount of ground he needs. But slowly, maybe.
He's inching forward, right? Even he crept ahead in Destroyed Valley at this point as well, so decent little engagements there for Anatan. Again, the lack of a frontline for Wham, I think, is making this a little bit tougher than it needs to be for him. And his economy is still struggling behind this. Even now, we don't have Wheelbarrow. There's definitely a bit of tunnel vision going on in these high-stakes games. We see a couple more slip-ups from either side is very common. Just shows the intensity that is going on and the sheer concentration in getting the job done, of closing the game out. But often that is easier said than done, and patience can definitely be a virtue in these cases, as Anatan is exercising that very patience now by falling back and making sure these knights heal for as long as they possibly can before they are forced to yet again serve king and country and save Anatan in this game, which is looking to be sooner rather than later, because Wham has another treb working Anatan's infrastructure now.
Oh, what was really funny is for a while he did not have a single bit of food income, but slowly he's getting a few farms to try and manage this. The villagers trying to drop off now. They will be going to that southern gold from here, but a few will be paying the price with those longbows having such an insane range. The problem is there is 13 knights in this composition, and they will be able to possibly land a decent attack, but the archer numbers are just too severe. We can see Anatan trying to just target fire every spearman that dares come on through, but these knights are soaking up so many archer shots that every single time he gets the breathing room he thinks he needs, the longbows are just hammering away at every other unit.
Now, once again, the network, the knights just die so quickly to these longbows. It's just too much damage, too much range, and too much attack speed from them. And a keep going up here by Anatan, but a much needed keep, even though it is out of panic. He just desperately needs this to stay in this game. There's gold here, there's a sacred site, and even a little bit of food, I think, although the berry must have ran out. And Wham is just sitting here. He wants to take out as many of these villages as he possibly can, even though it means throwing away a few longbows. He knows that an economic lead of this magnitude can no longer be overcome, no matter what time this keep affords Anatan in this case, who at this point has 20 archers to his name and little else.
Now, with those 20 archers, he is just not able to snipe out those knights. That's the problem. The knights, they take so many shots. It's just not feasible to try and stay ahead of this. But Wham, he's got the trebuchet. Anatan making some of his own as well. But the keep is so expensive to repair. He's trying to get those archery rangers under the keep to get that discount. But the keep is going to keep hammering away. And he doesn't have the stone to repair this forever.
No, he does not. Keep. Still only one treb here for Wham, however. This entire time, there's been only one treb. A very slow and patient siege, I have to say. Normally, we see players investing into 2, 3, 4, even more trebs sometimes, but Wham sticking with just the one, understanding that all the additional wood has to be put into longbows, as one treb should be good enough to do the job here if he keeps it alive. Well, the second one at least, as the first one he didn't manage to, with that raid by Anatan at that point. As I say that though, of course I jinx it, and it's a second treb now.
And 2 trebuchets are something that most people just don't have an answer to, because you're slowly going to hammer away at this, and you can see Anatan's resources here. They're telling you a story of a hungry boy. Archers now trying to surround their own keep to just try and keep them alive, because these knights don't care. They're getting right on top. And even though they might get sniped out, the damage has been done. The longbows now finding more villagers all the way out here. And Anatan, he's the one behind in villages now. As the keep is looking to fall, the longbows are going to be the victims, but so will these villagers. And unfortunately for Anatan, Wham wants to qualify and he wants to do it now, but he does need to be very patient here. Those trebuchets firing away at the keep. You see Anatan using every bit of his power to keep that keep alive, and his one single trebuchet will need to hit. It can't hit anything. Mariette, everything's cooked. This poor man. Got archers though.
The keep is gone. Yeah, there's a very healthy archer, Masvanatan. That's his sort of last hope in this case, but what are you gonna do with them? There's walls everywhere, network of castles, outposts, knights in production for Wham as well. You could very easily just go into men-at-arms if you wanted to as well at this point, and that's certainly gonna stop those archers from doing anything. I'm trying to stay hopeful here for Anatan, just to get ourselves a game 7, but it's looking less and less likely. It's just so much. English is online. Look at the food income. Again, we're in a position where Wham's food income exceeds Anatan's entire income by a significant margin at that.
And we see those longbows just hiding away behind the towers. They don't need to put themselves at risk. They've got the ranged advantage. They've got the existence advantage, as I'll call it. And Anatan says, this is my last hope. I'm going to go and try to find the damage I need. I've got the knights. The problem is just English has them as well. And he has even more. Now, the knights are going to be finding some villages that are quite far forward. But these archers are the ones who are in danger, with all of the longbows having their bonus as needed. And the spearmen are slowly pouring through to try and connect on the handful of knights that Anatan has. But it just doesn't feel like he can idle out an economy long enough. But the archers are doing a pretty good job of getting on top of this. The problem is just the knight numbers are not going to stop. Wham has a few of them in queue, and they're just going to turn around and snipe down anything that stands close to their base. That's exactly what's happening here. Myriad, it's all in shambles.
These are the last death throws here for Anatan in this game number 6, in this grand final of the Road to Red Bull Wololo. And GG is called. Wham secures his spot in the top 4 and makes it to the main event. The second player to reach this stage besides Marine Lord last week. And what a series. Fantastically played by Wham. An amazing effort by Anatan as well, who I'm sure will impress in the next weeks to come.
And this must feel amazing for Wham. Taking him down 4-2. I can imagine Wham is feeling pretty proud of himself for being able to take down the Anno Chad like this. Anatan put up an amazing fight, and we can definitely see this man going his way through yet again next week. But there's 2 more spots remaining, and I feel like our top 3 contenders are staring right at one another. Anatan, Papipo, and Beastie. They are going to be the ones fighting for those last 2 spots, and it's pretty tight between those 3.
Well, don't forget about the Spanish brothers. They might have something to say about that too. So not everyone can make it. That's why the stakes are so high. But we'll have to see what that brings. However, we have someone waiting for us right now, as it looks like the one and only Wham is available for an interview. Give us a few insights as to this fantastic victory. And Wham, people claps in chat, everyone. Congratulations for Wham. Big win here for you, making it to the top 4 in Red Bull. How's it feel, man?
It feels really, really good. I mean, I don't think, myself included, anyone had in their bingo card for that I would qualify second. Not that I couldn't, but no one was really expecting that, I think.
I expected it. Don't worry. It's okay. I'm here for you, Yeah, that's the thing, right? In top 9, top 10, so to say. Obviously, Louis and B, who are also up there, they are not playing, but everyone else, right? You're all so very, very close. An argument can be made for Marine Lord because of his consistency for so long that he might be a cut above the rest. But increasingly, it feels like you guys just swap places, right? One goes up, one goes down by 1 spot, so on and so forth. And oftentimes, it can become anyone's game, right?
Yeah, for sure, I think that. And I mean, honestly, going forward, it's going to be exciting because, like you said, anyone can make it, and I'm looking forward to it as well.
And this was, yeah, I'm glad we're being shown this. See, the moment I saw that villager up there in the north and I saw advancement, I knew exactly what's coming. You devil, you what have you done here? You destroyed Anatan this game, unfortunately. My teammate, this cheese is really, really potent, isn't it? If it's not spotted, it's a very dangerous strategy against the Byzantines. Do you think you can, if you don't spot this in time, I guess you have to, but if you don't, is there any way you can hold here? Not really, right?
I mean, if you don't spot it, it's incredibly difficult. If you do spot it, you can go cash X. But I must say, I saw a Reddit post on Age of Empires 4 Reddit, and they said this strategy is broken, and it was literally this strategy. I'm like, you know what? It is kind of good. Like, and I'm like, you know what? I'm up against Byzantines. I might as well do it, especially on King of the Hill. So I must credit my victory to that Redditor. You know.
There you go. For once, Reddit has managed to stump the person and come up with a winning strategy to use. I mean, to be fair, this has existed for a long time. I remember seeing actually Anlitant himself doing this as Ayubid against the Marine Lords Byzantines. And it was close, but it just failed. This was over a year ago at this point. Marine Lord did spot it, though, right? He scouted it right as the barracks were finishing. So, 20 outposts later he held, but that's how it goes, sort of. But yeah, it's what's needed, and this sort of grand final case in these matchups is when to pull out this kind of a strat to secure victory. And then game number 2, this was an insane game. Talk us through this, Wham. What happened here?
I mean, honestly, I'm scared of KT on this kind of map, like, because I'm not like the best at being super super aggressive, and I feel like that's kind of what you need to do, especially when he's playing like 2TC KT just hiding in his base the entire time. And I thought I played okay, but maybe I needed to ram the TC. It was forward. Maybe I should have done that in hindsight. I mean, I had a thought about that afterwards. Like even here, I'm only down 13 villagers, and I get most of the relics afterwards. But also, I played the mid game super super poorly. I'm trying to force things, and I mean, there was a lot to say about this game. This was a 40-minute game. I was honestly really upset with the way this game turned out. Not because I even played super, super poorly, but because, like, strategically, I think I made a few errors, honestly.
And it's a tough one from a drop perspective as well, right? Because ultimately we exchange arguably a player's worst civilization for arguably a player's best civilization, right? And then the player with the best civilization loses, right? It's from a draft perspective, it becomes quite tricky from then on. Now, you are a game up at this point, so that obviously takes some of the sting off, but it can make things very tricky from here on out, especially after such a long slugfest. Psychologically, were you quite worried knowing these factors present in the game? How much did that impact you? Because you might think, oh, I lost with Ottomans against KT, like that would do a bit of a number on me, but it can happen. Like you mentioned, this civ cannot be underestimated on this type of a map, especially.
I mean, it did a little bit, but I wouldn't say it was that significant. I mean, I also won with Albids against Byzantines, right? And he banned Byzantines, so
right.
Obviously not happy about it, but I'm not tilted by the fact you just have to keep going and focus on the next kind of games.
Absolutely right. That's a great mindset to have, and yeah, good point for sure. It's a similar case in game 1, right? I mean, Ayurved's better than KT, but still, kind of counted traditionally by Byzantine. So picking up that win is certainly helpful. Then we move on to Macedonians against HRE. I mean, I thought Anatan had the plan here revolving around the Burgrave, and I was right, but maybe the timing here with this semi-naked castle, just a few spears, might have been forced a little bit too much. I mean, I feel like there might be a little potential to do something here with HRE because of the move speed, and you have the charge bonus. Maybe against Radari, there's a world. I'm coping here. It's Macedonia at the end of the day, but maybe there's something HRE can do. I'm not sure, but you seemed in pretty firm control of this game.
Yeah, so I thought he played pretty well at the start of the game. I mean, he didn't really take too much damage. I was surprised that he was going castle immediately. Like, I kind of figured it out once he had so many on gold, right? Like, there's no other reason. Like, you're not building Menelons in feudal here. And then I was even more surprised when he went Belgrave. I thought he would go Ragnitz. The thing is, it's Menelons in general are just not that good against Macedonians, and you saw it in the Puppy Pot Anatan game with House of Lancaster against Macedonians. But Macedonians has a lot to deal with these kind of Menelons rushes. They have the Golden Horn Tower, they have the emplacements, they even have their champions. Like, so I was really, really happy when I saw Belgrave, actually. Like, once I defend the initial attack, I feel like it's just GG, honestly.
Yeah, for sure. It still feels like, although it's very potent with that charge bonus, it's still sort of a timing attack, right? Which, if it fails, you kind of always feel like you'd rather have Regnitz, which obviously got to that position at that stage. And then we get into this situation, right, where, again, it's interesting from another player's perspective, seeing how this impacts the draft, because we have what technically could be argued as a throwaway in the form of HRE in the last game, and you could technically argue this is almost a throwaway for you as well up against the Chinese here on Dry Arabia. Obviously, every game matters, and you will put your best foot forward here, but it does feel really tough, doesn't it? I mean, Golden Horde, fantastic civilization once they get going, but very slow. Whereas China, I mean, few civs are faster, right?
Yeah, China's very, very fast, and they have a really strong castle age timing, which is just kind of what Golden Horde struggles with. But honestly, I didn't play this game that great. Like, he killed a villager at the start of the game. I actually played this. I think I played this matchup against Antan in practice, but I did the same strat I did, and he kind of countered it a little bit with like a horseman initially, just to force me off of the hunt. And I didn't get my Keshex early enough, and it was kind of a disaster most of this game. I tried to stay in it, but even some of the fights, like, you can see my destroy value is a little bit higher. Like, these fights weren't that bad, but I think overall, it wasn't enough, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of it, the Chinese economy as well, right? It just balloons so quickly and gets out of control, and then, yeah, once you stabilize in castle, you could be fine, but it's difficult getting to that stage, right? A quick question about this, though. That's stable there. I mean, obviously, I'm guessing the outpost was in the works, but did you mean to start with the stable? Is this part of a build order, or did you mean to go for the outpost first?
I mean, I meant to go with the stable first, but I just didn't expect he would make a horseman so quick. Like,
I thought so.
I mean, it's a good strategy, but like, I should have scouted for it. We should have used my con to push away the horseman, but I mean, I didn't, and it was a pretty bad start, honestly.
Yeah, they just come out to the horseman because the Geshik timing was pretty good, despite that very soon after the age up, and it's so expensive. So it was a good timing. Clearly, it was a good build order, but yeah, that horseman perfectly placed, and that made things quite difficult. And then we have variant against the original here, Tuglak against Delhi. Honestly, we were quite worried for you initially here because of the Anatan. The age up was in good timing, and it was looking like it might punish you quite severely for the investment into fishing ships. But this double dock healing and using the fishing ships to fight was just very, very well played. Was that the plan all along, knowing you can stem the initial sort of Dow or Springald in terms of dealing damage with the fishing ships, and you'd be fine and then be ahead? Or were you a bit worried?
My plan this game actually was, if you guys noticed, like, I moved my villager to Antan's dock at the start of the game. I really just wanted to be on the same dock as Antan, because 2 O'Clock has a better economy than Delhi, and I was pretty confident if I played well, I would win the water. So yeah, I was a little bit behind on the age up, but I had more fishing boats, I had double dock, so I wasn't super worried about it, honestly. As long as he doesn't get the double dock up, like, I'll just outproduce him in military ships. So honestly, this game, I'm not a huge 2 O'Clock fan, but I mean, after this game, maybe I should be, because honestly, it went perfect. Like, nothing went wrong in this game. Like, yeah, they're so good.
Yeah, I know, right? Like once this eco kicks in, and you're completely right. Like that was what we were theorizing, that obviously your eco is better, so why wouldn't you want to be on the same pond and fighting, right? It just makes complete sense. And obviously that worked out very well there. And yeah, when you held this push as he was coming in, I knew it's so rough for Anatan from here on out, because I mean here you are an age down as Delhi against the Civ with super fast upgrades. Like, I mean, it's cooked, no? Like.
It's kind of cooked, yeah. I mean, honestly, I was surprised he took that fight, but I guess at that point he's kind of desperate. Like, it's just, I don't know how many skulls he had, but I was in the back of my mind, even at this fight, I'm like, it's gonna take him forever to get castle age upgrades. Like, meanwhile, I already have a war elephant on the field. Like, so I was really really confident at this point, even before going down. It's like whatever.
Yeah, I mean, part of me was hoping he gets Castlage so that we can see just two war elephants, like, headbutting each other repeatedly. I think it would have been pretty entertaining if you ask me, but sadly, that's a story for a different day. Yeah, it culminated very well. This was quite a textbook game, I would say, almost, and quite well played. Delhi pick was interesting to me, really, because obviously, like, you remember these days, way back when Delhi was a relatively common pick on this map, right? Because of the fishing ships. But obviously, stuff like Japan came out, etc., other good hybrid civs, so not so much anymore. But I guess he can still have a place. But against the sort of upper echelon water hybrid civ like Tuklak, it's very difficult, right?
Yeah, I mean, I was surprised by the Delhi pick too. I know Anatan likes Delhi on this map, so I was happy about it, right? But surprised and yeah, happy about it.
And it all culminates in the most classic of matchups here. On, as I said at the beginning, thought I made a good joke. In the least classic of maps, we have Socotra here, English against French, and I mean this was a very textbook opening here, right? We have the ball opener with the tower, and this is exactly what English needs here, doesn't it? And nice early wars to prevent any kind of run by. The game kind of played out exactly how I envisioned it, really, that it could theoretically go, right? That both sides would probably play really defensive, because one wrong move from either of you is just game over like that, isn't it?
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, the only thing I was really worried about was him like fast castling or like having a fast guild hall or something, going imp or something. Other than that, like I was really happy to just sit back, build my farms, because I feel like English on this map with the longbows, you just have such a massive advantage with the longbows. Like they're just so strong. Like yeah.
Were you a bit surprised that he actually banned? I mean, Jushi's obviously amazing as well, and Zuganu pose kind of a similar problem where you can almost never engage into them. But in a way, I don't know, I feel like they're slightly more vulnerable than English early on, in the feudal age especially, I would say. So slightly surprised to see him prioritize banning Jushi over English on this map specifically. Do you agree with that, or does it make sense to you?
Actually, I agree with that, honestly. I think I was happy that I got English, honestly. I mean, English versus French, I think, on this map in particular is not that bad. Like maybe on like Arabia or like a Balldland, it's really bad because they can abuse the mobility. But on this map, he killed a bunch of villagers, but I just sit in the middle with the white tower, and the game is super super easy for me. Like he's like, I mean, I'm pushing so far forward, and my army isn't even that much. I mean, it's smaller than his, but I just retreat back to the white tower, and it's just really really easy to play English on this map.
It's part of using just is it very smart to utilize walls here and kiting effectively, right? I mean, we saw just in the earlier clip, it took 3 volleys without the network for the knights to finally close in on the longbows. Like the amount of damage they have to sustain because of this ranged advantage and effective kiting, it's so difficult on this map, just like you said. So yeah, I mean, if both sides aren't effective, he'd had some great movements and got some great raids going on you, attacking from 3 sides at once at one point, and dealt great damage, but exchanged a lot of his army for that in turn, which, you know, an even trade is an advantageous trade for English in this kind of a situation, isn't it?
Yeah, and as the game goes on, like I have the farms, he has the guild hall, but I saw that he was pretty much using it just to stay alive. And when you that's the situation for French, it's a bad situation. And I mean, I was pretty comfortable almost this entire game. Like even after losing a lot of villages on the wood line, I knew that the game was not over as long as I got the white tower super far forward. And once I did that, I mean, everything like with the walls, like it's just so easy to play the game here.
There's one final question, if we may, just about this game in particular. We saw there was a very minimal commitment to trebs, let's call it. You only had the one initially, and then only one extra after you lost the first one, which I found interesting because a lot of players, especially with the white tower in that position, would probably get a bit overzealous and commit to too many trebs, and then just lose them and potentially lose the game, right? I've seen that happen a few times. Was that a conscious choice in your mind, making sure that the longbow count stays up and that you get the farms needed, and knowing that one, maybe at most two trebs eventually will do the job over time, and you just have to keep them alive?
Yeah, that was pretty much the idea. I mean, the idea being his food is like he doesn't have as much food as me because I have the cheaper farms and stuff. So as long as I have a bigger army than him, I don't need more siege than him. I can just win with my army and pull back to the white tower. If he masses a bunch of trebs, then it means he's not going to have the same amount of army, right?
Exactly. I mean, it's been absolutely fantastic, Wham, and I don't want to keep you any long. I'm sure you are absolutely drained, as we are. If you can spare one additional question for us, that question inevitably would be: you have secured yourself now. You have joined the ranks of Marine Lord in the main event now. You are the first two. Two more will be decided. I know you're going to say Puppy Paw, of course. He's amazing, and he is your brother, naturally. So let's just say removing Puppy Paw from the equation, just to keep things a bit more spicy here. If you can't pick Puppy Paw, who are the two other players that you think sort of have the best chance?
Honestly, it's really, really difficult to say. I mean, there's just so many people. Like Anatan, BC, and Vortex, I'd say have the best shot. I haven't played against Rusev. I don't know Myriad. I mean,
One day.
It's not impossible. I mean, but Vortex played very, very well against me, honestly. I think if he did a few different things, he could have won many of those games. Same with Beastie, same with Anatan. So, I mean, honestly, I don't even want to pick because it's too difficult. Like, it wouldn't even make sense.
It's completely understandable. I mean, they're so close by that you can't guarantee a return on your prediction in terms of being right and ego points, right? So what's the point at the end of the day? But Wham, it's been an absolute pleasure. You've played some stellar games and you've done very, very well. All I can wish you is the best of luck, and hopefully I will see you there as well in person.
Yeah, looking forward to it.
Take care.
And that concludes our week number 2, which means GG Dog, who do you think is gonna qualify? We had this discussion yesterday. What do you think about Demo? Sorry, Demo. How do we feel about maybe Puppy Paw? That looked like a reaction there. Whoa, she's already on the Puppy Paw's side.
Oh la la, that I don't know. I'm not saying there's some favoritism going on for whatever reason, but yeah, she's cooking.
Yeah, and she was predicting pretty much on point for a bit there, so we'll have faith in the dog's judgment. But guys, that will be it for today. Thank you for joining, and Myriad, it was a great co-cast. I loved you carrying me all the way through. I do think I lost it here by the end, but it was amazing, and I can't wait to do it again.
You did amazingly, Whammon. It's a pleasure as always casting alongside you, and you did just as much carrying with my still sick nature here, sort of stumbling through this cast and clearing my throat every time when I'm not talking. But it's been a pleasure, and it's been a pleasure hosting you all here at EGC TV for another fantastic weekend of games. And we're far from over, as there's 2 more weekends to come, with 2 other fantastic players looking to join the ranks of Marine Lord and WAM, and they can all be found here at EGC, so we shall see you next week.